Chapter 1. The hot wind curled up the remaining smoke, and a small mountain village has now turned into a lifeless ruin. The dilapidated house seemed to have been torn apart by the devil's claws, and wisps of green smoke were rising from the dark skeleton. The smoke was twisting, as if countless painful souls were struggling. The air was filled with choking smoke, the smell of burnt wood mixed with the smell of blood, making it nauseating. The big tree at the entrance of the village that has gone through the vicissitudes of time has now become beyond recognition, with its charred branches hanging down weakly, as if crying to the sky about the injustice of fate. In a dry well, Chang Feng screamed with all his strength, "Is there anyone there? Someone come and save me! Where is this?" The childish voice came out, but no one responded to his voice. He was dressed in pitch black, and his tattered clothes were also pitch black. In the dim bottom of the well, it would have been impossible to see anyone clearly unless he had excellent eyesight. Chang Feng sat down on the ground, beating his head in pain, and said in a hoarse voice, "What the hell is this?" Chang Feng was a time traveler. He was charging while lying on his bed before going to bed. While playing a copycat card game. Unexpectedly, the phone suddenly became hot and exploded in front of him. The last memory was that a fragment of the phone pierced his eyes, and then Chang Feng didn't know. When he woke up again, he went through time in this dry well. On the body of a little boy, there was burning pain all over his body. It made the sky not respond and the earth not working. Very hungry. The sky above his head turned dark. Chang Feng rubbed his belly. No memory was integrated, and he didn't know what happened to this body before. The dry well was 10 meters deep. With Chang Feng's small arms and legs, plus he was so hungry that it was impossible to climb out. As for Goldfinger, Chang Feng thought, and soon a page of a copycat anime card game appeared, but he didn't know if it was because of his mobile phone. After the explosion, the game was also damaged. This so-called Golden Finger only had a character lineup interface, a training interface, and a card drawing interface. Things related to other adventures, arenas, etc. basically became decoration. As for the cards and lineup characters that Chang Feng created before, they were all gone. When he opened the character interface, a garbled mess appeared, followed by information about Chang Feng's current status. Physique, 1 strength, 1 sensitivity, 1 note. Physique includes but is not limited to physique, physical ability, etc. Strength includes but is not limited to strength, attack, magic power, etc. Agility includes but is not limited to speed, reaction nerves, etc. Attack speed, etc. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Card slot, none. This is Chang Feng's current state. It doesn't matter what he wants. As for the card drawing interface, Chang Feng opened it and he tried it just now. There is no response at all, but it keeps reminding him that he needs to recharge to buy spiritual stones. 100 spiritual stones for the advanced card pool will be drawn at a 20% discount, and the ordinary card pool will be drawn for 10,000 gold coins for 10 consecutive draws. Single draw, 20% off for 10 draws in a row, and 80,000 gold coins for 10 draws in a row. Unfortunately, Chang Feng doesn't have any hair now. If the adventure function is there, I might as well take a risk and save some resources to draw once, and maybe I can defy the odds. Changed the fate. But... hey? Chang Feng looked at the card draw interface and suddenly found that the single draw in the ordinary card pool suddenly showed that it was free. Chang Feng suddenly thought that it should be a benefit of copycat mobile games. 1 free draw. This can be saved. Chang Feng suddenly stood up. According to the nature of copycat mobile games, the first single draw will definitely give you a character who is not too strong, but can pass the early stages. Then if you draw the card, does putting it in his card slot mean that he can also have the ability of the card? When he thought of this, Chang Feng rubbed his hands and his face to make himself less embarrassed. With excitement and trembling hands, Chang Feng chose to draw alone. The next moment, a large number of golden cards suddenly splashed into the card pool, giving people full of expectations at first glance. The cards landed one after another. The card was frozen in the air. Chang Feng's mouth suddenly twitched because the back of the card looked as white as jade, but it was actually just a card. The dog food white card in the card. Chang Feng sighed. The white card is better than his current state anyway. Clicking on the card, the white card flipped, revealing a card with an afro and beard. A middle-aged man with arms in a victory shape and a thick body. Chang Feng. This one is very familiar to Chang Feng. If this name were used in other works, he would be a big boss, and at worst he would have a high level of combat power. This name is in Dragon Ball. Recalling the operation of the savior Satan in his mind, Chang Feng felt a chill in his heart. Try it first. Chang Feng is also helpless. He has no qualifications to choose now. Taking Satan's card, Chang Feng put it into his card slot. Name, Chang Feng. Level, 1. Body, 1+, 3. Strength, 1+, 2. Sensitivity, 1+, 2. Note, only 10% of the attributes of the cards in the card slot can be extracted. The attributes are automatically rounded, and the digit after the decimal point is automatically discarded. Chang looked at the changing interface. Feng was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Satan to be okay. Soon, Chang Feng realized that although Satan was useless in the anime, he was just a funny character, but the main reason was that the protagonists were two supermodels, so other people naturally couldn't do it. There are no eye-catching moves at all, but just taking out Satan is still very impressive. Apart from the protagonists, among ordinary people, Satan is the one who can win the world's best martial arts tournament. He is a top-notch person. He can score 137 on the dynamometer alone. Most people really can't do this. But when this card is applied to Chang Feng, it is a bit exaggerated when compared to Chang Feng's basic values. His physical strength tripled and his strength and agility doubled. In just a moment, Chang Feng had the illusion of becoming a super earthling. Although he couldn't smash bricks with his fists or break large trees with his feet, this was a mere 10-meter high dry well. It was no longer possible to stop Chang Feng. Chang Feng came to the edge of the dry well. Looking at the uneven well wall, he took a deep breath and used his increased attributes to grasp the bulge, his body like a gecko. Quickly climbed out of the dry well. Rumble. After finally crawling out of the bottomless and dark dry well, Chang Feng felt that he had exhausted the last bit of strength in his body, so he collapsed directly at the edge of the well like a puddle of mud. He opened his mouth wide and greedily breathed in the air, while panting violently, as if he wanted to make up for all the oxygen he had just lost underground. At this moment, a dull thunder suddenly came from the originally clear sky, and then huge raindrops poured down like broken beads. These raindrops hit Chang Feng's body hard, bringing biting chills, but he didn't react. He just lay there quietly, letting the rain wash over him. Gradually, the mud and dirt on Chang Feng's body were washed away little by little, revealing his original fair skin. At this time, he looked as pure and flawless as a newly born baby, without any worldly atmosphere. The sudden heavy rain seemed to be baptizing his soul, making him feel an unprecedented tranquility and serenity. Chapter 2. Chang Feng, who was exhausted both physically and mentally, walked hard and searched every corner of the almost ruined village. Maybe it's really God's blessing. In a dilapidated, crumbling house, a huge piece of bread lay quietly on the ground. It had obviously suffered heavy damage and was soaked by rain, but for Chang Feng, who was extremely hungry at this moment, this was undoubtedly a life-saving straw. Chang Feng no longer cared about anything else. He pounced on the piece of bread like a hungry wolf, grabbed it from the mud without hesitation, and chewed it like an evil ghost reincarnated. I didn't even have time to chew it, so I swallowed it together with the rainwater. As food slowly filled his empty stomach, Cheng Feng finally felt that a long-lost vitality was returning to his body. As if he had gained a new life, he let out a long sigh of relief. This time, I finally came back to life. After waiting for the rain to stop in the semi-destroyed house, Cheng Feng searched among the ruins and found a few dirty pieces of dry bread that had fallen to the ground. He also found a few books and some damaged records with written texts. Bored. Although these records were written in words that Cheng Feng had never read before, Cheng Feng could understand the meaning. In this regard, Cheng Feng believes that this is the body's own function. From these words and books, Cheng Feng collected some information. First of all, the mountain village he is in now is a small mountain village called Rosemary Village. Secondly, there is something about magic in this world. As for the end, Cheng Feng looked at the magic book in his hand that had survived because it was better hidden, and looked at the learning methods for receiving magic recorded on it. At this moment, he finally knew what world he had traveled to. It's actually the world of fairy tale. Cheng Feng murmured to himself, summarizing the information in his mind. Rosemary Village, fairy tale. Tisk, this is the village where Urza and Kagura lived when they were children. Combined with the current situation in the village, it is not difficult for Cheng Feng to guess that Rosemary Village has been arrested by the Black Magic Order at this moment, and the people in the village have basically been captured to build the R system at the Tower of Paradise. In the plot, only the hidden Kagura survived, but her brothers Simon and Urza were taken away. And now? Cheng Feng smiled bitterly. If he hadn't traveled through time, he would have died. The original owner of this body was also doomed. Not to mention how he hid in the dry well, it was so high that he could have thrown a child to death. There is no way to climb out. Then what awaits this body is to slowly starve to death at the bottom of the well, and no one will notice this. If this is the case, then there is only one way left in front of me. Cheng Feng found a rag and wrapped the bread. There was only one way in front of him, and that was to defect to fairy tale. This world is still very dangerous, and its combat effectiveness is still quite high. He is now even if you have a white card, you will be a relatively powerful child. In a world like this, if you don't find a safe place, you will probably die very quickly. Of course, except for fairy tale, other magicians will. Guilds are okay for Cheng Feng. But knowing that the main plot revolves around fairy tale, I feel a little bit of a loss if I don't join in. What's more, there are many popular female characters in fairy tale. If you say you don't have any thoughts, you won't even believe it. It's a pity. If the time is earlier and a good relationship with Urza and Kagura is established, wouldn't it be that those who are closer to the water first win the moon? However, Urza was captured in the Tower of Paradise, and Kagura probably entered the mermaid heel, so there is basically no chance. Cheng Feng left Rosemary Village along the dirt road of the mountain village and joked in amusement, if Urza and Kagura are gone, then there are Myra Jane, Lysina, Kana, Wendy, and Lu. West, Abby Green. After teasing for a while, Cheng Feng finally sighed. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Now he has no idea where fairy tale is located in Magnolia, he only knows that it is a port city in the kingdom of Fiori. So if you want to go, the best way is to take a boat. Rosemary Village is relatively close to the seaside, so Cheng Feng can only take one step at a time, first find a city near the sea, and then find a way to get to Magnolia by boat. After walking for a day, Cheng Feng's feet had blistered several times, but along the road he had stepped on, he still saw no sign of the town. The good news is that no dangerous creatures were seen along the way and Cheng Feng was safe. The bad news is that the remaining bread is almost gone, and the free single draw did not appear the next day. For Cheng Feng, this was definitely a bolt from the blue. Originally, if he had a chance to draw a single card every day, if he was lucky, he would be able to fill up his 6 card slots in 5 days. Even if they were all white cards, he recognized that the increase in attributes alone would be a great success. Okay. But now, his dream is shattered. In order to protect himself, Chang Feng looked at the magic book, which recorded the learning method of receiving magic. In the plot, Myra Jane awakens to receive magic, while Elfman and Lysina learn to receive magic through study. Chang Feng had no hope of awakening his magic. Now that there was a way to learn magic, he naturally chose this path. So when Chang Feng was on the road, he would take out the magic book and read it, hoping that he could learn to receive magic. Generally speaking, if you want to learn a certain kind of magic, you must invest a lot of energy and time. But when Chang Feng decided to start learning to receive magic, he suddenly found that a state of receiving magic, 1%, appeared on the skill bar of the character interface. As Chang Feng read through the magic book, this percentage continued to increase. This gave Chang Feng a great incentive. Maybe my golden finger is not as bad as I thought. Maybe I can rely on this convenience to learn more magic. Thinking this way, Chang Feng read the magic book faster. Chang Feng spent a day reading the magic book while rushing. After reading the entire magic book, the magic reception in the skill bar reached 100%. The next moment, countless information rushed into Chang Feng's mind like an initiation. Chang Feng easily understood the information, as if he had practiced it hundreds of times. Receive magic heroic soul. Chang Feng digested all the information and also understood the specific method of using his receiving magic. But after understanding everything, Chang Feng became depressed. Because his receiving magic was linked to his golden finger. In other words, the only thing he can receive is his own card, which is the so-called soul of the heroic spirit. Although, in this case, it saves a lot of danger. Just look at the danger of Elfman receiving the soul of the Beast King. But this also means that if Chang Feng doesn't have any good cards, this receiving magic is basically just a decoration. Chapter 3. Receive. Chang Feng tried to use this receiving magic. The next moment, he felt a wave of heat pouring into his body, and his image changed drastically in an instant. He has an afro, a mustache, a body full of tendons and thick body hair. It's simply Satan's plan. Name, Chang Feng, Receiving Mode. Level, 1. Body, 36. Strength, 29. Sensitivity, 24. Skill, Receive Magic. Equipment, none. Card slot, 1. Looking at the new attributes, the original depression in Chang Feng's heart was swept away. Although it's a bit ugly, it's just practical. Chang Feng punched a few times, feeling the power filling his body, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. At his own speed, he didn't know how long it would take to reach a nearby town. But if you maintain the mode of receiving magic, then the speed will be much faster. It's also a good time to see how long I can maintain the reception state. Chang Feng thought with joy, and then moved his joints. Carrying all his belongings on his back, his legs suddenly exerted force and ran forward at a sprint speed of 100 meters. 3 hours later, Chang Feng, after being exhausted, he finally couldn't maintain the state of receiving magic and returned to the appearance of a little kid. But it's enough. Running for 3 hours while maintaining the receiving state is simply unbelievable to ordinary people, but with the magic power to maintain it, this state is easier than imagined. Of course, it doesn't rule out that Satan is really that powerful. Looking at a dock city not far ahead, Chang Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and stepped into the city carrying only a few rations and a few books on his back. The town of Cleveland is a quiet small town located on the seaside. Although this town is small in size, it is well equipped with all kinds of living facilities. At this moment, a ragged and penniless boy was standing on the street. He was Chang Feng. Dressed like this, he naturally won't attract much attention, let alone anyone taking the initiative to pay attention to him. However, Chang Feng did not give up hope. He had an idea and smiled cutely at some beautiful older sisters passing by, and deliberately acted cute and coquettishly. Perhaps it was because Chang Feng himself was handsome, or perhaps it was his sunny smile that impressed these big sisters, so they stopped and started talking to Cheng Feng. In communicating with the big sisters, Cheng Feng finally got the information he wanted. It turns out that there is a cargo ship in this town of Cleveland that can lead directly to Magnolia. This news made Cheng Feng very excited. He felt that he was one step closer to his goal. But if you want to take the boat, the ferry fare will cost 1000 J. This is really a headache for Cheng Feng. But soon, he found a way. That's buying books. Those books are probably not very valuable, but there is a magic book for receiving magic. The magic book is still very valuable. After all, when Lucy bought the Canis Minor Star Spirit Key, it cost 20,000 J. A magic book for receiving magic is more valuable than a Star Spirit Key. After asking about the specific address of the magic props sales store, Cheng Feng said goodbye to the older sisters and walked into the only magic props shop in the town with a rag on his back. "Welcome." "Ah, it doesn't look like it." The owner of the shop was a middle-aged uncle with grey hair on his temples. He was wearing something similar to a mage's robe. When he saw Cheng Feng walking in, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. He waved towards Cheng Feng and said, "I don't have anything here. Here you go. If you want food, go to the restaurant. I'm here to sell magic books." Cheng Feng rolled his eyes, then took out the magic book, put it on the counter tiptoe, and said to the shop owner, "Look how much this is worth." Magic book. The shop owner looked through the magic book, flipped through it quickly, nodded towards Cheng Feng and said, "It is indeed a magic book about receiving magic. If you want to sell it, I'll take the $2,000. Hearing what the other party said, Cheng Feng rolled his eyes immediately, stood on tiptoes and pulled the book back. "You think I'm a child? You don't understand anything? Forget it. If you don't accept it sincerely, I'll go to a big city and sell it. Maybe I can sell more." As he said that, Cheng Feng stuffed the magic book back into the rag, turned around and left without stopping at all. Etc. Looking at Cheng Feng's decisive look, the shop owner cursed in his heart. It seems that there is no way to pick it up. Your book is so dirty that it looks like a second-hand book. My price of 2000 J is a fair price. If you sincerely want to sell it, it will be 10,000 J, no more. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Cheng Feng turned to look at him and said, 50,000 J. 50,000. Why don't you go and grab it? Up to 20,000. 50,000. No, you are not surrendering at all. 50,000. I'm serious, it's not as easy to sell as you think. 50,000. I also want to make money. 50,000. Want a little more? 48,000, I took it. 50,000. Forget it, I'll take the 50,000 J. Pay first. Who did you learn from, little devil? You will not be missed. The shopkeeper sighed, took out 5 10,000 denominated banknotes from the drawer, and slapped them on the counter. Seeing this, Cheng Feng took out the magic book, handed over the money and delivered the goods. The shopkeeper watched Cheng Feng leave. Then put the magic book away. Tisk, it's a loss. You can only make 20,000 yuan by selling it again. The shop owner said with some displeasure. He made so little money that he always felt like he was at a loss. And Cheng Feng, holding a huge amount of starting capital, also took a deep breath and turned around. After a trip to the bookstore, he sold the remaining books for $1,000 more than he expected. With the money, Cheng Feng went to a tailor shop and spent $800 to buy a set of pure black ones. Clothes. There was no choice, black was stain-resistant, and the price was cheap. After spending $200 to eat something, Cheng Feng rushed to the dock, found the cargo ship to Magnolia, and delivered $1,000. He successfully boarded the cargo ship and paid another $500 for food. Cheng Feng also found out through the sailor that the cargo ship would take 3 days to reach the dock in Magnolia. After confirming the time, Cheng Feng also found out. After entering his residence, which was at the bottom of the warehouse, after making sure that no one was around, Cheng Feng also took out the coins hidden in his crotch. Ever since he got the coins just now, his golden finger has been on him. His eyes jumped. There was even a pop-up window popping up on the page, offering a surprise gift package for the first time, plus a limited time promotion of getting as much as you like. Cheng Feng could only complain about this, even if he had half a golden finger. Although he is crippled, he still doesn't change the gold-earning nature of copycat mobile games. Use salary to create happiness, but Cheng Feng has nothing to do. His golden finger can be said to be directly linked to his strength, even if he is cheating money. He also had to grit his teeth and put money into it. It would be great if there was a refund model for minors, but it would be a waste of money. Complaining, Cheng Feng thought about it, finally took out 4 10,000 J notes, and finally chose to recharge. The next moment, the notes in Cheng Feng's hand disappeared instantly, and they disappeared extremely fast, even if his dynamic vision was incredible. No one could see clearly how the money disappeared. And as the coins disappeared, a pop-up window popped up on the interface. Recharge 400 spiritual stones and receive an additional 40 spiritual stones. Surprise gift package has been sent. Cheng Feng, this exchange rate is outrageous. Chapter 4. There are only 400 spirit stones for 40,000 J. The exchange rate of 100 to 1 is outrageous. Cheng Feng complained, but when he saw the amount of spirit stones floating on the spirit stone column, he felt excited. 440 spirit stones, although not enough for 10 consecutive rounds in the high-end card pool, but if you exchange the spirit stones for gold coins, it is enough for 10 consecutive rounds. Don't rush to draw cards, let's take a look at what's in the surprise gift package. Cheng Feng felt excited. Usually, the first-rate cards are the best cards from the early stage. If he really gets some good cards, he will take off directly. Gods and gods from all walks of life will bless me and give me some money. Withdraw money and I take off. Cheng Feng prayed. Cards are divided into 6 levels: white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. It is best to draw purple cards from the ordinary card pool, while it is best to draw red cards from the advanced card pool. Although the red card was strong, but Cheng Feng was not greedy, so he was satisfied with the gold. After praying for a long time, Cheng Feng opened the surprise gift bag, and the red light almost dazzled Cheng Feng's eyes. No way! Become famous! Cheng Feng's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, nice. The red light dissipated, and when he saw the 2 items in the surprise gift package, the excitement in Cheng Feng's heart suddenly fell to the bottom. Escanor fragments *10, snow walking, blue, dot. It's gone. It's gone. Cheng Feng was about to cry. Although the surprise gift package really gave him a surprise, it was just a surprise. The red ones are not cards, but fragments. And the red card requires 6. It takes 10 fragments to make a red card. Give me 10 fragments, it's useful. Looking at Escanor's card fragments, Cheng Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. The crime of arrogance. I'm sorry for being born as a human being. Daytime, I am the only one in the world. There is no need to say how powerful Escanor is at noon. What's more, even the sun in his heart is still the sun, and his combat power is too strong. But it's useless to think about it, there are only 10 fragments, and there are still 50 fragments left. Just draw the card, and I don't know how long it will take and how much it will cost. Put the fragments into the system backpack, and then, Cheng Feng looked at the prop. Shuezo, Sauron Saber, gives the Sauron card a 10% increase in attack power. Of course, it can also be used to increase the attack power of other cards, but the effect is only half, that is, a 5% increase. Besides, with a thought, a sword appeared in Cheng Feng's hand. Cheng Feng took out the sword and looked at the shining blade. He could also use the props in the card. Alas, at least the weapon is comforted again, otherwise I would be really depressed. Chang Feng sighed and put Shuizhou back into the system backpack. Then, he opened the card drawing interface. According to the copycat mobile game he has played for so long, basically as long as it is an advanced card drawing, the first time he draws a single card, the first 10 consecutive draws will produce good things. Now he can't draw 10 consecutive draws, but he can draw alone. The surprise gift package didn't give you anything good, so I hope the single draw will give you a guarantee. Chang Feng murmured to himself, and then clicked a single draw. The next moment, countless gold cards flew again, and as the cards fell, an ordinary card stayed in the air. Chang Feng took a deep breath, flipping the card. The dazzling golden light lit up, illuminating Chang Feng's eyes. Withdrawal. Chang Feng had just become excited, but when he thought of Escanor's fragments, his heart became excited again. As the golden light dissipated, Chang Feng looked at the complete card and suddenly waved his fist hard. The card above, a man with silver hair and golden eyes and a pair of white dog ears jumped out, wearing a string of purple-red spiritual beads around his neck, a fiery red fire rat fur with demonic power, a white shirt underneath, and a fiery red bundle. Belt-type bloomers, barefoot, wearing an iron tooth on the waist, and a black rope on the slanted shoulder. Inuyasha, a half-demon, is the protagonist of the anime. Not to mention how strong he is, his half-demon physique is enough. Let Chang Feng's attribute panel skyrocket. This will far surpass Satan. If the card slot had not had 6 slots, Chang Feng would have thrown it away as soon as possible and used it as dog food to increase his experience. Compared with the white card, the gold card has its own skills. When equipped, the strength is greatly improved. Immediately adding the Inuyasha card, Chang Feng suddenly felt a surge of bright attributes. Name, Cheng Feng. Level, 1. Body, 1 plus, 3 plus 26. Strength, 1 plus, 2 plus 28. Sensitivity, 1 plus, 2 plus 25. Chang Feng exhaled. Such a terrifying increase in attributes is absolutely unprecedented. There are also 340 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones can be exchanged for 50,000 gold coins. 80,000 gold coins are cheaper, only 150. You can exchange them first and try the ordinary card pool. Chang Feng thought for a while and spent 150 spirit stones to exchange for 80,000 gold coins. Then he put 80,000 gold coins into it. Soon the ordinary card pool boiled and 10 cards stayed in the air. Chang Feng put them in turn it over, and instantly a blue, a green, and an 8 white light will light up. Experience card, blue, Kunao, green, experience card, white, *5, pirate minions, white, Zonga, white, Irika, white, dot. Looking at a pile of garbage, Chang Feng sighed silently. Sure enough, if you want to come up with good stuff, you still need to go to the high-end card pool to draw. After you draw the card you want, you can then draw the ordinary card pool and give it to the one you like. Card bond. Forget it, you still need to fill in some cards in the early stage to save attributes. The white card has no skills, and can only provide Chang Feng with basic attributes. First, he fed all 6 experience cards, 1 blue, 5 white, and 6, to the Inuyasha card. The level of the Inuyasha card instantly reached level 10. Each attribute was added to Chang Feng's. After that, Chang Feng added 3 white cards and checked his attributes. Name, Chang Feng. Level, 1. Body, 1 plus, 3 plus 27 plus 1. Strength, 1 plus, 2 plus 29 plus 1. Min, 1 plus, 2 plus 25 plus 1. Weight. Looking at the values on the panel, Chang Feng was stunned. He checked carefully and found that there was only Irika. The cards add some attributes to themselves. The 2 white cards, Pirates and Zonga, do not add any attributes to themselves at all. This means that the attributes of the 2 white cards do not exceed 10 at all, otherwise they would at least add a little to themselves. Attribute. That's not right. Why is Satan's attribute so high? It's also a white card. Pirates and minions are also white cards. No one answered Cheng Feng's doubts. However, after Cheng Feng opened the collection album, he discovered that there was a line of small words marked on the album. Card levels are planned based on the anime to which they belong. Looking at this layout, Cheng Feng realized that this was the root cause. But this also means that if you draw those gold card anime characters who are not good at combat in the future, their increased attribute points will most likely be incomparable. An anime purple card character with high combat effectiveness. Chapter 5. After the cargo ship is loaded with cargo, it travels very slowly. If it is a passenger ship, it may take 1.5 days to reach the port of Magnolia, but a cargo ship will take 3 days. During this period, Cheng Feng also became familiar with Inuyasha's abilities. Relying on the power of receiving magic and receiving the Inuyasha card, Cheng Feng also transformed into a half-demon image with silver hair, golden eyes, and white ears. The only difference between him and Inuyasha is that he is too small and probably a little lacking in power. But compared to Cheng Feng's original strength, it's just fine. The 2 skills that come with the Inuyasha card are the soul-dispersing iron claws and the long-distance flying blade blood claws that require the use of blood. If Inuyasha can be equipped with Iron Fang, then Cheng Feng can use other attacks such as wind damage. Unfortunately, Tai Suiya is also a golden equipment, so it is a bit difficult to get them together. However, the 2 skills of soul-dispersing iron claw and flying blade blood claw are sufficient in the early stage. Cheng Feng experimented and found that with the power of the soul-dispersing iron claws, it was easy to scratch rocks to pieces without any problem. If it were caught on a human body, unless the opponent had a dragon physique like Natsu, ordinary people would definitely die. After using the received magic, the strength was greatly enhanced, but the level and attributes of the body have not increased. This is a problem. Do I need to exercise myself to increase my attributes? Cheng Feng sat at the bottom of the warehouse, thinking about this problem. But when he was about to try it, he suddenly felt the entire hull shake. Cheng Feng lost his balance and fell directly to the ground. What's wrong? On the rocks? Cheng Feng got up and looked around the bottom of the warehouse. There was no sign of water entering. But soon, when the sound of fighting came from above, Cheng Feng realized that he might have encountered pirates or something. One day, thinking of this, Cheng Feng climbed up the warehouse and carefully pushed open the heavy hatch. He squinted and peered out through the narrow door gap. Sure enough, he saw a group of pirates in strange clothes. Figures in uniforms appeared on the deck. These people were holding various weapons in their hands, and they were engaging in a thrilling and fierce battle with the sailors of the cargo ship. The whole scene was extremely cruel and bloody. It was horrifying. The deck was stained scarlet with blood, and the floor was covered with bloodstains from the fight between the 2 sides, as well as a small number of broken limbs. It was as if the owner of this cargo ship was in hell at this moment. Uncle Corey was panting, holding a magic book, sliding the pages, and shooting water bombs at the pirates. However, Uncle Corey was already over 50 years old, and he didn't have much physical fitness or magic power reserves at all. Water bomb strength is not strong at all. Got it. An idea flashed in Cheng Feng's head, and his eyes lit up as he pushed open the hatch. The hatch opened, and many people discovered Cheng Feng. However, looking at Cheng Feng's thin appearance, no one cared about a little kid like him. Uncle Corey, do you need help? Cheng Feng shouted to Uncle Corey, I know magic, if you hire me, I can help you fight pirates. Kid, hide yourself. Obviously, Uncle Corey didn't care about Cheng Feng's words at all. After all, Cheng Feng deliberately avoided everyone's practice. They didn't know that Cheng Feng was receiving magic. Seeing that Uncle Corey didn't believe him at all, Chang Feng smacked his lips and completed the reception in an instant. Transforming into Inuyasha, powerful power filled his body. Chang Feng squatted down and stained his hands with the blood on the deck. Flying blade blood claw. Suddenly swinging his sharp claws, the blood on his hands accompanied the swing, and instantly formed several extremely thin blood blades, like a slash, directly knocking an unresponsive pirate to the ground. This sudden scene immediately attracted everyone's attention, and immediately two big pirate men rushed towards Chang Feng with their swords raised high. Chang Feng used his feet to exert force. The powerful jumping ability brought by the Inuyasha card allowed him to easily dodge the opponent's attack. Chang Feng retreated to Uncle Cory. "Kid, you are very strong." Uncle Cory looked at Chang Feng's performance and praised, "Then please help deal with these pirates." No, you have to pay more." Chang Feng shook his head towards Uncle Cory and said, "I only accept employment. 200,000 J, I'll help you get rid of these pirates." 200,000. Why don't you go and grab it? Uncle Cory's eyes suddenly widened. "They are robbing, I am helping." Chang Feng pointed at the pirates. 100,000. Uncle Cory gritted his teeth. He knew that there was one more person and one more helper, and Chang Feng's strength seemed pretty good. 180,000, this is my lowest price. Chang Feng took a step back. He still has 290 spirit stones. 180,000 can buy 1,800 spirit stones, and he can do 210 consecutive draws. Below this price, I don't care. Uncle Cory, you don't want all your money to be lost, right? After listening to Chang Feng's words, Uncle Cory's head was filled with blood and he immediately shouted, "Okay, 180,000 J. But if you can't solve it, don't blame me for not giving you a cent. Got it?" Chang Feng suddenly laughed, as if he saw the golden and scarlet cards waving towards him. With a sudden sprint, Chang Feng rushed out as fast as lightning, and the soul-dispersing iron claws suddenly rushed towards a faster man. "Catch the slow pirates!" Hiss! A tearing sound came, and Chang Feng's claws suddenly tore 5 deep wounds on the pirate's body. Along with the scream, blood spurted out, staining Chang Feng's hands. Flying blade blood claw. Several blood blades flew out, and many pirates used their weapons to block them. The good quality weapons blocked them, but the poor quality weapons were directly cut off by the blood blades. The blood blades directly chopped them to the ground, and they were very bloody. The deck was almost soaked. Chang Feng used the soul-dispersing iron claw and the flying blade blood claw alternately, like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. The terrifying lethality made it almost impossible for this group of pirates to defeat their enemies. Pirates, Chang Feng couldn't help but sigh at the power of the gold card. If there was no gold card like Inuyasha and only a white card like Satan, it would be good if Chang Feng could fight 1 or 2 pirates. But with the gold card and the white card, the gap is too big enough for people to look up it. And Uncle Cory and the others couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when they looked at Chang Feng, who was like the god of war. This is a magician. Even if he is just a child, once he has mastered the power of magic, his strength will be far beyond what these pirates can compete with. The pirates also lost their courage after being killed, and the remaining people retreated towards the pirate ship. Cutting off the ropes connecting the sides, they turned around and ran away without looking back. Chang Feng stood in the blood, feeling the blood in his body. The gradually declining magic power could no longer sustain the reception state and returned to its normal form. He grinned at Uncle Cory and said, "Mission accomplished, Uncle Cory, don't forget my reward." Uncle Cory put away the magic book, rolled his eyes and said, "If you can't forget it, I'll give it to you later." Hearing Uncle Cory's words, Chang Feng suddenly smiled even more happily. With 180,000 J and 10 consecutive rounds twice, his strength will skyrocket next. Chapter 6. At the bottom of the cabin, Cheng Feng held a brand new stack of coins and looked at the game interface that was constantly beating in front of him, waiting silently. Sure enough, as he kept failing to recharge, a pop-up window suddenly popped up on the game interface, and a limited time activity was launched to give him extra spiritual stones as much as he recharged. After confirming that the event was started, Cheng Feng hesitated for a moment. Instead of charging all 180,000 J, he kept 10,000 J and charged all 170,000 J. 1,700 spiritual stones have been received, and an additional 170 spiritual stones will be given as a gift. Watching the spirit stones jumping from 290 to 2,160, Cheng Feng couldn't bear it any longer. He rubbed his hands, his heart trembling with excitement, and instantly drew the first 10 rounds of high-level cards from the pool. Golden cards were flying. Cheng Feng murmured to himself, based on the nature of the game, the first 10 consecutive games should give you better cards. Don't let me down, you must get a good one. Following Cheng Feng's words, 10 cards stayed in the air. Flip the cards, 1 red, 2 gold, 1 purple, and 6 blue appeared in front of Cheng Feng. Big bang! Looking at the flashing light of the first 10 consecutive rounds, Cheng Feng was extremely excited. But when the light dissipated, Cheng Feng's smile froze on his face. Jiro's fragments, red, 10, Sauron's fragments, gold, 20, Alchemist Edward, gold, Sonic, purple, Safety Pants, blue, Experience card, blue, *5. 2 card fragments, I waited in vain. The gold card requires 50 fragments, and the red card requires 60 fragments to synthesize the card. If it weren't for the consolation prize Alchemist Edward card, Cheng Feng would have cried. As for Sonic, is an unexpected surprise. And that item, the Safety Pants, the card exclusive equipment for Misaka Mikoto, with plus 30% agility and plus 10% strength. But Cheng Feng is totally shameless. Equipment. Imagine what a grown man looks like wearing safety pants. I don't believe it. Again. The second round of 10 draws started. When Cheng Feng flipped over the card, his heart went cold. Ulquira, gold, 20, Fairy Beans, purple, Experience card, purple, Experience card, blue, 7. There is not a single card. The first guarantee mechanism of a copycat mobile game has been lost. The nature of this money-making mobile game has been completely exposed. To come up with good cards, you have to spend money like crazy. Even if you are crazy, you can only maintain your daily output, not to mention that Cheng Feng doesn't have the guts now. In this place, the only way to go is Krypton Gold, which is outrageous. No, there is still a way. A look of determination flashed in Cheng Feng's eyes. Join Fairy Tail, then do Crazy Liver Guild tasks, earn bounties, and then add them to the game to draw cards. For Cheng Feng, this is the best way. Fairy Tail must be added as soon as possible without delay, otherwise there will not be enough card blessings and the strength will increase too slowly. While saying that, Cheng Feng added Edward and Sonic into the card slot. At the same time, after thinking for a moment, he equipped Irika with a Kunao to increase his strength attribute a little, and temporarily equipped Sonic with safety pants. The Sendu is a life-saving thing. I won't equip it for the time being, and then give the experience card to Inuyasha. Inuyasha has also reached level 23. Name, Cheng Feng. Level, 1. Body, 1+, 64. Strength, 1+, 68. Agility, 1+, 72. Skill, Receive Magic. Equipment, Snow Walking. Card slots, Satan, Inuyasha, Irika, Kunao, Edward, Sonic, Safety Pants. The 6 card slots are already 5. 2 gold, 1 purple and 2 white. If placed in the ordinary world, Cheng Feng would be invincible, but in the world of Fairy Tail, even the 4th-generation guild master Makeo would not be able to beat him. Just take it one step at a time. If it doesn't work, exercise like crazy to enhance your own attributes. This is also a way to become stronger. Chang Feng comforted himself, and at the same time he was looking forward to it. After he really catches up with Natsu and his protagonist group, how strong will he be? Time passed quickly, and the cargo ship also crossed the sea, and finally stopped at the port of Magnolia. The sailors began to unload the cargo. After saying goodbye to Uncle Corey, Chang Feng got off the ship and arrived at this metropolis with a population of more than 60,000 and where magic has been prevalent since ancient times. Standing on the pier, Chang Feng could see the largest buildings in the two cities. One, located in the city center, is the largest church in the city, the Cathedral of Cartier. And the other one is the Fairy Tale Guild with the flag flying at the top. It's finally here. Chang Feng looked at the flag flying with the guild's logo, and his heart stirred. He had just traveled through time not long ago, but his experience during this period seemed to be more exciting than his previous 20 years of experience. He walked along the pier on the main road. Chang Feng walked towards the Fairy Tale Guild. When Chang Feng stood at the entrance of the guild and looked up at the 3-story building, Chang Feng felt an unreal feeling. Work, work, otherwise you will have no money. Just when Chang Feng looked at the closed door, wondering whether to knock on the door or kick it open, the door was opened, and the young version of Wakaba and Makeo were holding hands, staggering with the smell of alcohol. Came out. When the two sides met, Wakaba and Makeo were stunned for a moment, then looked at Chang Feng and said, "Kid, what are you doing here? Looking for someone?" "No, I want to join Fairy Tale." Chang Feng shook his head, and then under the confused eyes of Wakaba and Makeo, Chang Feng walked from them into the Fairy Tale Guild. As soon as he entered the guild, a lively scene suddenly came into view. At first glance, this place is more like a lively tavern than a guild. Magicians are drinking and chatting here. Several young and beautiful ladies are walking around, serving food and drinks. There are also a few people around the mission bar. Individually, they looked at the task list, then communicated, and took the next task list. However, Chang Feng's eyes quickly moved to the corner of the guild, where a black-haired, bare-chested kid was sitting silently. They were sitting there eating, out of tune with the lively atmosphere around them. Gray? Well, indeed, Gray should have joined Fairy Tale earlier, if Gray was here. Soon, Chang Feng glanced around and found Kana, who was reading quietly on the other side. These two guys can be regarded as the first batch of people of their age to join the Fairy Tale Guild. It's too early for me. After joining, after fighting with Gray, Urza, and others, and practicing for a while, my attribute problems should be solved very well. When he thought of this, Chang Feng walked towards the guild and stared at the little old man sitting on the counter drinking. Makarov Dolia. Chapter 7. Hey! Little guy, what are you doing in the guild? Makarov was sitting on the counter drinking wine, watching a cute little boy with black hair and golden eyes walking in front of him. Putting down the bottle of wine, he asked. I want to join Fairy Tale. Chang Feng looked at Makarov and said, I hope you can agree. Makarov laughed. Chang Feng's words also made many people who heard them laugh. Ha 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 ha, little guy, this is not a place to play house, you. Before he finished speaking, Makarov saw Chang Feng's calm eyes with a hint of determination. His original laughter stopped, his face became heavy, and he looked at Chang Feng and said, Where is your family? All dead. Chang Feng looked at Makarov and said calmly, My hometown is Rosemary Village. It seems to have been attacked. The whole village disappeared. I hid in a dry well and survived, but my head seemed to be injured. Sorry, I can't remember what happened before. Then I left the village and walked all the way, arrived here by boat, and then wanted to find a place to live, and at the same time solve my future life. Chang Feng's tone was calm, but his words made people gasp. Rosemary Village? I remember it seemed to be quite far away from Magnolia. How could this kid come here? The most important thing is that there are rumors that the village seems to have been attacked by the Dark Guild. If this kid can survive, he is really lucky. This is another poor little guy. President, can you take him in? Makarov glanced at these people, and everyone stopped speaking. Have you lost your memory? Makarov looked at Cheng Feng and asked. Maybe. Cheng Feng remained calm, and then said to Makarov, I know magic and I am very strong, so I want to join Fairy Tale. I can get the job done, and I need money to survive, so please, let me stay. Makarov looked at the anxiety in Cheng Feng's eyes and sighed slightly in his heart. He suddenly stretched out his hand, his palm became larger, and covered Cheng Feng's head. He said, Don't be so anxious. If you want to stay, then just stay. But if you want to work, wait until you grow up. As he spoke, he rubbed Cheng Feng's head. At this moment, Makarov was full of kindness. He would never see his child suffer. Cheng Feng knew that he had passed Makarov's inspection and joined the Fairy Tale Guild. It was a done deal, but when he raised his head, 2 tears flowed down unconsciously. Well, Cheng Feng was a little strange. He obviously didn't feel any pain, so why did he shed tears? Is it the subconscious mind of this body? Or is it the body's instinctive reaction? Cheng Feng didn't know, but he quickly wiped away the tears with his hands and said dissatisfied, No. I'm strong. I want to work, I want to make money. Ha 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 ha, Nobu, look at this guy, he knows he has to work at such a young age. Hey, I'm looking for a mission that only I can accomplish. Nobu, who was dressed like an Indian, protested and still lingered in front of the commission board. Don't worry, little one. Makarov patted Cheng Feng on the head and said with a smile, There will be opportunities, but your task now is to eat well and grow up well. Tell me first, what is your name? I don't know my previous name. Now, I have named myself Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng raised his head and said seriously, I'm really strong. My magic is to receive magic, I can receive the souls of heroic spirits. Cheng Feng? It's great to receive magic, but right now, your body is still growing, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Makarov said with a smile, then stretched out his hand to carry Cheng Feng to the counter, and said to Cheng Feng, Since you want to join Fairy Tale, I need to give you a guild seal first. Which color do you like? Where? Gold, I want to cover my heart. Cheng Feng pulled his collar, revealing his chest full of ribs. Looking at Cheng Feng's exposed body, Makarov's eyes softened. Cheng Feng must have suffered a lot along the way. With such thoughts emerging, Makarov took action himself, picked up the guild seal, changed the color, and printed it on Cheng Feng's heart. Seeing that a fairy tale magic mark was left there, Makarov he touched Cheng Feng's head and said, Okay, now you are also a member of Fairy Tale. Cheng Feng responded and pulled up his clothes. Thank you, Grandpa President, I'm going to work. After saying that, Cheng Feng jumped off the counter and was about to go to the entrustment board to take a look. But when he was about to leave, he was grabbed by Makarov's big hand. Cheng Feng, take a good rest first. Makarov asked the waiter to prepare a piece of food for Cheng Feng, and then said to Cheng Feng, Since you said you are strong, then let's compete with the members of our guild. If you can defeat them, I will let you go to work. May I? All right. Cheng Feng was a little discouraged. Although Makarov meant well, if he didn't have a stable income to draw cards, it would be very difficult for him to improve his strength. However, he took a mouthful of seafood fried rice and put it in his mouth. Cheng Feng looked at Makarov. As long as he can defeat the contestant, he can accept the commission and go out to work. With this thought, Cheng Feng speeded up, finished a plate of seafood fried rice quickly, and then picked up the juice. After a gulp, Cheng Feng ran up to Makarov and said, "Grandpa President, I'm ready." Makarov looked at Cheng Feng, who was eager to try, touched his beard, and said, "Tuno, come and compete with Cheng Feng. You are a light magician, not very powerful. Don't hurt the child." "Okay, President." Following Makarov's words, a man with short hair and glasses stood up. Wearing a t-shirt and shorts, he was exceptionally ordinary, with nothing eye-catching about him. Cheng Feng thought carefully for a moment. There is no information about this person in my mind. It is estimated that this guy should also serve as a background board in the plot. Then let's get started. Cheng Feng looked at Tuano, who stood up. Without saying a word, his body flashed with light, and the next moment he transformed into the image of Inuyasha. Whole body reception. So fast. Makarov watched Cheng Feng complete the reception in an instant, and nodded in his heart. At such a young age, he can complete the whole body reception. Such a talent is definitely a good prospect. It is also because of this that Makarov does not want to let him go. Cheng Feng went to work so early. After all, children still need to have a better childhood in order to heal the wounds in their hearts. Chapter 8. A light lit up in Tuano's hand. He looked at Cheng Feng's new image and said, "It's very cute, but you have to be careful next time." As he said that, Tuano waved his hand suddenly, arrow of light. In an instant, 3 arrows condensed with light shot towards Cheng Feng quickly. Cheng Feng's golden pupil shrank, and he exerted force on his feet. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and he rushed towards Tuano. The soul-dispelling iron claw in his hand was already in place. Clang! The soul-dispersing iron claw collided with the arrow of light and shattered it instantly. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned, and some even looked at Cheng Feng in disbelief. How old is this guy? He can actually hit it. Although light magic is not good at attacking, the light arrow is still powerful as an attack method. It is enough to see how powerful Cheng Feng's attack is. The explosive power and wrist strength are very strong, but the attack method is a mess. However, at such an age, it is normal. Makarov squinted his eyes and looked at it, giving Cheng Feng a score in his heart. Actually put the light into it, it's broken, it seems powerful. Tuano didn't panic when he saw this scene. He clapped his hands and the light suddenly lit up. A wall of light blocked Cheng Feng. The soul-dispersing iron claws collided with the wall of light. Cheng Feng only felt a numbness in his fingertips. The wall of light, the defense force, made it impossible for Cheng Feng to break through. Cheng Feng, who did not believe in evil, hit the soul-dispersing iron claw twice, but still failed to break through. Seeing this, a cage of light was ejected towards Cheng Feng. He started to avoid the cage, and his body burst out with light again. When the light dissipated, Cheng Feng turned into a young man with short blonde hair, and his right arm and left leg became metal prostheses. Is there anything different? Watching Cheng Feng transforming, Tuano was stunned for a moment, and then with a wave of his hand, the cage of light turned into a rope and wound towards Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng landed, clapped his hands, and then pressed it on the ground. The ground surged, and the soil and gravel formed a wall, blocking the rope of light. Styling magic! Everyone murmured in their hearts. But the next moment, they saw Cheng Feng reaching for the ground and shaking it, and soon a dark short spear appeared in his hand. Looking at the direction, Cheng Feng suddenly threw the short spear towards the light. Shoot away from the wall! Ding! With a crisp sound, the short spear was blocked by the wall of light. Taking this opportunity, Cheng Feng transformed into the image of Inuyasha again, dodged the ejection, and bypassed the earth wall towards the rope of light that was wrapping around him. Stop struggling, you can't break through my wall of light, Tuano said helplessly. President Makarov didn't let him use too much force, but he kept his strength back. If he went all out, he would probably be able to tie up the little guy in an instant. Not always, Cheng Feng said lightly. He had already arrived in front of the wall of light. His body shape changed, and he put his hands together and placed them on the wall of light. Just when Tuano was wondering what this guy was going to do, suddenly the wall of light disintegrated, revealing a large hole. What? Tuano was startled, but Cheng Feng took the opportunity to pass through the wall of light and rushed towards Tuano with a short spear in hand. Not disintegration, but separation, transforming the original light wall form. Makarov looked at the obvious extra piece on one side of the wall of light, and instantly understood what Cheng Feng had just done. Very thoughtful, but that's about it. Makarov muttered in his heart, and then said, "That's it, Tono, let's trap him first." "Okay, got it, President." When Tono saw Makarov speaking, he naturally didn't need to restrain himself. He suddenly took action, and a rope of light appeared around Cheng Feng at lightning speed. Cheng Feng looked at the ropes around him. The next moment, the ropes it wrapped around him and instantly wrapped Cheng Feng into a rice dumpling. "It's over, Cheng Feng, now you know, you still have a long way to go before you can complete the task independently." Makarov spoke, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. "I haven't lost yet." Cheng Feng's voice came out from under the ball of light, and the originally strong rope broke instantly. When Cheng Feng rushed out, he was already in the form of Inuyasha. The only difference was that Itachi appeared in his hand. It was Yukizako. Hand holding the snow and walking away, a familiar feeling came over Cheng Feng, holding the handle of the knife in his hand, and suddenly shouted, "Wind injury." As Cheng Feng suddenly swung his knife, the next moment, a hurricane was set off in an instant. In an instant, the lively people around him were directly implicated, and the tables and chairs were thrown away, causing everyone to yell and curse. As the target of wind injury, Tuanyo also screamed strangely, and his whole body erupted with fierce light, and a thick layer of light shield firmly protected it. The hurricane struck on the shield, and the shield shook for a while, and Tuanyo was inside. There was also a moment of helplessness. I don't know how this kid suddenly burst out with such a powerful attack. If it hits someone, it will definitely do something bad. And Cheng Feng's attack also directly drained his own magic power and reduced his reception state. It was lifted directly. Holding the hilt of the knife, he panted and looked at the shield of light that was still unbroken, and understood the difference between himself and ordinary magicians. But what he didn't expect was that even without Tai Suiya, just with ordinary Tata Snow, you can also cut out the wind wound. You know, in Inuyasha's setting, the wind wound can use the gaps between the demonic energy emitted by the opponent to cut out a strong hurricane, even in one go, killing hundreds of monsters at once. But here, there are no more rules. As long as you have a knife in your hand, you can use your own magic power to perform wind damage. However, this is definitely a good thing. The power of this move is too great. Using it once, it directly drained his magic power and he couldn't even maintain the state of absorption. Crack! The light shield was broken, and Tono looked at Cheng Feng depressedly and said, "Boy, you are too cruel." "That's right, look what's become of the guild. Damn it, so many tables, chairs, plates, and wine glasses are all broken, it costs a lot of money." Money. Cheng Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the familiar words. He turned around and looked at Makarov, who was about to cry without tears and his face was ashen. Cheng Feng immediately raised his hand and said, "Grandpa, President, I can repair things and give them to you. Do I get paid? From now on, I can fix everything that is broken in the guild." "I'm kidding, Edward is good at alchemy. As long as everything is complete and he can build a table, chair, or something, he still has to hold it in his hands." After hearing Cheng Feng's words, Makarov's expression suddenly turned gloomy, and he jumped down. He patted Cheng Feng on the head and said, "It hurts feelings to talk about money. Cheng Feng, you don't have anywhere to live now anyway. Let's do this. There is an attic at the top of the guild. You can live there. As for the rent, don't mention it. Just help repair things in the future. Okay, deal. After saying that, without waiting for Cheng Feng to refuse, Makarov made his decision. Makarov also burst into laughter in his heart. With Cheng Feng as his treasure, those gangsters in the guild will never fight again in the future. Cheng Feng can repair everything that has become tattered. How much money will be saved? Chapter 9. Cheng Feng, who was receiving Edward, clapped his hands and slapped the ground suddenly. In an instant, a huge magic circle appeared in the entire guild. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw the broken tables and chairs being quickly reshaped and quickly restored to their original appearance. This ability is great. Makarov laughed so hard that his eyes almost disappeared. God knows how many times he, the guild leader, has used his own money to replace things for the guild, and how many times his own treasury has been empty. Now, Cheng Feng is here, and he in the future, the small treasury will be secured, and drinking will become more enjoyable. After Cheng Feng restored the guild to its original state, he originally expected to make some money by repairing things, but it ended like this. However, Cheng Feng didn't feel that he was being used for nothing, because Makarov also showed his sincerity. You know, in Magnolia, Lucy rented a house with the cheapest rent for a month. 70,000 J, plus daily food expenses, the monthly cost is at least about 100,000 J, and Cheng Feng can now live in the guild loft and eat 3 meals a day for free, so to speak. Cheng Feng saved 100,000 J in a month, so it was acceptable to repair tables and chairs. The only pity was that there was no way for new cards. The guild became lively again, and Cheng Feng lay down depressed. On the table. What's wrong? Makarov sat next to Cheng Feng and looked at the depressed Cheng Feng and asked. I have no job, no money, and I don't know how to become stronger. Cheng Feng said in a muffled voice. Cheng Feng, you don't have to be too impatient now. Makarov touched Cheng Feng's head and said in a kind voice, the village was destroyed, and your heart is full of hatred. Hatred is motivation, but you cannot let your life completely fall into hatred. Understand? I know, I didn't care. Before he finished speaking, Cheng Feng was stunned. Yes, even without new cards, he can slowly train and become stronger. Just like Natsu and the others, they weren't that strong at the beginning. They just slowly trained, fought, and studied magic. Didn't their strength also keep improving? Isn't it possible that he can't become stronger without a way to become stronger quickly? No, it's not. Cheng Feng reacted. Although he occupied this body, the soul in the original body did not affect him, but the subconscious in this body still affected him. For example, I was crying before, but now I just want to become stronger quickly. It's a headache. I guess if I really want to completely integrate with this body, I really have to go to the Tower of Paradise and sort out the matter, so that I can completely stabilize this untimely bomb. Cheng Feng murmured in his heart. Think about it. Makarov didn't bother Cheng Feng anymore. He had to untie the knot in his heart after all. All he had to do was to guide these confused children and give them a warm home. That's all. Cheng Feng watched Makarov leave and fell into deep thought. Just as Cheng Feng was thinking about how to train himself and fight with the existing cards, a young man suddenly sat down on the seat opposite him. Boy. The little boy looked straight at Cheng Feng and said, the look in your eyes reminds me of my old self. Live well and you will have unlimited possibilities. Cheng Feng looked at the other party. Gray for Pasta, the ice-shape mage. Gray looked at Cheng Feng. As soon as Cheng Feng came in, he found that he was very similar to his former self. Although he looked different, there is nothing wrong, but Gray can feel the aura of determination and revenge in Cheng Feng. Others may not understand it, but as a person who has experienced it, Gray understands Cheng Feng better than anyone else. Ulu. Inexplicably, Gray thought of his master, the woman who led and taught him, and who also sealed all his darkness. In the past, it was you who guided me. Now, I want to be like you and hope that people like me will not follow my old path. You are you, let's start with the person in front of us. Gray's eyes narrowed, he looked at Cheng Feng and said, I will seal the darkness in your heart. Clam. Cheng Feng looked like an old man on the subway, and he didn't quite understand Gray's brain circuit. But he did think of a good way. That is to take Gray as a sparring partner. Now Gray's strength is probably very different from him. Of course, the condition is that Cheng Feng uses receiving magic. If he only relies on his own strength, it is estimated that Cheng Feng is no match for Gray. But if he can tie with Gray without using receiving magic, will he be stronger if he uses receiving magic? Yes? Well, that's very exciting. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng looked at Gray with bright eyes and said, you must be very powerful, how about we have a fight? No need for magic, just fight normally. This time it was Gray who had a question mark, but at Cheng Feng's invitation, Gray finally agreed. Then, Cheng Feng showed everyone what it means to fight against the five scum. Seeing Cheng Feng being beaten up by Gray, everyone in the guild couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Makarov burst out laughing and a mouthful of wine spilled out. There was no way, Cheng Feng's performance just now was indeed too impressive. Now without magic, everyone realized that Cheng Feng was just a little kid at the moment. Without magic, they could deal with him with one hand. Cheng Feng, you can try partial reception. This can also increase your combat effectiveness, so you don't have to be beaten all the time. Makarov wiped away his tears from laughter and gave a kind reminder. Cheng Feng shook his head and got up from the ground. Although receiving magic is one of my powers, my body is also my power. Only when my body becomes strong enough can I better exert the power of my own magic. Cheng Feng charged at Gray again with persistence. Gray was speechless, stretched out his hand, grabbed Cheng Feng's fist, threw it over his shoulder, and Cheng Feng fell again. At this point, Cheng Feng was sore all over. He had no choice but to stop, and Gray was relieved. He was a little embarrassed to keep beating the opponent like this. Cheng Feng got up and rubbed his sore area, feeling that he had given up fighting Gray for the time being. Thought. While you can't work now and have time to feel at ease, train yourself. At least, I can beat Gray to a pulp without using magic. Cheng Feng thought to himself, and began to plan his training methods for the next period of time. As for the other girl Kana, she has not yet become a tomboy, and she has no way to contact her now. Some small thoughts, or let's collect it first, and working hard to improve our strength is the right way. Chapter 10. Cheng Feng settled in Fairy Tale. Although the attic area was not too large, it was more than enough for a bedroom. In the following days, Cheng Feng also started exercising regularly. 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer long run. Even after completing these, Cheng Feng also joined the study of swordsmanship and received training in magic. Basically, everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild can only see Cheng Feng eating in the guild during 3 meals a day. At other times, Cheng Feng cannot be seen at all. Only Gray occasionally went to see Cheng Feng and found out that no one else could find the place where Cheng Feng often went to exercise. Spring passes and autumn comes, and a year passes quickly. It's a pity that Cheng Feng is not bald, but he has become stronger. And this year, Cheng Feng also understood the refresh rules of free single draws from ordinary card pools. Well, you are right, you will get a free draw once a year. God Pit. With a towel hanging around his neck, Cheng Feng wiped the sweat from his face while checking his current situation. Name, Cheng Feng. Level, 1. Body, 5+, 64. Strength, 7+, 68. Sensitivity, 7+, 72. Skill, Receive Magic. Equipment, Snow Walking Card Slot, Satan, Inuyasha, Irika, Kunao, Edward, Sonic, Safety Pants. In 1 year, Changfeng's basic attributes have improved a lot, but compared with the blessing of cards, it is undoubtedly too difficult. But Changfeng didn't think so. After a year of training, Changfeng's body has not only become stronger, but more importantly, Changfeng's control over his body has become stronger. This is critical. For example, if it were in the past, when Changfeng received the Inuyasha card, it would take about 0.8 seconds from the time when the thought emerged to when the body reacted. But now, this time has been shortened to 0.1 seconds, and whether it is attacking, defending, or moving, the body is more flexible, and the strength has been increased by at least 30%. In addition, after practicing hard for so long, Changfeng has improved a lot in terms of swordsmanship and magic power reserves. He will never again be in a situation where he will be completely exhausted after using one move of wind injury. After looking up at the position of the sun and touching his belly, Changfeng exhaled, "It's almost done. Let's go have lunch first." After that, he ran back to the guild along the path. Pushing open the door and just stepping into the guild, Changfeng saw a girl wearing a small armor, long crimson hair, and an eye patch at the guild counter, who was stamping the guild seal. "Urza." Changfeng suddenly spoke. Suddenly he realized, why did he suddenly call her? Shouldn't he? Oh, no, they should know each other. After all, they are from the same village. But that's not right. He shouldn't directly call her. Changfeng had a headache. It seemed that he thought he could control this body, but he didn't expect that some subconscious reactions of this body would still affect him. Urza suddenly heard someone calling her name and immediately followed it. The voice looked towards the door. "Are you Caesar?" Elsa looked at the young man with black hair and golden eyes at the gate, slightly dazed, and then looked at Changfeng in disbelief. Changfeng was also stunned at this moment. He had been here for more than a year, and then he knew, what is the name of the original owner of this body? But this name is a bit tragic. Before Changfeng could react, Urza had already jogged up to Changfeng and said incredulously, "You actually still alive? Weren't you hit by magic? How did you survive? It's great to see you, but unfortunately the village, it's great anyway." Looking at the excited Urza, everyone in the guild immediately turned their attention here and prepared to eat. Among them were Gray and Kana, who were hiding aside. "That." Changfeng scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "I'm sorry, I don't remember what happened before when I woke up. I just subconsciously shouted out, 'Are you someone I used to know?'" After hearing Changfeng's words, Urza was stunned at first, then showed regret, and finally sighed. Seeing that Urza had no desire to say anything, everyone suddenly became anxious. What a waste of such a good opportunity! They looked at Gray, as if Gray had a better relationship with Changfeng. Otherwise, Gray watched everyone turn their eyes to him, swallowed his saliva immediately, and then was sold out. "Well, Changfeng, since Urza knows you, how about you chat while eating? Maybe Urza tells more about your past, and your memory will be restored." Gray stood up, directly breaking the already stiff atmosphere. "Also." Changfeng nodded and said to Urza, "Let's chat while we eat. The guild's food tastes pretty good." "All right." Urza nodded, looked at Changfeng and said, "Your name is Changfeng now." "Well, I couldn't remember my previous name anyway, so I gave myself a name." Changfeng nodded and led Urza inside. When everyone saw this, they immediately vacated a table in the middle and motioned for them to sit here. Changfeng looked at a group of guys eating melons and knew that even if they went to the corner, a group of people will follow. Since we can't hide, we might as well say it openly. Changfeng and Urza sat down face to face. Gray sat next to Changfeng, and Kana also came over and sat next to Urza. Soon the food and drinks were served, and Changfeng and Urza had a good meal. Urza also told Changfeng some information about this body. First of all, the original owner of Changfeng's body was called Xisa, and his parents were. They are farmers in the village, and their family is not very wealthy, but Xisa's parents are very hard-working, so their family is doing well, at least, better than the orphan Urza, Simon, and Kagura. Sa is very caring, so she will help Urza from time to time, so Urza is still very grateful for Xisa's care. When the arrest occurred, Xisa's parents were killed because they protected Xisa and organized villagers to resist, and Xisa was also killed. She was bewitched and plunged into the dry well. Urza wanted to help, but what did you expect a little girl with no strength to do? Not to mention that she was kidnapped. Gray and Kana both sighed while others looked at Changfeng with some pity, feeling that Changfeng was really pitiful as he listened to everything in silence, feeling the anger gushing out of his body. I also sighed slightly in my heart. It is necessary to go to the Tower of Paradise, otherwise it will definitely be fatal if the thoughts are not clear. Maybe only by solving the Tower of Paradise can Changfeng completely control this body. Chapter 11. Urza's arrival did not change Changfeng's life too much. On the contrary, because of Changfeng's existence, Urza, who had always hidden her inner feelings in the original plot, was quickly integrated into the fairy tale guild under Changfeng's influence, and her relationship with Changfeng was also very good. In contrast, Changfeng also had a dedicated sparring partner. Compared with Gray, Urza is very responsible. When faced with Changfeng's request, she completes it meticulously and does her best to help Changfeng improve his strength. Makarov saw everything and nodded silently in his heart at Changfeng's changes. Changfeng, come here. On this day, Makarov called out to Changfeng, who was about to exercise after a quick breakfast. Changfeng walked up to Makarov, looked at Makarov and said, "Grandpa President, what's the matter? Is there anything else that needs to be fixed?" Makarov shook his head slightly, patted Changfeng on the shoulder and said, "Not bad, much stronger." Changfeng smiled and scratched his head. He had just come to Fairy Tale, and his whole body was really skin and bones. After this year's exercise, plus the supplement of nutritious meals, he also swelled up like a balloon, and his skin was very tight. Although he is not full of tendons, he has well-proportioned lines and a handsome face. He has great development prospects as a model. During these times, I have seen all your changes. Makarov looked at Changfeng and said kindly, "So as the president of the guild, I inform you, Changfeng, that you are now qualified to go to the commission board to accept the commission." Real. Changfeng was extremely pleasantly surprised. Being able to accept commissions means that he has income. Having income means that he can earn money. By earning money, you can draw cards, and by drawing cards, you can become stronger. Changfeng can become stronger quickly. The time has come. Makarov looked at Changfeng, who was eager to give it a try, chuckled, then took out a commission form from his arms and handed it to Changfeng. "I have chosen a suitable commission for you. Practice your hands." Chang Feng took the order and took a look at it. The order was simple. It was a farm on the outskirts of Magnolia. At this moment, the farm was attacked by a group of rabbits, causing the crops to be destroyed, so the fairy tale wizard was entrusted to clean up the rabbit. The rabbit here is not the cute little rabbit in the fairy tale world, but a magical beast that is the size of a calf and can spit wind bullets. But it is not very dangerous. It is difficult for ordinary people, but for magicians, as long as the number is not hundreds or thousands, it can be easily solved. As for the reward, it can be said that it is a low difficulty. I commissioned the best product with high reward. "Okay, Grandpa President, I'll be right back," Changfeng said excitedly, and then ran towards the outside of the guild. Until Changfeng disappeared, the waiter who was wiping the wine glass said, "President, this is against the rules. This task is only 30,000 J, 20,000. This is the salary I gave Changfeng." Makarov waved his hand, picked up the wine bottle and took a sip of wine. This little guy Changfeng has repaired so many things for the guild over the years. It would be outrageous if he just gave him a place and food to repay. Okay, I know. The waiter nodded and went to deliver drinks to people. Makarov looked at the door and sighed in his heart, little guy, it will go well. The farm on the outskirts of Magnolia is not far away. It only takes an hour to run there. This is not a difficult task for Cheng Feng, who runs 10 kilometers every day. When Cheng Feng arrived at the farm, he met the owner of the farm, an uncle dressed as a farmer. After submitting the order form and showing the fairy tale guild seal, the uncle took Cheng Feng to the farm's planting area. The planting land of this farm is only a few dozen acres, but with magical ripening, the yield is still amazing. Cheng Feng walked to the edge of the planting field and soon saw the destroyed fence and destroyed crops. Looking at the tooth marks on the fence and the 62 yards of messy footprints on the dirt, Cheng Feng roughly estimated that there were about 30 rabbits in this group. It's not too much, but it's a bit of a hassle if you really have to deal with it. Uncle, let me strengthen your fence first to protect your remaining crops, and then I will deal with those rabbits. Cheng Feng looked at the uncle and said, but we have to pay more for reinforcement. Are you willing? Reinforcement? The uncle was confused and said, do you mean to use earth magic to reinforce it? It's useless. These rabbits have very powerful front teeth and are good at digging holes. Now the fence can't stop them, so they don't dig holes. If they really dig holes, they will cause too much damage to the land. It's not the earth element, but I will use the metal in the earth to make a metal fence for you. If you ask, I can also build a metal layer under the ground for you to stop them from digging holes. Even if these rabbits dig holes, they can't dig a few meters deep, right? Cheng Feng explained, but he didn't buy or sell by force, he just wanted to make more money. Real. Uncle is interested. If it is true as Cheng Feng said, then it can indeed greatly enhance the defense power of his land. How much is that? 100,000 J. Cheng Feng thought for a while and came up with a number. There is no other way. To circle dozens of acres of land, the magic power required is quite considerable. At the same time, Cheng Feng also said that the uncle must prepare the required materials. Otherwise just extracting the metal from the land would only amount to a layer of iron sheet. The uncle thought for a moment, then calculated the investment and harvest, and immediately agreed to let someone get a batch of iron ore. Because of the bug ability of alchemy, whether it is iron ore or iron ingots, the effect is the same for Cheng Feng. Once the materials are in place, Cheng Feng receives the Edward card and activates alchemy, and then the uncle is shocked. In his eyes, these iron ores were like melted plasticine, quickly turning into metal railings. At the same time, a large amount of iron melted into the ground, forming a finger-wide steel plate that surrounded the entire land underground. One lap. In just 2 minutes, the originally huge project was completed. After checking it in shock, the uncle immediately paid Cheng Feng 100,000 yuan without any arrears. Cheng Feng was particularly happy to get extra income. As expected, even if it was a commission, he could earn some extra income. This reward is comparable to some missions of encircling and suppressing bandits. So this time, Cheng Feng made a lot of money. Chapter 12. I'm back. 3 hours later, Cheng Feng returned to the guild, carrying a large bag with a large amount of vegetables in it and a cheerful look on his face. You know, it would take him 2 hours just to travel back and forth. In other words, it only takes an hour to deal with those rabbits. And more of them were looking for traces of those rabbits. They found the rabbit nest and cut it out with a blow of wind. The remains of the rabbit nest directly flew into the sky with a piece of land more than 10 meters long. They couldn't die anymore. Died. So fast. Everyone in the guild was stunned for a moment when they saw Cheng Feng coming back so quickly. Makarov was also stunned for a moment, then he coughed dryly and said to Cheng Feng, you did a good job. By the way, the employer's leftovers. The deposit of 20,000 J is kept with us. Come and collect it. And a deposit. Chang Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran to Makarov and got 20,000 J. After counting the banknotes, Chang Feng put them away with satisfaction. This task is so profitable. I was a favor. Plus the entrustment reward. It's already 150,000 J, and there's still 20,000 J in deposit. One mission is 170,000 J. Grandpa, President, if you ever have such a mission again, remember to come find me again. Etc. What did you say? Makarov said with a look of disbelief after hearing everything. I said there will be such a mission again. Not this sentence, but the previous sentence. Makarov said in disbelief. Others also looked at Chang Feng. 170,000 J for one task. Chang Feng said cautiously. How did you get so many? Makarov looked strange and looked at Chang Feng and asked. Oh, I suggested that the employer strengthen the fence and gave me a suggestion to help with it. He gave me a reward of 100,000 yuan. Then I overturned the house and the rabbits and became completely extinct. The employer took a look. And then gave me the reward. Listening to Chang Feng's explanation, everyone looked at Chang Feng with strange expressions. Good guy, this guy is simply squeezing out all the value when doing commissions. A job of 30,000 J, he did it for hundreds of thousands J. More importantly, people think your work is worth the price. This little guy was born to do this. At this moment, everyone had such an idea in their minds. Chang Feng didn't have too many ideas at the moment. He just walked to the commission column and began to select suitable commissions. At the same time, he was constantly thinking about how to get rid of these tasks. Earn enough other rewards. Soon, Chang Feng chose a nearby lake cleaning task. After a brief meal, Chang Feng set off immediately to the lake, contacted the employer, and gave suggestions. After adding money, the employer agreed, and started busy completing the proposal, cleaning up the lake, and completing the commission. After this commission, Chang Feng successfully received 90,000 J including a reward of 10,000 J, which once again confirmed the feasibility of his idea. Feng returned to the guild as if he had been beaten to death. After everyone learned the news, they were completely confused. They looked at Chang Feng standing in front of the commission column and chose the commission. For a moment, they didn't know if it was because they were not good at it or if it was the other party. It's so evil. In the following days, Chang Feng completely turned into a commission machine, constantly accepting commissions, completing commissions, and of course constantly making suggestions for adding money. However, he did not always have good luck, and some people would accept them. Some people were reluctant to his suggestion, but Chang Feng couldn't force it. When the magicians in the fairy tale guild saw that the orders that had been densely packed were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, they panicked for a moment. There is no way, Chang Feng is too busy. If they don't roll up together, they may even have a problem with the money for food. When everyone opens the book, the order list shrinks rapidly. Gone? What about my many commissions? Why is it gone? Chang Feng stood in front of the empty commission column, completely confused. After hearing Chang Feng's words, the few remaining people in the guild all looked at Chang Feng with resentful eyes. When can commissions not be done? So what are you doing? You see, it's okay now. In order to protect ourselves and not starve to death, we all join together and don't have to play anymore. Grandpa President. Chang Feng looked at Makarov. Makarov almost choked to death after drinking. After dry coughing several times, he looked at Chang Feng and said, Xiao Feng, you have been working too hard these days. You must know how to work and rest. Combine. Take it easy for a few days, take a rest, and don't fall behind on exercise, right? Listening to Makarov's words, Chang Feng nodded helplessly. Forget it, it's really hard to run out every day during this period, and even have to live outside. And now that he has saved a huge sum of 3 million J, it's time let's have a refreshing round of 10 games to improve our strength. Everyone watched Chang Feng leave the commission board and all breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as Chang Feng sat down, he suddenly stood up and said, "That's right. I remember there seems to be a guild called Ghost. We can snatch their commission. Everyone, please be a human being." Makarov was stunned for a moment when he heard Chang Feng's words, and then a drop of cold sweat broke out. The relationship between him and Joseph was not good to begin with, and now Chang Feng is so troubled. With all Fairy Tale's missions completed, there is no doubt that more and more missions will be sent to Fairy Tale in the future, but it will squeeze other guilds. The number of commissions from Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tale both belong to the most famous magic guild in this country, so if Fairy Tale has more commissions, the number of commissions from Ghost will naturally decrease. I know, I guess there will still be quarrels in future meetings. Well, forget it, the boat will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. If anything happens, even those small-minded people can't defeat me. Makarov thought happily. When he thought of this, he didn't panic at all. And Chang Feng sat down and opened the game interface. With a huge sum of more than 300 J, before Chang Feng could ask for Feng Temptation, the game interface jumped out impatiently, and a limited time event offering recharge and rebates even popped up, offering a mysterious gift for the first time. Chang Feng glanced at it. Obviously, after not charging for more than a year, this copycat mobile game is already hungry, especially knowing that Chang Feng has a huge sum of 3 million J, it would be a shame not to squeeze Chang Feng dry in one go. Copycat mobile games are terrible. Although Chang Feng really wants to whet his appetite for this crappy game, this game understands him very well. These limited-time activities are still very attractive to Chang Feng, so he only left 4 or 5,000 J. In an emergency situation, Chang Feng put all the 3 million J he had saved into the game in one breath. Chapter 13. Recharge 30,000 Spirit Stones and receive an additional 3,000 Spirit Stones. The mysterious gift has been sent. Looking at the received Spirit Stones, Chang Feng did not open the mysterious gift for the time being, but looked directly at the card drawing interface. The accumulation of 33,200 Spirit Stones is now Chang Feng's peak. 980 for 10 consecutive rounds, I can draw 33 high-level 10 consecutive rounds in one go. Even if it is guaranteed, at least it can get me 7 or 8 guaranteed gold cards. I don't believe it anymore, pump it for me. Golden cards were flying, and soon 10 cards stayed in the air. As they flipped, a combination of 1 gold, 1 blue, and 8 green appeared. Others were too lazy to look, and Chang Feng looked at the golden cards. Harinmara fragments, gold, *20. Looking at the fragments of the Zanpakut, the corner of Chang Feng's mouth twitched. Then, he fired another 10 consecutive shots. Sanji, gold, somersault cloud, gold, *20. 2 gold, and a character, it's okay. Chang Feng put Sanji into the card slot, and the attributes of his whole body were improved again. Continue. Immediately afterwards, I don't know if a Sanji card was exhausted, and what followed was all fragments. Fragments were just fragments. They were all different characters and equipment, and they couldn't be combined into one complete card. Especially in the 22nd 10-game series, 3 gold cards were obtained. As a result, Chang Feng was almost completely defeated by the 3 experience cards. Breaking the defense. Seeing that there were only 11 chances left, Chang Feng took a few deep breaths, stood up and went to the toilet to rinse his face with cold water and wash his hands a dozen times. Chang Feng sat back down and started the 10 consecutive rounds again. The cards were flying, and after flipping over, Chang Feng was speechless. Not even a red shadow can be seen. While thinking this, Chang Feng, who was a little self-defeating, did not bother to confirm again and again, and directly drew out all, and then made sure to open it 10 times in succession. For a moment, Chang Feng was stunned by 10 red figures. Escanor, red, 10, Giro, red, 10, Giro, red, 10, Philosopher's Stone, red, 10, Bengayu, red, 10, Jiro, red, 10, Plum Leotas, red, 10, Beerus, red, 10, God, red, 10, Philosopher's Stone, red, 10. Looking at the red fragments that emerged, Cheng Feng quickly opened his backpack. Looking at the fragments of Jiro, the acupuncture expert in the backpack, he suddenly thought to himself that it was a pity. Now there are 40 pieces of Jiro's fragments, and there are still 20 pieces left. Can synthesize a red card. Jiro, the acupuncture master, is a man who can acupuncture the earth. If he hadn't died in the plot, I guess Kojiro would have been enough to complete the finale. It's a pity that he didn't get it together, otherwise Cheng Feng would have wanted to. Try to see how strong Jiro will become if he takes over. After putting away the fragments, Cheng Feng looked at the golden ones again. Yes, having 2 adult cards is considered a consolation prize. Cheng Feng was pleasantly surprised, and then he checked 2 cards. One was something that Cheng Feng didn't expect. The Spirit of the Halberd Eater, Medicine King Xinping Sochhen. Unfortunately, this is a gourmet show. Even if Cheng Feng is blessed on the body, the attributes are basically unchanged. It is worse than a white card Satan. But keep it. Cheng Feng started to think about it. If he accepts Soma Kohei, he might be able to become a chef. After all, when he accepted the commission, he had already seen some commissions for chefs in restaurants. With the 2 of Sanji and Soma Kohei card, then Cheng Feng can accept these requests. And when he saw another card, Cheng Feng's eyes really lit up. The Yandame, Yellow Flash, looked at the card. Cheng Feng immediately equipped the yellow-haired man into his card slot and replaced Irika's cards. Then, Cheng Feng selected the remaining purple cards, blue cards, and green cards. Feng's attributes and card slots are all brand new. Name, Cheng Feng. Level, 1. Body, 6+, 184. Strength, 8+, 173. Sensitivity, 7+, 201. Skill, Receive Magic. Equipment, Snow Walking. Card slot, Inuyasha, Gold, Namikaze Minato, Gold, Sanji, Gold, Sonic, Purple, Elizabeth, Purple. According to Cheng Feng's estimation, Cheng Feng's attributes are already extremely exaggerated. Even the 3 attributes of Urza's physical strength and sensitivity at the moment are only around 100, which is comparable to that of the humanoid Tyrannosaurus. With the blessing of cards, Cheng Feng can now surpass Urza, but the attributes are attributes, really. In the battle, all aspects must be considered comprehensively, not just comparing attributes. But it doesn't matter. Cheng Feng smiled slightly, and he was ready to torture Gray. But before he tortured him, Cheng Feng opened the mysterious gift. Congratulations on getting the card upgrader, 10 purple blank cards. Looking at what was opened, Cheng Feng was confused. But as he studied it carefully, he immediately understood the function of this card upgrader. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is a function of synthesizing cards. Cards you don't need can be randomly synthesized into new cards. Every 5 cards of the same level can be synthesized into a new card of the same level, every 10 cards of the same level can be synthesized into an advanced card. For example, if you put the 10 purple blank cards as a gift. As the card upgrader is activated, the 10 purple cards are shattered and turned into purple light that is injected into the center, and with the 10 purple lights injection, a golden card emerged. Weather Stick, Gold, Dot. Looking at this card, Cheng Feng immediately understood that he had no use for it. And he had just drawn so many unused cards, and now they are useful. This is pretty good. Cheng Feng experimented several times, and soon all the green and blue cards in his hand turned into purple cards. After the purple cards were synthesized, they finally fell into Cheng Feng's hands, leaving only 3 gold cards. 2 of them were character cards. The cards were all daily cards and could not add any attributes. Chang Feng put them aside and prepared them as dog food cards in the future. The only thing Chang Feng could use was a prop card. The sword appeared in Chang Feng's backpack space. Hitsugaya Tashiro's sword, the strongest ice and snow Zanpakuta in the Soul Society, Harinmaru can still emit bursts of energy even without the beginning. With the cold sword, Chang Feng nodded with satisfaction. It can be said that with this weapon, Chang Feng will basically not have to change weapons for a long time. Harinmaru has a wide attack range and can freeze the air with more than just spiritual pressure. The water forms an ice dragon, which can even control the weather and add ice and snow damage. Who wouldn't love such a sword? Chapter 14. Next to the river, there is an open space where Chang Feng exercises daily. Urza was wearing armor, and her eye patch had been taken off at this time, and her eyes had been treated with artificial eyes by Granny Barusika. She stood in front of Chang Feng, holding the night sword and looking at Chang Feng. Are you going to use magic this time? Attack with all your strength. Chang Feng stood there, waving to Urza and said, my receiving magic is receiving the souls of heroic spirits. I have been working hard during this period to save coins to provide for heroic spirits. So now, I very strong. So that's it, I said. Why are you working so hard? Gray, who was sitting on the side, suddenly understood, looked at Chang Feng and said, Chang Feng, come on. Same as the original plot, at this moment Urza is the absolute child king of fairy tale. Except for Laxus, who doesn't deal with it very much, Gray has fallen into Urza's hands many times. So when I see Chang Feng and Urza share used her magic to fight with all her strength, and immediately she ran over to watch the fight. So let's get started. Elsa saw that Chang Feng was so confident and nodded. Change your clothes and wear the heavenly wheel armor. The next moment, the armor on Urza turned into the armor of the heavenly wheel. Looking at the armor that was still tightly wrapped, with 2 more steel wings, Chang Feng smacked his lips in his heart. It seems that the current armor is not Urza. It's a complete body armor. It is estimated that the armor will need to be further adjusted when she grows up, but it is enough. I'm on it. Urza's eyes condensed, her hands clenched the swords, and she exuded a powerful aura. Her body leaned forward slightly, and then she exerted force suddenly. Her whole body was like an arrow leaving the string, moving at an alarming speed. Rushing towards Chang Feng, her figure left a trail of shadows in the air, and she came to Chang Feng in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the 2 swords in her hands also waved, turning into 2 dazzling moon arcs. With a fierce sword energy, he slashed towards Chang Feng. Chang Feng took a deep breath, and his whole body burst into light. The next moment, Chang Feng's hair turned golden, wearing a moon-white royal robe, and he had 2 more in his hands. The strange-looking art kunao. Too slow. Seeing that Chang Feng had just taken it all in, Urza immediately shouted and slashed down mercilessly with both swords. Slow? This is not slow. Chang Feng chuckled and threw out the kunao. Urza was stunned for a moment, because Chang Feng's kunao did not attack her at all, but went behind her. Out of stock. Urza was a little confused, but the next moment, Chang Feng disappeared in front of her, and her slash failed instantly. Disappeared? Wrong. Its spatial ability. Urza turned around suddenly, turned around with her swords and slashed behind her. Ding! The 2 swords collided with the kunao, and Chang Feng was directly slashed and flew out. After landing, his feet dragged 2 traces on the ground. After stopping, Chang Feng held a kunao in his hand, looked at Urza and said, as expected of Urza, her combat reflexes are really fast. Is this your new ability? Urza pointed her sword at Chang Feng and said, the speed is okay, but that's it. Of course not, I'm coming. Chang Feng chuckled and disappeared instantly. This trick again. Urza turned around instantly and slashed out with both swords. But the next moment, Chang Feng threw a kunao again and disappeared. Urza's attack failed and she immediately looked towards the place where the kunao was thrown. Sure enough, Cheng Feng appeared next to kunao. It seems that transferring requires that kind of strange weapon. Urza understood instantly. Just when she was about to take action, she saw Cheng Feng taking out 7 or 8 more kunao. Urza suddenly had a headache. She raised her feet and took out the kunao in front of her. Wuji kicked him out. Swish swish swish. The art kunao instantly fell around Urza. At this moment, Urza also had a headache as to where Cheng Feng was attacking from. I'm not afraid of the quantity. Elsa's magic power exploded, and night swords suddenly appeared behind her. As expected of Urza, she has such fighting power at such a young age. Cheng Feng sighed in his heart, and then disappeared from the place. At this, Elsa immediately caught Cheng Feng's traces, swung her sword suddenly, and shot 2 night swords towards Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng stood still and did not move, and on his right hand, a blue weapon rotating at high speed suddenly appeared. Colored balls. Raise Nan. Cheng Feng suddenly rushed out and rushed towards the knight's sword. He waved the raised nan and collided with the knight's sword. The sudden impact force knocked the knight's sword away in an instant. The art of shadow clone. A burst of white smoke erupted, and in an instant 3 more identical Cheng Feng appeared around Cheng Feng. At this scene, Urza and Gray, who were watching the battle, were stunned. So, go ahead, don't blame me for bullying the less. *4. The 4 Cheng Feng spoke and disappeared in place, forming a quadrilateral and surrounding Urza. 4 Red Sun Formation. In an instant, Urza was surrounded by a rectangular barrier with red transparent flames on all sides. Urza wanted to break out, but found that the barrier was extremely strong, and the surface was even burning with flames. She continuously attacked the barrier with the night sword, but still unable to break through. Urza smiled bitterly, reluctantly removed her clothes and said to Cheng Feng, I give up, I can't break through this barrier at the moment. Seeing Urza admitting defeat, Gray suddenly became excited. And Cheng Feng dispelled the 4 Red Sun Formation, and the 3 shadow clones also turned into smoke and dissipated. Feeling the experience fed back by the shadow clones, Cheng Feng laughed. In this way, in the future, you can really use the cheating device when exercising. Gray ran over and said excitedly, Great, Cheng Feng, you have defeated the big devil. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, Urza's iron fist hit Gray on the head. Gray immediately covered his head and squatted down, with a big swelling on his head. Deserve it. Cheng Feng had no sympathy for Gray's experience at all. He released the receiving state and was about to take Gray to try Sanji's card. He suddenly felt keenly that his own attributes seemed to be enhanced. What's going on? Cheng Feng was stunned for a moment, and then immediately opened the character interface. Name, Cheng Feng. Level, 2. Body, 8+, 184. Strength, 10+, 173. Sensitivity, 9+, 201. Looking at the improved levels on the panel, Cheng Feng was stunned. Did he defeat Urza? You know, he has been studying how to upgrade for more than a year, but no matter how hard he tried, the level has not changed. But now, he has upgraded. In an instant, Cheng Feng thought a lot and then looked at Gray with shining eyes. Gray, come and fight me. Cheng Feng said to Gray, the kind that uses magic. Ah! Gray raised his head and looked at Cheng Feng with tears in his eyes. Then, he was pulled up by Cheng Feng, and the two started fighting. 2 minutes later, Gray fell to the side, and Cheng Feng shook his right foot. Let the devil's wind feet cool down. When he opened the character interface and saw that it had been upgraded to level 3, Cheng Feng realized. It turns out that upgrading requires the collision of magic, and you can only upgrade after defeating powerful enemies. Chapter 15. Hey, Gray, let's have another fight. In the guild, Cheng Feng smiled brightly and approached Gray. Gray glanced at Chang Feng, rubbed his livid eyes, and turned around to leave. Urza, let's go exercise. Urza, who was sitting there with her back to Chang Feng, couldn't help but tremble even though she was wearing armor. She stood up suddenly, showed Chang Feng a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "I'm sorry, Chang Feng. Feng, I have a commission, so I have to take the first step." After saying that, Urza immediately ran out of the guild. Chang Feng looked at Urza's back and stretched out his hand to keep her, but Urza ran faster. "That, Kana-chan. You are sexually harassing." Kana, who was wearing a dress, looked at Chang Feng, picked up the book and left without looking back at all. "Uncle Macau. There's something wrong with my family. Uncle Wakaba. Xiao Feng, I'm going to get married. Let's not talk anymore. Ridazal. I want to go out and sketch. I'm leaving. Nobu. This there is actually a commission suitable for me. I'm going to leave now and stop talking." Chang Feng. Ever since he learned that magic combat can be upgraded, Chang Feng has also fallen into a crazy battle. Anyway, the commission will not come for a while, and the new commission will either not be able to grab the others, or it will be too late. Makarov didn't allow him to accept the commission, so he simply worked hard and concentrated on improving his strength. At first, he still pulled Gray and Urza, but when they realized that they were no match for Chang Feng, they couldn't handle it. In order to prevent the other party from fighting so frequently, he avoided Chang Feng and then extended his claws to other people in the guild. At first, Chang Feng was not able to defeat the guild members well, but as time went on, Chang Feng continued to practice and receive several cards alternately. His strength and combat experience improved at an extremely terrifying speed, directly overpowering others. In the end, it became what it is now. Chang Feng lay on the table depressedly and opened the current character interface. Name, Chang Feng. Level, 10. Body, 27 plus, 184. Strength, 28 plus, 173. Agility, 28 plus, 201. 5 months. Reached level 10 in one breath, and as the level reached level 10, Chang Feng felt that he could receive the abilities of the two cards into himself. This was definitely a qualitative leap. And Chang Feng estimated that, if the level continues to increase, he may be able to receive more cards, and even receive all 6 cards. By then, Chang Feng may have collected 6 red cards. After receiving it from him, Chang Feng felt that he could beat the Black Dragon Acknowledger. Unfortunately, the people in the guild did not cooperate and did not give Chang Feng a chance to gain experience. Makarov smiled at the frustrated Chang Feng, then handed Chang Feng a commission and said, "Chang Feng, you can try this commission. I think you can try the Crusade mission." Chang Feng took the order sheet and took a look at it. It marked the commission to conquer the Lizardman. Chang Feng's eyes lit up. Makarov had never accepted such high-intensity crusade tasks for him before. Even if it was a crusade, it would be such weak monsters like rabbits. Therefore, Chang Feng guessed that he did not upgrade in the first place because these monsters were too weak and did not provide him with the experience that only Urza and the others had. Only by fighting them and defeating them with a certain level of strength can you gain a certain amount of experience and level up. When he thought of this, Chang Feng sighed inwardly. His golden finger was already half broken, and he had no clues. "Guess for yourself, sometimes I'm really tired." "Grandpa President, I accept this commission," Chang Feng said immediately. He had an impression of lizardmen. They are very powerful monsters themselves, and they are good at water or earth magic. They usually live in swamp areas. Once they escape, they will indeed cause certain damage to the surrounding villages or towns. Not to mention that the commission fee is 200,000 J. This lizard man alone can make Chang Feng go there. He can also test it. If defeating the lizard man will also give him a certain amount of experience, then Chang Feng doesn't need to. As a member of the Huo Guild, from now on, you can just focus on completing the crusade mission. Cheng Feng packed up and took a change of clothes. Cheng Feng took the Magnolia train and headed to the commissioned place. After a full day's train ride in the town of St. Caroline, Cheng Feng finally arrived at this town with many nearby lakes. When he got off the train, Cheng Feng saw many people selling a unique fruit. Cheng Feng also spent money to buy a few to try the taste. When you bite into it, juice splashes everywhere. This fruit looks a bit like a pear, but its taste is similar to watermelon, with plenty of juice and good sweetness. After asking about it, I learned that this kind of fruit is a specialty here. Regarding the commission, nearby fruit farmers pooled their money and commissioned a magician to deal with a lizard man who ran away from nowhere. Lizardmen are good at swimming, and there are many lakes here. They are probably good at water magic, which is a bit difficult to do. Cheng Feng had a headache after collecting the information. Many times, the difficulty of the crusade mission is not to conquer the monsters, but more to search for traces of the monsters. If you don't have a clue yet, go and contact the client first and ask about the situation. Cheng Feng ate the fruit and then found the client. In other words, the client. Because this commission was jointly funded by several fruit farmers, and because of this, the reward was a full 200,000 J. He learned from them, as you know, the fruit trees they planted, the fruits Cheng Feng ate, themselves needed a lot of water, so the planting site also relied on water sources. There were many waters near St. Caroline town, which also provided unique geographical conditions. But on the other hand, once monsters like lizardmen who are good at water magic are mixed in, the damage to the orchard will be very great. According to their description, in just one night, their orchard lost hundreds of kilograms of fruit, equivalent to money. There were almost hundreds of thousands of people doing this every day, and they couldn't bear it. They also organized people to resist, but they were all defeated by the lizard people, and many people were seriously injured. Sent to the local guild president's alliance, and then distributed to the fairy tale guild by this alliance. Then the lizard man's target is the fruits of the orchard, and he probably plans to settle here. There is a situation of hurting people, and it really needs to be punished, and the action will be done at night. Cheng Feng pondered for a moment, looked at the fruit farmers and said, I almost understand. Then I will guard the orchard tonight. If the lizard man appears, leave it to me to deal with it. Chapter 16. Night falls quietly, and the fruit farmers go to rest early after a busy day. Of course, this is what Cheng Feng asked for. After all, they are ordinary people. To put it bluntly, not only cannot they help, they may also get in the way. The opponent only has one lizard man, so he can do it alone. Cheng Feng was sitting on the tallest fruit tree, looking at the lake in the distance, and on his lap was a tachi that exuded a chill. The moonlight was bright. Cheng Feng yawned and waited silently. The surroundings were quiet at the moment. If there was any slightest movement, Cheng Feng would be the first to notice it. Wow! Suddenly, just as the moon was high in the center of the sky, Cheng Feng's ears heard a crisp and sudden sound of water breaking. The sound broke the tranquility of the night and made his heart tighten. Cheng Feng quickly stood up without hesitation, standing firmly at the fork of the branch, staring sharply at the water in the distance. I saw layers of fine ripples rippling on the surface of the water. They seemed to be pushed by an invisible force, sweeping towards the orchard at an alarming speed. These ripples do not appear to be natural, but are caused by waves caused by an unknown object moving through the water. Cheng Feng couldn't help but feel vigilant. He stared closely at the approaching water patterns, trying to catch any clues from them. As time passes, the ripples get closer and larger. Come yet! Cheng Feng thought. His black hair turned into gold, and a pair of white dog ears poked out. The next moment, a kunao shot towards the water surface. The sudden attack made the underwater creatures alert, and suddenly a huge wave rushed towards the jutsu kunao. Aha! A burst of sound broke through the air, and Cheng Feng appeared next to Kunao. Looking at the huge waves, he unsheathed the sword in his hand and suddenly slashed out. Wind injury. The wind roared like a ferocious beast, roaring with its teeth and claws. And this powerful hurricane was also mixed with a biting chill, which seemed to penetrate the bone marrow. At this moment, the huge waves and the hurricane faced colliding together. In an instant, the raging waves were frozen into hard ice in an instant. Then, the huge ice sculpture was ruthlessly torn into countless tiny ice fragments by the hurricane, and scattered down one after another. Like a feast of ice and snow. These ice fragments are flying in the air, shining with cold light, giving people a dreamlike feeling. They are intertwined with the strong wind, forming a spectacular and mysterious picture. Snap! Cheng Feng landed on the water and did not sink. Looking under the water, Cheng Feng sneered and said, "Want to run?" The next moment, the kunao was shot out, and Chen Feng blocked the opponent in front of him. Sitting in the frosty sky, Haran Meru. After the beginning, there was a half-moon-shaped chain behind the hilt of the Haran Meru's sword, and the entire sword was wrapped by an ice dragon. "Come out!" With one slash of the knife, the ice dragon roared and rushed into the water. The entire lake cooled down rapidly from the ice dragon, and the lake water quickly condensed towards the surrounding areas. Bang! The water surface exploded, and a dark green large lizard rushed out and landed on the ice. The lizardman was humanoid, with scales all over his body, which gave him strong defense. He also had the ability to resist water, and was extremely difficult to deal with in places with water sources. However, the entire lake surface was freezing rapidly, and Cheng Feng didn't believe that he could mobilize the lake water to attack. Haha! The lizard man roared at Cheng Feng and suddenly rushed towards Cheng Feng. Water surged above his claws. Well done! Cheng Feng drew his knife, and the ice dragon roared and rushed towards the lizard man. The lizard man's vertical pupils shrank quickly, his legs suddenly squatted down, and he used the slippery surface of the ice to glide while grabbing the ice dragon with his sharp claws. The water blade was like a blade, leaving deep scratches on the ice dragon. Cheng Feng looked at the approaching lizard man and sneered. When the blade turned, a layer of ice blocked the other side of the lizard man in front of him. A claw collided with the ice wall, leaving deep scratches on it, but it did not break the defense. The next moment, the hurricane roared, and the terrifying wind damage set off strong winds, directly shattering the ice wall in front of it, mixed with a large amount of it. The hurricane of broken ice suddenly hit the lizard man. The lizard man hurriedly put his arms to protect the vital part of his head. However, it was too late. The extremely powerful hurricane hit hard with countless broken ice. It hit him. These pieces of ice were like sharp ice knives shining with cold light, mercilessly cutting into the lizard man's hard scales. In an instant, the lizard man felt a sharp pain, and the scales on his body seemed to be blown away by the strong wind. At the same time, the lizard man was knocked several dozen meters away by the huge impact, and fell heavily to the ground. Although the lizard man looked a little miserable, he was just giving up. He picked up some scales and blocked wind damage. He was proud of himself. Haha! The lizard man roared, swung out his claws, and several water blades struck Cheng Feng head-on. Ice Dragon Spiral Tail. Haran Meru slashed out, and the place where the tip of the knife crossed completely turned into a frozen area. The water blades entered it and turned into ice lumps one after another. They directly lost their kinetic energy and fell down. But this was not an attack by the lizard people. It was his interference. While Cheng Feng was dealing with the water blade, he took the opportunity to distance himself and ran away like crazy. The art of shadow clone. 3 figures rushed out, and the kunao pierced the ice as fast as lightning. The 3 figures blocked the lizard man's retreat direction. The lizard man roared again, but the sound of his voice had already revealed his fierceness. Breath. It doesn't feel too strong, even Urza can probably handle it easily. Cheng Feng chased after him. The ice dragon roared and whizzed directly towards the lizard man. Just when the ice dragon was about to swallow the lizard man, a water blade suddenly slashed out from under the ice. The ice dragon was unaware for a moment and directly cut off. Besides, looking at the same water blade as the lizard man, Cheng Feng suddenly retreated, while the clone held the raised nan in his hand and suddenly blasted it towards the slashing point. Boom! The ice exploded instantly, and a huge lizard man that was more than 3 times larger than the previous lizard man rushed out. The opponent opened his mouth, and a huge water column swept across, and the 3 clones were directly beaten into smoke. That's right. I'm just saying it's a commission worth 200,000 J. Why are the lizardmen so weak? Looking at the giant lizard man's swollen chest, he immediately understood that they were a mother and son. But Cheng Feng suddenly flicked her in Meru and laughed, just to see if defeating you can allow me to level up. The next moment, Cheng Feng disappeared from the place, and when he reappeared, he was already in his previous clone. Hurin Meru slashed out, and the hurricane caused by the wind wound slashed towards the 2 lizardmen. The large lizardman protected them. My own child, the wind wound slashed her body, making a series of sounds, but it did not break through her scales. It's tough enough, so what about this trick? The art kunao was shot out, and when it reappeared, Cheng Feng hit the large lizard man with a spiral pill. Boom! The large lizard man was blown away. It was obvious that compared to the wind injury that caused group damage, the single target raised nan was stronger. The scales on the large lizard man's body exploded, and blood continued to flow. The small lizard man roared and kept throwing water blades towards Cheng Feng. Die! Cheng Feng suddenly swung the ice bullet, and countless ice bullets attacked the small lizard man like a flock of birds. Roar! The huge lizard man let out a deafening roar, but this did not change anything. The cold and biting ice bullets flew away like bullets, easily penetrated the water blade, and mercilessly smashed into the body of the small lizard man. The small lizard man was horrified and his face turned pale. It tried to escape or resist, but it was too late. The ice bullet hit it mercilessly and instantly froze it into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. A weak vibration spread quietly, and tiny cracks began to appear throughout the ice sculpture. These cracks were very small at first, but they quickly spread like spider webs on the ice sculpture, accompanied by a crisp click sound. The cracks suddenly intensified, and finally evolved into an earth-shattering fragmentation. In an instant, countless ice cubes scattered, like a grand ice and snow carnival, the ice sculpture completely disintegrated, turning into flying ice fragments and falling down one after another. The scene is both beautiful and cruel, revealing a sense of indescribable poignancy. Roar! My own child died in front of me. The large lizard man also went crazy and attacked Cheng Feng desperately. I feel sorry for you, but this is work. Looking at the other party's appearance, although the species was different, Cheng Feng was also touched. So, give you a good time. The disorganized lizard man is no longer Cheng Feng's opponent at this moment. In a flash, Cheng Feng disappeared from the place. When he reappeared, Hurin pill flashed past the lizard man's neck. The lizard man was stunned. He stood there, and then fell to the ground unwillingly. Chapter 17. I'm back. Pushing open the door, Cheng Feng walked into the guild. Hey, Cheng Feng is back. How does it feel about your first A-level crusade mission? Welcome back. It looks like it ended successfully. Tisk, it's only been a few days of stability, let me have a good rest. When he returned to the guild, it was still the lively scene. Cheng Feng looked around and found that Makarov was not seen. When the commission was completed, Cheng Feng asked where is the grandpa, the president. There was a regular meeting that he needed to attend and he went out. A waiter explained to Cheng Feng, but the president said he will be back soon, probably the day after tomorrow at the latest. Oh, it turns out that being a president is really troublesome. Cheng Feng nodded, then took out a package from the system backpack, found Urza and handed it to her. Urza, I'll give you the lizardman scales I conquered. They should be used to make armor. Then I'll accept it. Elsa was not polite to Cheng Feng. After all, they were from the same village, and her dress-up magic was also a money-burning magic. Cheng Feng needed Krypton gold to draw cards, while Urza needed Kryptonium is used to create suitable magic armor, so whether it is monster materials or rare metals, Urza must continue to collect them, and then use them to build armors with various attributes to cope with different battles. It requires a large amount of investment, and after the construction is completed, it must be continuously adjusted based on experiments. The amount of money consumed can be said to be huge. Cheng Feng has no good way to do this. What comes to mind is to become an S-class mage as soon as possible and go to the second floor of the guild to receive S-class commissions. You must know that the commissions on the first floor, even if they are A-level, will not exceed 1 million J, and S-level commissions, starting from the beginning. The price is 3 million J, and there is no upper limit. Of course, it is extremely difficult to get an S-level commission, and it will take a lot of time for an S-level magician to complete it, which is the fastest speed currently known. Even when President Makarov was young, it took him a week to complete an S-class commission. What's more, it was normal for him to take 7 or 8 months to hand over the scales to Urza. Feng found an empty seat and sat down, ordered a meal, and looked at his character interface while eating. Name, Cheng Feng. Level, 11. Body, 29 plus, 184. Strength, 30 plus, 173. Agility, 30 plus, 201. This mission verified Cheng Feng's guess that you can gain experience by fighting against magic units, whether they are magicians or monsters. If this is the case, then when accepting missions in the future, you can be biased in accepting more expedition missions. Cheng Feng was eating and thinking the first choice is to conquer monsters and upgrade as much as possible. The second is about the crusade against bandits and the Dark Magic Guild. However, most of these are fat jobs, and they also need to limit the number of people and need someone to help. In the world of fairy tale, commissions related to the subjugation of bandits and the Dark Magic Guild have always been a headache in the past. Because most of these places are crowded with people, and it is easy to fall in if you attack alone. People. If it is too much, the equal reward will seem a bit small, but the gain will not be worth the loss. In the end, the Magic Council passed a bill that after conquering such places, the conquering team will obtain ownership of the funds and rare items held in these places. The internal items are distributed by the Crusade team. As soon as this bill came out, it naturally attracted many people to take risks, and for a while it suppressed these dark forces. After all, no matter how small the opponent is, it is still an organization, and the funds contained in it are huge. It is simply not something that a single person can imagine. This also leads to the fact that this kind of crusade mission will basically be robbed by others as soon as it comes out. Of course, those dark forces are not stupid. After this news, there was generally nothing left in the organization they were in, which discouraged some magicians. But for Cheng Feng, the harvest was still considerable and he could give it a try. After drinking enough, Cheng Feng pushed the bowl and chopsticks away, and suddenly thought of something. By the way, I remember I came to Fairy Tale for more than 2 years, right? Cheng Feng suddenly reacted and asked the guild members who were drinking on the side, is this year 777? After getting a positive answer, Cheng Feng realized belatedly that the time had reached the most critical point. In 777, the dragons disappeared en masse, Natsu joined Fairy Tale, and Mist Gang came to Ah. In Slender, Wendy met Mist Gang, and then Wendy joined the Demon Cat's place, and Layla died after launching the solar eclipse. Cheng Feng smiled bitterly. With his current strength, he was not qualified to intervene in the original plot development. At least, after passing the S-level assessment and becoming an S-level mage, you can consider whether anything can be changed. Cheng Feng thought silently in his heart. The first thing he has to consider at this stage is to upgrade, draw cards, and improve his strength. As for the plot, slow down for now, he can't change anything. Even Leela, what does he have? Are you qualified to intervene? He can't even go to the Tower of Paradise. Although Jalal is easy to deal with now, Brian can defeat Cheng Feng with just one hand. When I was thinking this, a voice full of energy suddenly came from outside the gate. That's awesome, Grandpa, is this your guild? It's really awesome. Following the sound, Cheng Feng saw a boy with short cherry-colored hair and a white plaid scarf around his neck. Behind him was Makarov wearing a clown hat and holding a staff. Cheng Feng looked at Natsu, who appeared, and immediately understood that the eclipse gate had been opened and Layla was dead. What a pity. Cheng Feng sighed. One was because Lucy lost her mother at a young age, the other was because he didn't have time to look for Wendy. It was estimated that she should have been taken to the Demon Cat Inn by Mist Gang at this moment. But, should he tell Natsu that the Igneel he had been looking for was actually in his own body? Forget it, it's better not to say it, otherwise it won't be easy to explain how you know. Keep a low profile. Don't be too aggressive and cause a lot of trouble for yourself. After thinking about it, Cheng Feng decided not to rush in and develop steadily, at least until he has the strength of an S-class magician before considering other things. However, sometimes the more you don't want to provoke, some things will always come to you. Chapter 18. Hey, kid. Someone knocked on the table opposite Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng looked up and saw Lax's arrogant face. You have been very arrogant recently. Do you want to fight with others? How about you come and fight me? Laxus looked at Cheng Feng with an aggressive look. Cheng Feng knew very well what his purpose was. Do not hit. Cheng Feng refused directly. That's not up to you. Laxus sneered, lightning flashed in his hand, and he shot directly at Cheng Feng. Laxus. With a roar, Cheng Feng was not allowed to take action. Makarov took the lead to block it, and protected Cheng Feng with his huge palm. Laxus's electric light hit his palm, but it had no effect. Laxus looked at his face. The angry Makarov shouted in displeasure, Old man, what do you want to do? It's what you want to do. Makarov said angrily. You want to take action against your companions in the guild. Makarov couldn't understand why the originally well-behaved child became like this. I want to be the next president of Fairy Tale. Old man, please retire. Laxus said coldly. No one can stop me. Hey, I can't pretend I didn't hear what you said. Before Makarov could speak, Cheng Feng stood up, looked directly at Laxus and said, unfortunately, although I don't want to be the president, I am quite satisfied with the title of the fourth generation. Interested in? Therefore, I will not leave the title of the fourth generation guild president to anyone. So you want to be my enemy? Laxus's forehead was throbbing with veins, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes as he looked at Cheng Feng. You can try. Cheng Feng responded without hesitation. Their eyes collided in the air, and sparks burst out between them. You two, please calm down. Makarov had a headache. With one hand, he directly suppressed Laxus and Cheng Feng. There is a new person here to join. If he doesn't leave a good impression on the other party, what is he going to do? Not dead. Cheng Feng and Laxus fell silent, but when they looked at each other, it was obvious that the feud was settled. This naughty kid needs training. Cheng Feng knew very well who Laxus was. After thinking about the fairy tale civil war, he made up his mind that the first plot he wanted to change was to erase the fairy tale civil war. As the core of this plot, Laxus SI, he must settle it first. Ignoring Cheng Feng's mental activities, Makarov looked at the shocked Natsu and said with a smile, Are you okay? Aren't you scared? Amazing. It turns out that there are so many powerful people in the guild, I'm excited. Obviously, Makarov is overthinking. How could a stubborn person like Natsu be affected by this? President, is this a newcomer? Kana glanced at Natsu and asked Makarov. His name is Natsu Dragneel, he masters the lost ancient magic. Oh? To actually master such a rare magic. When other people heard this, they immediately became interested. Certainly. Natsu puffed up his chest and said, my dragon-slaying magic was taught to me by my father Igneel. Igunir? Who? Never heard of it. I don't know, it's probably some old monster. Igneel is not a monster, he is a dragon. Fire dragon. Listening to the murmurs of the guild members, Natsu suddenly shouted, but soon he said a little discouraged, but he disappeared in front of me, dragon. Facing the legendary creature, everyone was stunned. They wanted to say that this was impossible, but looking at Natsu's depressed look, they couldn't say this. Idiot, how long has it been since the dragons disappeared? There are no dragons anywhere in the world. Just because others won't say it, doesn't mean Laxus won't say it. There are dragons in this world. Just when Laxus finished speaking, Cheng Feng suddenly spoke, confusing everyone who had not had time to react. Is there a dragon? Have you seen it with your own eyes? Laxus sneered, with a look of disbelief. Don't tell me, I've actually seen it. Cheng Feng looked at Laxus tit for tat and said, but that guy is a black dragon. I only saw it flying past from a distance, but even so, I can feel how terrifying that guy is. Black dragon. Everyone was confused. Seeing that Cheng Feng said he had a nose and eyes, they couldn't guarantee whether what Cheng Feng said was true. Natsu looked at Cheng Feng with excitement and said, have you seen a dragon? Can you take me there? I want to ask him if he has seen Igneel. Hearing Natsu's words, Cheng Feng was speechless. Where did he go to find Aknologia? Even if he found it, if Natsu went to ask, he would probably be bitten to death by Aknologia. Sorry, I just took a look from a distance. I don't know where he went. Cheng Feng could only do Tai Chi and did not tell Natsu the truth directly. Natsu was a little disappointed. On the other hand, seeing that his words were overturned by Cheng Feng, Laxus's forehead was throbbing with veins. He looked at Cheng Feng and whispered, you guy. Cheng Feng looked at Laxus, who was already like a powder keg and would explode at the first touch, and sighed slightly. Do you really want to fight me? Certainly. Laxus clenched his fist and said with lightning flashing, but I won. You have to stand at the door of the guild and shout I am weak 100 times. Good. Cheng Feng also looked at Laxus and said, but you lost, kneel down and apologize to Grandpa Guild Master. Hearing Cheng Feng's words, Laxus' anger suddenly rose up, and the lightning around him became even more intense. You guy! If you don't hurry, get out of here. Who wants to fight with you? As soon as the provoking method came out, Laxus immediately fell into the trap. After all, he has a naughty character and is young himself. How can he withstand provocation? Cheng Feng. Laxus, ugh. Makarov couldn't help but sigh as he watched the two of them facing each other, but he didn't stop it. When others saw this, they also became interested. Cheng Feng and Laxus can be said to be the two strongest people of the younger generation. The two of them are going to fight, and it looks like they are going to do it for real. So this fight is worth paying attention to. While thinking this, Cheng Feng and Laxus had already walked out of the guild. Seeing this, other people also followed out and waited for the fight between the two. As for the two of them fighting until the end and they couldn't stop fighting, they are not worried at all. After all, Makarov's title of Holy Ten Mage is not just for boasting, but for real strength. What kind of waves can these two little brats create in front of Makarov? Chapter 19. The two of them had just stood upright when Laxus suddenly let out a deafening roar. Along with this roar, an indescribable powerful force spurted out from inside his body. In an instant, countless dazzling lightnings swept over like a frenzy. The surrounding guild members who were just bystanders were now frightened by this sudden power. They looked at Laxus with horror on their faces, and secretly speculated in their hearts, how did he develop such terrifying strength? At the same time, the stone slabs under Laxus' feet could not withstand the impact of this powerful magic power and began to crack. Pieces of gravel flew everywhere, shooting around like bullets, bringing up bursts of smoke. The whole scene became chaotic, but Laxus stood firmly in place like a god of war, unaffected at all. At this moment, many guild members discovered that Laxus' strength was so high, and they became a little worried about Cheng Feng. Clang! With a soft cry, a sword appeared in Cheng Feng's hand at some unknown time. Waves of cold air spread around. This appearance made the spectators stunned. Urza, did Cheng Feng use that knife when he sparred with you? When Gray saw this scene, he couldn't help asking Urza. No, depending on the situation, it should be an ice magic item. Elsa looked serious. It seemed that Cheng Feng was really going to take action. Bing, let me take a look and learn. Gray's eyes were on Cheng Feng, ready to learn something secretly. The most annoying ice. Natsu muttered, feeling the unpleasant temperature. Ah? Did you just say you hate ice, you bastard? What's wrong, you naked pervert? I always see you unhappy. Want to fight? I'll accompany you. You too, please stop it. Boom. Boom. Natsu and Gray fell to the ground with two big bags on their heads. They couldn't argue anymore. Otherwise, if they continue like this, they will probably start fighting here before they start fighting. Boom. The ground exploded, and Laxus rushed towards Cheng Feng like thunder. His heavy punches were mixed with violent thunder, and he hit Cheng Feng. Sitting in the frosty sky, Heron won. Cheng Feng sighed softly, and the Heron pill began to dissolve. The next moment, an ice dragon roared and rushed towards Laxus. This magic item is so powerful. Where did you get it? Not sure. Looking at the ice dragon that Heron Mary rushed out, everyone was shocked, including Laxus. But there was no time for him to react. He knocked back the ice dragon with one punch, but he was also hit by the ice dragon. Retreat. Ice. Laxus felt the cold air on his fist. The electricity surged in and stimulated the cell activity. The cold air was directly dissipated. Don't you use to receive magic? Why not use it? Do you look down on me? Laxus roared, suddenly raising his hand. Lightning gun. The lightning instantly turned into a spear and shot towards Cheng Feng quickly. As you wish. Cheng Feng's hair turned golden, and a royal robe appeared on his body. The next moment, a dozen Cheng Feng appeared next to Cheng Feng. Boo-hoo-hoo! The art kunao was shot out instantly, and more than a dozen kunao were inserted into Laxus's surroundings at random intervals. Seeing this scene, Urza and Gray couldn't help but said it's begun. What started? Hearing what the two said, the people around looked at the two. As you read, you will know that no one can keep up with Cheng Feng at this time. Gray spoke, and following his words, a dozen Cheng Feng immediately disappeared and appeared around Kunao. 4 Red Sun Formation. The barrier rose, directly surrounding Cheng Feng and Laxus. Trap me? Laxus looked around, then at the Cheng Fengs in front of him. It doesn't look like that. Raise Nan. Many clones are attacking Laxus. The 4 Red Sun formations have blocked the surrounding area, and there is no place where Laxus can hide. However, Laxus does not need to hide at all. Thunder and raging waves. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the surging thunder fell from the sky like a giant dragon, with endless power and shock. In the blink of an eye, the thunder gathered into a huge thunder ball, shining with dazzling light. Then, the thunder ball suddenly exploded, and countless violent thunder and lightning rushed around like a group of ferocious beasts. Those clones were unable to resist such a terrifying attack. Their bodies were baptized by the thunder and lightning. They exploded and turned into smoke and dissipated. After the thunder passed, Laxus looked at Cheng Feng, who blocked the attack with an ice wall, and sneered, "That's it." "Of course not." The ice wall shattered. Cheng Feng looked at Laxus and said calmly, "I'm just buying a little time, and at the same time, I'm trying not to let the next attack destroy the surrounding area. Pretend to be a ghost." Laxus let out a deafening roar and suddenly raised his right fist. His arm muscles were tense and his veins popped out. He concentrated all the magic power in his body into this punch, forming a highly concentrated ball of compressed thunder energy. This ball of thunderous energy shines with a heart-stopping light, and rushes forward with a destructive power. This powerful force explodes like a small nuclear bomb, everywhere it passes. Everything seemed to be torn apart. In the blink of an eye, it hit Cheng Feng hard and swallowed him up completely. For a moment, there was lightning, thunder, and smoke, and the whole scene became extremely spectacular. Just when Laxus thought that Cheng Feng couldn't take the blow, Cheng Feng's voice suddenly came out from the thunder. "Explosive flow." The next moment, the thunder that swallowed Cheng Feng suddenly turned and rushed towards Laxus. "What?" Seeing his proud attack being bounced back, Laxus was stunned, and then he was swallowed by the thunder. "It's over." Everyone looked at Laxus, who was swallowed by the thunder in the barrier, and spoke with some uncertainty. "Not yet." Makarov's face was heavy, because he knew that his grandson had a trump card. Only he knew this trump card. Of course, Cheng Feng also knew it. Because his weak body could not withstand the powerful magic power from his grandfather, he was implanted with the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal by his father Ivan at great risk, and thus became the second-generation Dragon Slayer mage. Click, click, click. As if the sound of chewing apples sounded, Laxus, who was in the midst of thunder, opened his mouth and swallowed the thunder in one mouthful after another. This strange scene directly shocked the jaws of the spectators. Natsu looked at this familiar scene, blinked his eyes, and said uncertainly, "Is it dragon-slaying magic? I can also eat fire like this." After hearing Natsu's words, everyone looked at Makarov. Makarov did not speak, which also represented acquiescence. Laxus took a long breath and swallowed all the thunder. He wiped the corners of his mouth, and there was a faint look of dragon scales on his cheeks. "Thanks for your treatment." Laxus sneered at Cheng Feng and said, "You will definitely lose." Roar of the Brontosaurus. Laxus opened his mouth, and a stream of dragon's breath spurted out, rushing towards Cheng Feng. Looking at the extremely violent thunder, Cheng Feng's face remained calm. He knew very well that he had not fully mastered the blast burst, so he forcefully resisted it. There was nothing he could do about the thunder dragon's roar. But, why did he have to resist it? Cheng Feng ducked and disappeared, avoiding the blow while silently accumulating magic power. "It's not just you who has the trump card." Cheng Feng flicked the blade, and biting coldness spurted out. Feeling this chill, Laxus immediately distanced himself from Cheng Feng and looked at each other warily. As the coldness grew stronger, Laxus no longer waiting, a thunder dragon's collapse fist hit Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng sighed and once again used the shadow clone to block it. "Swastika, it's a bit difficult. Is it because I'm not at a high level, or because I don't have enough magic power?" Cheng Feng looked at the shadow clone buying himself time, once again mobilized all the magic power in his body and poured it into her in pill. Chapter 20. Exchange it for me, I want 10 draws in a row. Still feeling no response from Harin Meru, Cheng Feng gritted his teeth and directly charged 200,000 J into the game. There was no limited time event, so he could only redeem 2,000 spirit stones. Immediately afterwards, he directly chose to draw a card and put the obtained experience card directly into Harin Meru. Harin Meru was directly upgraded to level 30. At the same time, Cheng Feng was reminded that Harin Meru was at its full level and 10 Harin Meru fragments were needed to upgrade it, which would increase Harin Meru's level. Chang Feng did not hesitate and directly chose to use the Hurin pill fragments he had collected last time. Hurin Meru advanced, and there was an extra +1 symbol at the end. After completing all this, Chang Feng's shadow clones were all defeated, but they never paid attention to Chang Feng's Hurin pill. With the injection of magic power, they finally responded to Chang Feng. It's over. The biting coldness surged again. Chang Feng held the Hurin pill in his hand and said coldly, "Swastika, da Honglian Hurin pill. Call." In an instant, the entire barrier was filled with wind and snow. A giant frost dragon and a pair of ice wings appeared behind Chang Feng. The dragon's mouth bit on the handle of Hurin Meru, and its arms were even more powerful. Shrouded in ice, a piece of lotus petals made of ice crystals condensed in the air behind them. Even through the barrier, people around them could feel the biting cold, making them couldn't help but take a few steps back. And Laxus in the barrier was even more unbearable. Even though he kept the electric current stimulating his whole body, a large amount of broken ice began to appear on his limbs. 10 seconds. This is after the swastika was solved. Chang Feng immediately understood how long he could hold on. So Chang Feng had no extra time to waste. In the first second, Chang Feng suddenly slashed out with a knife. In the second second, 3 or 4 icicles appeared, rushing out in an instant, trapping Laxus directly. In the third second, the cold air filled the air. In the fourth second, the thunder dragon's roar hit the icicle. At 6 seconds, the thunder dissipated, and the icicles were reduced a bit, but they were still standing. At 7 seconds, the ice crystals appeared out of thin air, swallowing Laxus bit by bit. At 8 seconds, the 1,000-year ice prison was completed, and Laxus was directly killed. It was frozen in it. At the 9th second, the lotus petals were broken. At the 10th second, Chang Feng knelt down on one knee. The Hurin pill was inserted into the ground, supporting Chang Feng and not falling down. Dispersed. The 4 red sun formation shattered, and everyone froze in place looking at the huge icicles that were more than 10 meters high, and the frozen Laxus in them. 1. It's too strong. What is this? Do we people still have a way to survive? Seeing Laxus defeat, the guild members asked themselves. In Chang Feng's state just now, they had no means of resistance when facing Chang Feng. Once trapped, the only thing waiting for them would be to be frozen. There is a way to go. Gray was also looking at the frozen Laxus. At that moment, he seemed to see the figure blocking him. Ulu. Gray called silently in his heart, but unfortunately, that voice would never ring again. In this competition, Chang Feng wins. Makarov spoke to end this farce. He looked at the tired Chang Feng and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The thin child back then has grown to this extent now. Give him some more time, maybe Holy 10 is not his limit. While thinking, Makarov walked to Chang Feng's side, stretched out his hand to support Chang Feng, and a ray of magic power entered Chang Feng's body. Relying on this ray of magic power, the originally dry magic power began to recover quickly, and Chang Feng exhaled. Zhuangqi looked at Makarov next to him and said with a smile, "Grandpa President, I won." "Well, you win. Your growth has opened my eyes." Makarov touched Chang Feng's head, then looked at the Millennium Ice Prison and said, "As for Laxus, let me do it." Chang Feng spoke. After gathering some strength, he was in the 1,000-year ice prison of Hurin Meru. The originally indestructible 1,000-year ice prison instantly shattered and turned into ice shards all over the sky, bringing some relief to this hot summer. Cool. And Laxus also broke free. His whole body was cold, and there were a lot of frostbites on his body. I lost. Laxus looked in disbelief. He didn't expect that he would lose after exposing his dragon-slaying magic of thunder. Looking at Chang Feng, who was sheathing his sword in front of him, Laxus was in a trance. "Laxus, let's take care of his injuries first." Makarov looked at Laxus' embarrassed look and wanted to say something, but finally endured it. After all, he is the president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Sometimes, he cannot put family ties first. Let me do it. Cheng Feng opened his mouth and used his newly recovered magic power to directly receive the Elizabeth card. The next moment, Cheng Feng's black hair turned white and became longer, and his bangs on his forehead also covered one of his eyes. Elizabeth, among the 7 deadly sins flows the witch with the blood of druid, is also the heroine in the anime. She has the healing light that can cover the entire capital and completely restore all dying people. Laxus's simple frostbite was in Elizabeth's hands. It was not a problem at all. The healing light appeared, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, Laxus's injuries were healed. There are actually heroic spirits with healing magic. Watching Laxus recover, Makarov was also shocked. Healing magic is an absolutely rare magic in the world of fairy tale, not to mention that with healing magic, the survival rate of many magicians will be greatly improved. Improvement. If that guild had such a magician, he would definitely treat him like a treasure. Laxus looked in a daze as he looked at the recovering body. Okay, it's time to finish your work. Cheng Feng cancelled the reception and looked at Laxus. Laxus stood up, looked at Cheng Feng and said calmly, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't keep his word. After that, Laxus walked up to Makarov, knelt on the ground, hit his head heavily on the ground, and said to Makarov, old man, I was wrong. Do you know where you went wrong? Before Makarov could reply, Cheng Feng stood there with his arms folded and said, you are actually still a child who has not grown up at the spiritual level. Because you have been carrying the expectations and pressure brought by your grandfather's reputation since you were a child, you have been pursuing paranoid pursuits. Although he wants to have companions because of his strength, he cannot even make friends because he insists on maintaining a strong image. If you want to change anything, you must first recognize the reality and lower your attitude, you bastard. After Cheng Feng finished speaking, the face of Laxus, who was kneeling on the ground, had white eyes and a face full of horror. How could this guy be possible? And after hearing Cheng Feng's words, all the Fairy Tale Guild members started to express their anger. Looking at Laxus, who was kneeling on the ground, his expression was a little subtle. Chapter 21. Facts have proved that Laxus's nature is not bad, he is just a willful naughty child. Otherwise, in the original plot, Laxus activated the super magic fairy law, but no one in Magnolia was injured afterwards. The fundamental reason is that the fairy law is only effective for those who are considered enemies in their hearts, so Laxus Sass truly loves fairy tale. That's why it is said that Laxus is just a child who is a little willful and cannot see his own heart clearly. However, if it is placed in an ordinary family, the guidance of parents and the warmth of the family will naturally solve this problem. But here, it doesn't quite apply. First of all, Laxus' father Ivan was not a good bird himself and was driven away by Makarov early. When he first watched the anime, Cheng Feng didn't understand how a person with Makarov's personality could give birth to a person with Ivan's personality. Next is Makarov, who is busy as the guild leader and naturally has no time to care about Laxus' inner growth. Finally, Makarov never told Laxus about the matter between Makarov and Ivan. Maybe it's because the family scandal shouldn't be made public, or maybe it's because he doesn't want Laxus to be exposed to these bad things. But Laxus had grown up and he had his own ideas. His father was driven away inexplicably. He didn't understand it, so he naturally resented his grandfather Makarov. All things considered, this is what caused Laxus to change. But this time, Cheng Feng cut through the mess with a sharp knife and directly exposed the little secret in Laxus's heart to the sun. Although it effectively nipped off the signs that Laxus was about to grow crooked, for Laxus, he was completely dead. The image of a tough guy who originally showed a tall and majestic character has now been reduced to an ignorant brat. The difference between him and Laxus has also led to the fact that more than 2 months have passed since the incident, and Laxus has not shown up in the guild. According to rumors, Laxus is reflecting on his past. But in fact, he probably has no face to see anyone, and it will probably take a while before he can come out. Cheng Feng and the others were naturally happy to see this, and Makarov also found an opportunity to chat with Cheng Feng. Although there was a lot of fuss, in a nutshell, Makarov thanked Cheng Feng for waking up Laxus. At the same time, he was optimistic about Cheng Feng's current strength, and at the same time, he vaguely mentioned to Cheng Feng that he now accepts some flaws and drawbacks of magic. After chatting with Makarov, Cheng Feng also fell into deep thought. Makarov can be said to have awakened the dreamer. Cheng Feng's current strength is pretty good, but the actual problem is huge. First, there is the clutter of cards. Various cards are mixed together, but they are not systematic. For example, take the Sanji card. Cheng Feng rarely receives the power of this card. Putting it in the card slot is just to supplement the attributes. Half-demon, ninja, alchemist, various systems are mixed together, and it is actually very difficult to show their due strength. So what Cheng Feng has to do next is to group the cards, just like Urza's dress-up magic, to combine the cards into a deck for combined reception. If you use a knife, then all 6 cards are characters that use a knife. For physical skills, then the 6 cards are all characters using physical skills. With this distinction, Cheng Feng only needs to change the deck to change his battle mode with one click. As for the second point, which is also the most critical point, that is the limitation of Cheng Feng's own magic power. Just like Kakashi in the early days, if he knew too much, his Sharingan would run out of blue after a while, so what the hell? The same is true for Cheng Feng now, but in fact, compared to his peers, Cheng Feng's magic power reserve is already considered top-notch. What limits him is his age and his accumulation. The cards he has are strong enough, but he doesn't have the corresponding magic power to drive them. When Cheng Feng reaches the age of 17 or 18, he will naturally be able to show his due strength. But for Cheng Feng, if he really wants to change something, then he must first exert the strength of the card. Then, magic power reserve will be a big problem. To solve the problem, in addition to training the magic power reserve in a targeted manner at this stage, as for a faster way, that is the second magic source. In the plot, in order to participate in the Great Demon Director's War, Natsu and the others opened the second source of magic with the help of Iridia, directly wiping out the 7-year gap. If Cheng Feng can activate the second magic source, then there is no doubt that he can immediately overcome the early period of insufficient magic power. When he grows up, he will naturally not have to worry about the consumption of magic power. The former problem is easy to solve. As long as I have enough money to give me Krypton gold, the number of cards will increase and I can form a deck that suits me. The only trouble is that it takes a lot of resources to cultivate so many cards, but as long as the money is available, everything is not a problem. As for the second question, Cheng Feng thought about it carefully, and then realized that if he wanted to open the second source of magic, he couldn't get around a magic. The Arc of Time. As a lost magic, there are few records of it. If there is a template for Cheng Feng to learn by himself, Cheng Feng still has a way to learn it and then activate the second source of magic. But there is no place to learn at all, so in the end, the problem will fall on Arusha. You have to go through her to open the second source of magic. However, Arusha, who is now staying in the Devil's Heart, is not accessible to Cheng Feng at all. Therefore, it is simply unrealistic to activate the second magic source. Wait, that's not right. An idea flashed in Cheng Feng's mind, and he suddenly thought of a plan. What is the key to Arusha? Or what does she care about most? There is no doubt that it must be Uru who has sacrificed himself to seal Deliara. If Uru is resurrected, then the estrangement between mother and daughter will definitely be lifted, and even reconcile as before. So how do you accomplish this incredible operation? Cheng Feng looked at the card of Little Bean Edward in his card slot. Made from the human body. Since human beings are refined with body, soul, and spirit, that is to say, as long as these things can be refined, humans can be born without relying on the mother's womb. But in Full Metal Alchemist, it is clearly stated that the human body cannot be successfully refined because it lacks the most critical soul. But here, this most important problem is easily solved. Uru turned into ice, but her body turned into ice. Her soul just lacked the body, not dissipated. What Cheng Feng had to do was to borrow Edward's power to refine the human body, refine Uru's body, and then use this to make Uru's soul break away from the ice and integrate into the new body. When this project is completed, it means that Uru is completely resurrected. When he thought of this, Cheng Feng looked at Gray, who was facing off against Natsu. Find an opportunity to ask Gray where Deliera is now. Chapter 22. Facts have proved that there are many times when ideals are beautiful and reality is cruel. Cheng Feng thought too well after all, but Gray basically said nothing about Deliera and Uru. After all, this thing is the shadow of Gray's childhood and the scar on his heart. No matter how good the relationship is, who would have nothing to do to uncover the scar in his heart? As for showing off the physical training in front of Gray? In this regard, Cheng Feng just wanted to say hee. The refining of the human body is related to the resurrection of the dead. Not to mention the steel refining world, it is also an absolute taboo in the fairy tale world. As long as Cheng Feng dares to use it, believe it or not, Makarov's backhand is a report, killing relatives for justice. Therefore, this matter can only be carried out quietly, and then everyone who knows about it will shut up and pretend that it did not happen. Otherwise, if the news leaks out, Cheng Feng will definitely not be able to take advantage of it. To sum up, there is no evidence, and we don't want to spoil anything. Cheng Feng has no way to pry open the door from Gray. The only progress is to learn from Gray that his master, Ulu's just a name. In response to this, Cheng Feng felt discouraged and began to accept new commissions. There is no way, the second magic source is temporarily put on hold, then the construction of the deck will be put on the agenda. Cheng Feng also wants to start working hard to make money and prepare to draw cards. Defeat the devil? The reward is 180,000 J, not bad. Looking at the few remaining commissions on the commission column, Cheng Feng found a new commission. It recorded the location and reward of the commission. The distance was not too far, and it would only take half a day by train. In addition, the commission marked the location of the target of the crusade as fixed. If the speed was fast, he could be back at night. After accepting this crusade mission, Cheng Feng left the guild with ease. With the system backpack, Cheng Feng was usually very relaxed when working. Compared with Urza's car full of bags and small bags, it was simply enviable. After getting on the train, Cheng Feng closed his eyes and fell asleep. He felt that he and Natsu were absolutely a perfect match. Natsu was dizzy with all kinds of transportation, while he would feel sleepy as soon as he got on. If he didn't sleep for a while, he would still feel sleepy when getting off the train. But compared to Natsu, Cheng Feng had one advantage, that is, even if he fell asleep, as long as he was about to arrive at the station or something disturbed him, he would wake up immediately. Compared with Natsu, who was nauseous all the way, Cheng Feng was obviously the winner. Cheng Feng fell asleep all the way through the half-day train and soon arrived at the entrustment site. I remember that the client was the village chief, and the target location was probably a church in the village. Cheng Feng scratched his head and then walked towards the nearby village. First he met with the client, then confirmed the situation, and finally solved the problem quickly, and then went to have lunch. It should be low risk and not wandering, so deal with it early and eat early. Cheng Feng has done this kind of commission many times, and he is pretty well versed. So even though it was almost lunchtime, he decided to deal with the commission first, and then go to the client's place for lunch. This saves money on lunch. Perfect. While thinking about this, Cheng Feng also arrived at the village. After meeting with the village chief, Cheng Feng learned that the church had been abandoned for a long time. Someone discovered a demon-like creature lurking inside. At first it only made a little noise at night, but now it even makes noise during the day. If I don't deal with it, I'm afraid it will leave the church, and by then, it will be too late. The village chief leaned on crutches, looked at Cheng Feng tremblingly and said, I'll leave everything to you. Don't worry, village chief. Cheng Feng comforted him. Even though I'm young, I've handled a lot of crusade tasks. If you don't believe me, you can check the records. Leave this matter to me and I will resolve it as soon as possible. After talking to the people in the village, Cheng Feng came to the abandoned church on the outskirts of the village alone. Looking at the dilapidated church, Cheng Feng, an expert in art, boldly opened the closed wooden door. Crunch, boom. The wooden door made a harsh sound, and then fell down due to its disrepair, throwing up a burst of dust. Ahem, it's been a really long time since there was anyone here. Wait, there are footprints. Cheng Feng waved his hand and fanned the dust away. When he was about to enter, he suddenly found some messy footprints clearly left on the thick dust on the ground. Squatting down, Cheng Feng looked carefully, found that these footprints are relatively small. Little feet? Or, a child? Cheng Feng muttered softly. But at this moment, there was a sound of tables and chairs being dragged. Cheng Feng instantly raised his head and looked towards the sound. He saw a short figure wearing a black robe appearing in the corner of the church. He saw Cheng Feng looked at himself and immediately ran towards the church without looking back. Stop! Cheng Feng suddenly rushed out, Heron Pill appeared, and with Cheng Feng's slash, biting cold air surged out and rushed directly towards the figure. Damn it! The next moment, a childish and hoarse voice sounded, and an arm like a dead branch stretched out from the black robe, blocking the cold air with a wave of his hand. But this was just a tentative attack by Cheng Feng, and he saw that the other party was fine. After resisting, Cheng Feng laughed. You are so weak, you succeeded. After saying that, he dodged and approached the opponent. He slashed out Haranmaru and was about to kill the opponent with one strike. Stop! Don't hurt your sister! Just when Cheng Feng was about to succeed, two childish voices came out, and Cheng Feng's blade that was about to cut off stopped directly. And as the cold air filled the air, the hood of the opponent's black robe was frozen and shattered, revealing the long white hair underneath and the frightened brown-blue eyes. Seeing Cheng Feng stop, a white-haired little Lolita and a white-haired young lady rushed out and stopped Cheng Feng. In front of them, the two looked at Cheng Feng with tears in their eyes and said anxiously, Don't hurt sister, we are not demons. Cheng Feng was silent, and Haranmaru slowly disappeared. He recognized these three, weren't they the Strauss family? Then the girl in black robe, and her arms like dead branches, it was obvious that she was Myra Jane, the demon of fairy tale in the future. Unexpectedly, after accepting a commission, I would bump into Myra Jane and the other three. Cheng Feng recalled the plot he knew, and then remembered that Myra Jane was possessed by a demon in order to eliminate the demons that were causing trouble in the church when she was a child. As a result, she was hated by the people in the village and was forced to leave the village. Later she met Makarlov was brought to the guild, but now it seems that he came into contact with Myra Jane earlier than Makarov, or, turn him back? Chapter 23. Seeing Cheng Feng put away the sword, Lysina and Elfman just breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, Cheng Feng reached out and passed by the two of them, grabbing Marajana's black robe. Don't want. Amid Marajana's horrified cry, Cheng Feng suddenly used force and tore off Marajana's black robe, revealing the little girl-like outfit underneath. Of course, her withered. Seeing her hidden secret exposed, Myra Jane curled up like a wounded puppy and tried her best to block her right arm with her body. I'm not a devil, I'm not a devil. She just kept repeating the same words. No matter how strong she was still a child after all. As she spoke, tears kept flowing down. Lysina and Elfman also cried. The three of them were originally orphans, but now their eldest sister has become like this. As a family, they feel like the sky is falling. Boom! But at this moment, Cheng Feng flicked his finger and hit Myra Jane directly on the forehead. A sharp pain hit, making Myra Jane, who was still crying, cover her forehead and squat down. Her original sad mood disappeared. Fei looked at Cheng Feng fiercely and said, "It hurts so much. What do you want to do? Do you want to exchange me for a bounty?" When Lysina and Elfman heard this, they immediately became excited and hurriedly protected their sister. Although their strength was not very good, their attitude made Cheng Feng couldn't help but laugh. "I just don't understand what you are crying about," Cheng Feng said with a smile, and then stretched out his hand. With partial reception, Cheng Feng's arm transformed into the claws of Inuyasha's half-demon. Although they are still similar to humans, the sharp nails obviously don't look like humans. "Look!" Holding Cheng Feng's arm, Myra Jane and the others stopped crying and looked at Cheng Feng in disbelief. "As you can see, I have the same magic as you." Cheng Feng retracted his arm, looked at the curious Myra Jane and said, "This kind of magic is called receiving magic, but it seems that you awakened yourself, and I learned it through study. From this point of view, your talent is very good. Powerful. It's just that you don't have systematic study and can't control this power well. If you want, I can teach you how to cancel partial reception." "Real?" After hearing Cheng Feng's words, the three of them exclaimed in surprise. "Certainly. I am a fairy tale guild mage, so I still have some credibility." Cheng Feng raised a finger and said to Myra Jane and the others, "However, I am here to deal with the demons here, but it seems that you have taken away my job. So in exchange, I will teach you how to receive magic. I will take half of the bounty entrusted this time. Why don't you go and grab it?" Mirage became anxious upon hearing this and said to Cheng Feng, "I heard that the village chief took 180,000 J to entrust it. You obviously didn't defeat the devil, why did you take away 90,000 J? Looking at the furious Myra Jane, Cheng Feng shook his head with a smile and said, "You have to know one thing, that is, this commission was transferred to the Magic Guild through the Magic Council. To put it simply, it is officially certified. In other words, only our Magic Guild can receive this reward. Even if you solve the demon, you will not be able to get the reward you deserve. It is only through my intervention that you can get so much. Do you understand? And in exchange, I'll teach you how to receive magic." Listening to Cheng Feng's unhurried explanation, Myra Jane, who was a little grumpy, finally understood. "Feel sorry." Myra Jane apologized to Cheng Feng with a very sincere tone. Cheng Feng looked at her in surprise. You know, in the plot, although Myra Jane was a very gentle person in the later stages, when she was a child, she was a bad-tempered girl. But soon, Cheng Feng realized that Myra Jane became like that, after all, because she was an orphan with two younger siblings. Later, after accepting the demon, he was disgusted by the villagers as a demon and was expelled from the village. During this period, only Myra Jane in the original plot knew how hard he was. She is the younger brother. She is a role model for her sister and cannot fall. Maybe it is because of this that Myra Jane has such a character. Well, since you agree, let me teach you how to master receiving magic. Cheng Feng looked at Myra Jane and said, "After you can transform your arm back, you can go and collect the reward with me. But don't make trouble for me. I don't need you to say anything. You just need to follow my words and that's it. Do you understand?" "Good. I see. We will be obedient." After receiving a positive answer, Cheng Feng calmed down and began to talk to Myra Jane about the use of receiving magic. Myra Jane is indeed a genius, and it is no wonder that she can earn the title of demon. Regarding receiving, Myra Jane was particularly talented in mastering magic. After listening to Cheng Feng's story and experimenting a few times, Myra Jane mastered the key and quickly turned her dead branch-like arms back to white and tender. Something happened here. Cheng Feng took the three of them back to the village and informed the village chief that the demon had been dealt with. While the village chief sent someone to check, he was also curious about why Myra Jane and the others followed Cheng Feng. In this regard, Cheng Feng gave an explanation that he came across it accidentally, and they provided him with some help when he was working. Then the matter was quickly resolved when the villagers came back to confirm. The demon in the church had disappeared, and the village chief also gave Cheng Feng the reward, and also warmly invited Cheng Feng to stay for dinner. Of course, Cheng Feng would not refuse, and he also took Myra Jane and the others to the village chief's house. After having a meal, Cheng Feng was about to leave. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, Cheng Feng looked at Mirage and the others and said, "This is it. Your 90,000 J are given to you. However, Myra Jane, you are very talented in magic. Do you want to come to our guild? It will definitely be much better there than you are now." There was a glint in Mirajana's eyes, but she turned to look at Lysina and Elfman, and finally shook her head. She also wanted to get out of this small village, but she had her own concerns and her own younger brothers and sisters to take care of. Looking at Myra Jane, who shook his head, Cheng Feng smiled and said, "I forgot to tell you, but there are many people of the same age as you and me in our guild, and I am also an orphan. Do you want to come? Bring me with you." Lysina and Elfman together. After hearing Cheng Feng's words, not only Myra Jane, but also Lysina and Elfman's eyes also showed light. "Hello. Wait for us. Go together. Didn't you just shake your head? Anyway, I'm tired of staying in the village, so I want to make a name for myself so that no one can look down on me. Okay, let's go." "Well, let's go." Chapter 24. Oh, is this fairy tale? It's really nice. As night fell, at the entrance of the Fairy Tale Guild, Cheng Feng and Myra Jane finally arrived. Myra Jane looked at the guild building and couldn't help but speak. The lights in the guild are brightly lit at this time, and most people will choose to come over for dinner at this time to reward themselves for a hard day's work, so the guild is also very lively at night. "Come in, this is definitely the best guild in the kingdom of Fiori." Cheng Feng pushed open the door and walked into the guild with Myra Jane and the others. "Oh, Cheng Feng, welcome back. It's really fast. Have you completed the commission again? Nobu, look at this person. Get out. Cheng Feng. Let's decide the outcome. Natsu is here again, Natsu is flying again." Knocking Natsu away with one punch, Cheng Feng said hello to the others. At this time, everyone discovered that behind Cheng Feng, there were 3 white-haired brats. "Is this a child bride?" Clam. Mileage had veins on her forehead, but she almost didn't have a fight with her. Fortunately, Lysina and Elfman were pulling her. They pulled Mirage and followed Cheng Feng to the counter. "Grandpa President, the commission has been completed." Submitted the completed order form to Makarov, then pointed at the 3 Myra Janes and said, "The eldest one I met during the commission is Myra Jane, and the younger one is her younger brother and sister, Alfuman and Lysina. Myra Jane has awakened to receive magic, and since she has nowhere to go, I brought her back." "Oh, I am innately awakened to receive magic. It seems that the little girl is more talented than you." Makarov looked at Myra Jane, a little surprised. "You know, people who can self-awaken magic basically have top-notch magic talents. In addition, they have nowhere to go. If they join the guild, they will definitely be the best choice." So soon, Myra Jane and the other 3 joined Fairy Tale. However, since it was getting late, Myra Jane and Lysina couldn't arrange the 3 of them directly. "Just go to the apartment," and Elfman's words. "Elfman, please stay with me for one night today." Cheng Feng said, "Anyway, there's no problem with me." "Also." Makarov nodded, and it was considered that Myra Jane and the others were temporarily settled. Taking Myra Jane and the others to eat, Cheng Feng scanned around and found no trace of Urza. "Gray, where's Urza?" Cheng Feng stopped Gray, who was only wearing his underpants, and asked. She also accepted a subjugation mission and went out to defeat monsters. "Damn it, when can I take over the crusade mission?" Gray replied, looking a little unconvinced. Ice Cube bastard, in the next life, I will definitely be the first to accept the crusade mission. Natsu rubbed his face and mocked directly. What did you say? Stinky fire. Why, you don't accept it. Let's have a fight. Come, come. You two, give me a break. Chang Feng hit the two of them on the head with one hand and two fists. Natsu and Gray covered their heads and squatted down. Chang Feng shook his fists. I have to say that their heads were really hard. His hands hurt from the beating. It would be great if I could synthesize Jiro. Chang Feng thought as he ate. If there was a card of Jiro, the acupuncture master, there was no need to use fists. The best punishment would be to directly press the acupuncture points and make the two stand in the corner. This guild is really lively. Listener looked around while eating, and whispered to Chang Feng, is it always like this? Well, you just get used to it, it's like being a family when it's lively, isn't it? Chang Feng ate quickly and replied to Listener. Myra Jane and the other three were stunned for a moment, and then they laughed. Yes, they don't hate this kind of atmosphere. Chang Feng. Just when Chang Feng was about to finish dinner, a familiar voice sounded. Chang Feng looked over and found Laxus walking over with headphones on. He looked at Myra Jane and the other two people sitting next to Chang Feng, frowned slightly and then looking at Chang Feng. He said, I have something to tell you. Right here. Chang Feng finished the last bit of rice and said to Laxus, if you have anything to say, just say it. Laxus looked around and saw that there was nothing unusual about the members who were bent on eating melons. When their ears were more pointed than anyone else's, Laxus couldn't help but blush. Then he coughed a few times and said, I heard that you are here. Looking for ways to improve your own magic power, I have some information here, do you need it? You have? Chang Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, I really need it. This is a potion formula that can increase your own magic power reserves, but the contents are difficult to find. If you can complete it, there is a certain probability that you can increase your own magic power by half after taking it. Laxus took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Chang Feng. But the success rate is too low. Whether it is the configuration or the effect after taking it, the probability of successfully improving it is less than 20%, so this is also there's nothing particularly outstanding about this potion. Chang Feng took the note and was stunned when he looked at the pharmaceutical ingredients marked on it. The frost flowers on the surface of marigolds after the first frost, the blood of flying squirrels in the abyss of Urchuo, the tears of mermaids in the cave of the West Sea, and more than 80% of high-purity magic crystals. Looking at the materials arranged one by one on the note, Chang Feng finally understood why this potion was no longer popular. First of all, it's expensive. A conservative estimate of these materials is that it would cost at least 10 million J to prepare them all. Then there is the configuration success rate, which is only about 40%. After taking it, there is only a 20% chance of success. If you think about it this way, don't prepare a 10. The amount of ingredients is not enough to drink. In other words, if you want to succeed, you need at least a base of hundreds of millions of J. This is hundreds of millions of dollars. Even if the big devil wins the championship in martial arts, it will only be 30 million J. This is not an increase in magic power, this is clearly an increase in Krypton gold. After such a comparison, Chang Feng suddenly felt that Arusha's plan was more cost-effective. Oh, wait! Chang Feng suddenly reacted and completed the reception in an instant. He looked at the note again while possessed by Edward. Countless alchemical knowledge emerged in his mind. Combined with the properties of the materials on the note, Chang Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It seems I can find some cheap substitutes. Of course, such an effect will be greatly reduced, but as long as the problem of drug resistance is solved, it can be taken in large quantities to improve the overall effect. When he thought of this, Chang Feng suddenly felt that it was feasible. Exiting from the receiving mode, Cheng Feng said. Laxus waved the note and said, "Thanks, this is very useful to me." "That's good." Laxus breathed out, then looked at Cheng Feng and said, "Cheng Feng, I remember you haven't formed a team yet. How about the two of us forming a team?" Cheng Feng, "Hey." Everyone, "Hey." Chapter 25. Rejected. Nonsense, it's normal to refuse, okay? It's a pity that the strongest new generation couldn't join forces. I feel like they can all go for S-class commissions. But I didn't expect that Laxus would team up with others. Pfft, I guess social death has recovered. Ha 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 ha, when I think of this, I can't help it. For a time, the fairy tale guild was filled with a happy atmosphere. What happened? Urza, who came back the next day, saw everyone's abnormality and asked Gray. Gray sighed and told what happened last night. Hearing that Laxus actually wanted to team up with Cheng Feng team, Urza also feels incredible. What about Cheng Feng? I went to Granny Porushka's house early in the morning. Well, he won't be beaten out, right? When Urza was treating her eyes, she went to Granny Porushka's place. She knew that Granny Porushka hated human beings. If she dares Cheng Feng, I'll beat him up. Mr. G stood up, his finger bones cracking. Urza looked at Myra Jane. This is Myra Jane, the newcomer brought back by Cheng Feng and the mage who receives magic. Gray explained. Oh, hello, I'm Urza. Urza saw her peers and was ready to say hello. Yep, tough woman. Mirage glanced at Urza with a look of disdain. What did you say? Urza was frozen there, veins popped out on her forehead, and the corners of her smiling mouth twitched. How about it, I see you are unhappy. Mirage directly shouted back. Oh, airport. What did you say? You tough guy wanna fight? Come and try it, you exhibitionist. Clam. Looking at the smell of gunpowder getting stronger, Urza and Myra Jane, Gray and Natsu came together. Gray said to Natsu, it always feels a bit familiar. Don't get too close to me, you hypothermic bastard. Ah? What did you say, you high-temperature bastard? Want to fight? Who is afraid of whom? Immediately afterwards, the two sides struggled together, and over there, Urza and Myra Jane also exchanged hands. Makarov watched this scene and couldn't help but cover his face. Hurry up and replace some metal tables, preferably welded to the ground. Otherwise, I would feel bad if I always ask Cheng Feng to fix it. As soon as this thought emerged, he saw many people joining the battlefield carrying tables and chairs. Forget it, let it be made of wood, otherwise it will easily hit bad people. Makarov immediately rejected the previous idea, otherwise even if welded to death, these people would probably be able to lift the floor. While the fight was going on in the guild, Cheng Feng was mixing potions at Granny Bolusika's side. Although Bolusika looked at Cheng Feng and kept frowning, but seeing Cheng Feng constantly using alchemy to prepare potions, she temporarily put aside her prejudices and asked some questions about the methods of alchemy to prepare potions. Success. Boryasika asked after watching Cheng Feng fiddle with a bunch of cheap herbs for a long time, and finally mixed a bottle of light golden potion. Consider it a success. Cheng Feng looked at the medicine in his hand, frowned slightly and said, but the drug resistance has not been resolved, so it is not considered a success. Well, you can try to increase the purity of the magic crystal by 3%, and then reduce the alibi pollen by 2 parts. Theoretically it is possible, but there is still resistance, not no resistance at all as I imagined. Cheng Feng lowered his head and thought deeply. There should still be some problems with the extraction. If it is strengthened, the drug resistance should be able to be reduced to an extremely low level. With that said, Cheng Feng drank the potion in one gulp. As the potion entered his stomach, Cheng Feng could feel that his magic power reserve had increased a little. Of course, this was just a drop in the bucket for Cheng Feng. Give it a try. For example, if the original potion can increase the user's magic reserve by 50% in one go, then one bottle of Changfeng's improved potion will only increase it by 0.1%, and it will take a certain amount of time for the body to adapt and absorb it, which is about the same. You can only take the next bottle every 7 days. Judging from the current situation of this potion, a maximum of 10 bottles is the limit. Although there are many problems, it is cheap. After making one bottle, and Changfeng's 1,200J per bottle, the success rate is not only 100%, but also 99%. The drug resistance is solved, and the growth rate is really 50%, which is 500 bottles of medicine, converted into money. Which is 100,000 J, which is extremely cost-effective. Money, it's all money. Changfeng sighed in his heart, and at the same time he was also thinking of ways to improve the extraction aspect. Changfeng, if we talk about extraction, I suggest you go to Cyan Pegasus. There is a person in their guild who has his own unique insights into extraction. Maybe he will give you some new inspiration. Bolusika spoke and gave Changfeng a direction. Cyan Pegasus? Granny Porushka, are you talking about one night? Changfeng was stunned, and then the man with an indescribable appearance appeared in his mind. Yiya used perfume magic, so he was very good at making perfume. The perfume he made was very popular in the kingdom of Fiori. It can be said that even if he concentrates on making perfume, he can make a lot of money. For this, Changfeng can only envy and hate him. After all, his assets are really rich, if he didn't like to be a magician. I guess I have been using perfume for a long time and have become the top few on the rich list of Fiori Kingdom. Therefore, in terms of extraction technology, Yi does have his own skills. If he can steal a master, he can indeed greatly reduce the resistance to medicine. Sex. There is drama. Changfeng stood up, and then said to Granny Balayasika, Grandma, do you know anyone from the Cyan Pegasus? I really want to go take a look. You should ask that old man Makarov about this. Bolusika cleared the table and said to Changfeng, he and Babu have a better relationship. Changfeng nodded and rolled his eyes in his heart. Porushika and Babu also have a good relationship. She just said this simply because she didn't want to get herself into trouble. To know why fairy tale has been passed down to this day, to the plot at the beginning, the only S-class mage in the guild was Guildarts, so there were no other S-class mage? Of course not. That was because of the older generation of S-class mage had already left the guild and became the guild president. For example, Bob of the Cyan Pegasus and Goldman of the Four Hounds were both members of the Fairy Tale Guild when they were young, so how could Granny Poryasika not know them? It doesn't matter. To put it bluntly, it's just that she is too lazy to show up. Chapter 26. You want to go to Cyan Pegasus? Makarov put down the bottle, looked at Changfeng and asked curiously, what are you going to do there? There is something to learn. Changfeng talked about his potion, and Makarov was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that Changfeng actually successfully improved the completely useless potion. If it is really as Changfeng said, as mentioned, if the drug resistance is solved, then this improved potion is definitely what all magicians dream of. Changfeng, if his magic power reserves increase, he can definitely participate in the S-class wizard assessment. Makarov thought of that short-lived scene. If the time of that scene is increased, there is no doubt that Changfeng already has the strength of an S-class mage. I'm really looking forward to it. When such a young S-class mage comes out, it will probably shock many people's jaws. Makarov thought with some wickedness, and then prepared a letter of introduction for Changfeng to hand over to Bob at that time. Changfeng nodded, took the letter and prepared to set off. Etc. Just when Changfeng was about to leave, Makarov called out to Changfeng. Changfeng turned around and looked at Makarov in confusion. Grandpa President, is there anything else? Makarov jumped off the counter, and then looked Changfeng up and down. Because of his long-term work, Chang Feng didn't pack anything. He had messy half-long hair and was always wearing a black t-shirt and sweatpants combination. Although he full of energy, but always gives people a dusty look. If you go to Cyan Pegasus, you are representing the guild's face. Bobna people still value appearance. Makarov shouted toward the outside. Urza, Myra Jane, Kana, you two will take care of Chang Feng, and I'll pay for it. After Chang Feng heard this, he felt a chill instantly. Without turning around, he felt 3 pairs of eyes shining behind him, looking at Chang Feng with evil intentions. Before Chang Feng could speak, he heard Makarov shook his head and said, "Forget it, girls in the guild, come together, it will be faster this way." The next moment, Chang Feng felt that the line of sight had multiplied exponentially, and all the goosebumps on Chang Feng's back appeared. No. 3 hours later, a brand new Chang Feng walked out of the guild, but he was exhausted, as if he had completed more than a dozen commissioned tasks in a row. Now Chang Feng's hair was cut into short pieces and slightly combed. He looked very sunny. He also washed his body. At the same time, his clothes were changed into a light grey inner layer and a straight suit with a double belt, trousers, and a light gold royal robe with light red lines on the outermost layer. This dress always feels like JoJo's style, I don't know where they got it from. Chang Feng tugged on his light grey lining, which was open on the chest. Through this, he could see part of the Union emblem printed on his heart. Although Chang Feng didn't like this feeling, he had to admit it. After being punished, Chang Feng's appearance, which originally had a maximum of 7 points, was able to reach 9 points in one jump. 1 point less would make him proud. Basically, women looked at this point from Chang Feng to the train station. Chang Feng could tell by looking back for a while, but Chang Feng didn't pay much attention to it. When he woke up, he was already in the city where Cyan Pegasus was. Pegasus is more high profile, and the guild building is relatively open. You can see the guild members inside from the outside, and... Hey! When Chang Feng looked at the filming activities going on inside the guild, he immediately realized that most of the guilds were Cyan Pegasus. Handsome men and beautiful women are naturally more popular, and magazines often come to take photos. They get paid for taking pictures, but these people naturally don't refuse. It seems that I am here at a bad time. What are you looking at? Just when Chang Feng was hesitant to go in and disturb him, a voice suddenly came from behind Chang Feng. This sudden voice startled Chang Feng, and he turned around suddenly and looked behind him. A fat male demon uncle said with one hand holding his face. He looked Chang Feng up and down with a smile and said, "Ara, he is really a handsome boy." Bro, are you from the Fairy Tale Guild? Uncle Bob, the president of Cyan Pegasus, keenly saw the exposed guild crest, looked at Chang Feng and said with a smile as Makarov, "Okay. Grandpa, the president, is very energetic." Chang Feng bowed to Babu and said, "I am the wizard of Fairy Tale Guild, Chang Feng." As he spoke, Chang Feng took out a letter of introduction and handed it to Bo Bulletin. "I came to Cyan Pegasus this time to learn about extraction from Yi of your guild." Alas, it's true. After reading the letter of introduction, Bob reached out and patted Chang Feng on the shoulder and said, "Come in as soon as you come. You'll be back soon after just one night. You're welcome. Treat this as your home." As he said that, Bob enthusiastically welcomed Chang Feng into the guild. As soon as Chang Feng entered the guild, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. It wasn't because of his handsomeness, after all, most of the Cyan Pegasus were handsome men and beauties. He is not the only one who can be brought in by their president, not to mention that this guy Chang Feng is from other guilds. "Hey, I found new blood." The magazine reporter who was taking pictures of a female magician who had changed clothes also discovered Chang Feng. Looking at Chang Feng's young face and handsome face, he suddenly felt that he had discovered a new world and rushed over to him. Chang Feng smiled and said, "Brother, can you let me take a few pictures?" "Chang Feng, I have to pay more." The magazine reporter immediately said that it was no problem. Then, before I saw him all night, Cheng Feng was pulled over and posed for a while. Who is this guy? The original model who was squeezed away looked at Cheng Feng, who was taking pictures, and asked the people around him with an unhappy look on his face. I don't know, but judging from the coat of arms, it should be someone from fairy tale. He's quite handsome. I don't know if he's an adult or not. No, you can do this. Nonsense, I just like young ones. They look like this now. It will be terrible when they grow up. As the words of Tiger and Wolf became more and more serious, Bob came over and said with a smile, "Don't make other people's ideas. This little guy's name is Cheng Feng, but he is Makarov's treasure. If nothing else happens, you will probably see the birth of the youngest S-class mage either this year or next year." Everyone's eyes widened when they heard Bob's words. They all looked at Cheng Feng, who was taking pictures, and some couldn't believe that such a small guy could actually have the strength comparable to an S-class wizard. Chapter 27. It turns out that being a model and taking photos is really tiring. But the money comes in really fast. After taking a set of photos, I got 20,000 J. Of course, she is a male model after all. If she were to switch to a female model and take a swimsuit photo or something, the price would be too expensive. After confirming that the other party was the famous Sha magazine, Cheng Feng came to his senses and prepared to find Bob. But what was waiting for him was a group of young ladies who were like wolves and tigers. For a moment, Cheng Feng felt as if he had fallen into the land of girls. There is no way the number of commissions accepted by the magician can be checked. Most people can't find it, but since they are also magicians from the Magic Guild, it is relatively simple to check. Then, after they learned about Cheng Feng's information, they checked the number of Cheng Feng's commissions. I didn't know when I checked it, but I was really shocked when I checked it. There were 26 E-level entrustments, 1 D-level entrustment, 37 C-level entrustments, 27 B-level entrustments, and 66 A-level entrustments. Calculated based on the minimum entrustment fee, Cheng Feng's net worth has exceeded 1 million. Coupled with being handsome and strong, isn't this a potential stock? And then, this is the scene. Cheng Feng had never seen such a scene before. He was frightened by the enthusiasm of the young ladies and immediately fled to Babu, and then he calmed down. So passionate. Cheng Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and wiped the lipstick marks on his face at the same time. He had to say that it was a bit overwhelming for people to be so popular. Well, just get used to it. Bob looked at Cheng Feng and chuckled. Surrounded by young ladies outside, Cheng Feng didn't dare to walk around at all. He simply stayed by Bob's side and would ask Bob for some magic questions from time to time. And Bob, he is indeed very patient and a very nice person. Even though he looks like a she-male uncle now, he was also a super handsome guy when he was young. In addition, Bob was also a wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild, so he is a good guy. Cheng Feng, a junior, was also very caring. He basically answered all questions and gave Cheng Feng a lot of experience. After waiting for a while, Cheng Feng finally returned to the guild one night after completing the commission. Cheng Feng also had a hard-to-speak appearance. Call him ugly. He has a Chinese character face, a big nose, and a chin. But let's call him good-looking. Cheng Feng couldn't say that. It's hard to describe this appearance. But Yi is a bit perverted, and he has nothing to say. After Bob called him over, he talked about Cheng Feng, and Yi immediately said that there was no problem. Cheng Feng taught everything without any reservations. Cheng Feng also relied on Edward's card reception status to continuously learn new knowledge. After a night of instruction, Cheng Feng quickly mastered the high-end skills of material extraction. As soon as it emerged, Cheng Feng immediately took out a large amount of materials out of thin air, and then started to refine it on the counter. After seeing this, Cheng Feng quickly prepared it with the cooperation of the two of them. He bought a new bottle of potion. After sniffing the smell of the potion and feeling the vibration of magic power in his body, Cheng Feng's eyes lit up. His idea was indeed correct. The improvement in extraction had indeed greatly reduced the problem of drug resistance. If the first-generation modified potion can only increase the magic power by 1%, then this second-generation modified potion can increase the magic power by about 35%. Although it is not as exaggerated as the original 50%, but comparing the prices of the two, it is high. Make a judgment. A 35% improvement is enough. Cheng Feng murmured in his heart. According to the absorption efficiency of one bottle every 7 days, a 35% improvement would require 350 bottles in more than 6 years. It is now 778, more than 6 years, just 784 when the plot begins. Years. And 6 years is enough for Cheng Feng to master more knowledge, and then he can improve the medicine. The most important thing is, although Yi doesn't have much interest in money, he doesn't have much interest in it. Configure perfume on a large scale. But Cheng Feng is very short of money. On the one hand, he took so much effort to improve his magic power reserves, and on the other hand, it is also because of the huge profits from this improved potion. You know, the material cost of configuring a bottle of potion. It's only 200J. But considering the effect of increasing the magic power reserve, even if a bottle of potion sells for 100,000J, some people will probably buy it if it is mass-produced. Even if the price is slightly reduced, Cheng Feng can make a profit from the potion cost alone. Full of money. Cheng Feng is short of money, and not just a little bit. The maximum level of a card is 100. Starting from level 60, it takes 10 pieces of the same character card to increase the maximum level to 100. Level 80 is the second level. 40 fragments are needed to upgrade to level 100. In terms of equipment, there are 5 levels, namely level 30, level 40, level 50, level 60, and level 70. Level, up to level 80. The required card fragments are also 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 fragments, and each character card can be equipped with 2 prop cards, plus some bond card upgrades. In other words, to get a full level graduation card, the resources required can be said to be huge. If it is a normal game, he can also use spiritual stones to exchange for suitable cards in various stores in the game or fragments. But now the only way to obtain cards is to draw cards, which has no stability at all. This greatly increases the difficulty of obtaining cards, and the money required to invest is also greatly increased. Therefore, Cheng Feng is very short of money. To improve the potion, he must find a way to sell it. Only in this way can Cheng Feng continuously obtain funds and make money to form a deck with some of the cards he has thought of, and at the same time train them to graduate level. There is another question. That is how to produce potions in large quantities. Nowadays, only Cheng Feng relies on alchemy to produce potions. As for who in the fairy tale world can help Cheng Feng prepare potions? The only one he can think of is Granny Bolusika. Let Granny Bolusika help him? Don't think about it. She is always afraid of trouble. It is unrealistic to expect her. After thinking about it, Cheng Feng finally found out sadly that it seemed that he could only do this by himself. Here it is. But the manpower is limited. There is no doubt that the medicine can help him make money, but not as much as he imagined. In the final analysis, the work of the magician cannot stop. Potions can only be regarded as extra money, and the bulk is still commissioned. Cheng Feng sighed in his heart, finally recognizing the reality. Chapter 28. After having a meal with the Cyan Pegasus, Cheng Feng got on the return train and returned to Magnolia. But when he left the station and looked at Magnolia's drastically changed scenery, he was stunned for a moment before he remembered that Gildarts was back. Following the road leading directly to the Fairy Tale Guild, Cheng Feng rushed towards the guild. In the guild at this moment, Gildarts looked at the new members of the guild clinking glasses with Makarov and laughing. He was not at all like the unshaven and decadent person in the original plot. Of course, at this moment, his left arm and leg are still intact and have not been broken by acunalakia, and his strength is at its peak. I'm back. Cheng Feng walked into the guild and saw Gildarts at first sight. Oh, Xiao Cheng Feng is back. I heard that you went to Cyan Pegasus. How was your harvest? Gildas recognized Cheng Feng and said hello to Cheng Feng. The harvest is good, but I didn't expect you to come back. Cheng Feng walked to the counter, looked at Gildarts for a while, sighed and said, you have become stronger again, but I still can't beat you. Ha 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 ha, of course, I am an S-class mage. Gildarts laughed out loud. This made Cheng Feng a little unhappy and he was about to give him some eye drops. By the way, I recently received another interesting heroic soul. Cheng Feng looked at Gildarts and said with a smile, this heroic soul has no fighting power, but it has a great ability. Oh, what ability is it? Gildarts became interested, and even Makarov looked at Cheng Feng. It means that you can roughly predict a person's past and vague future through his face. Cheng Feng said in a conspiratorial tone, then pointed at Gildarts and said, take Gildarts for example. Judging from your appearance, you should have been married and had a child. Well, you should still be a daughter. Forehead. Gildarts was stunned, and even Makarov looked at Gildarts curiously and said, are you married? What? Gildas is married. How can it be? Which woman did you marry? No, the point is not which woman can surrender, Gildarts. The people in the guild were immediately shocked. This melon is a bit too big. Among the crowd, Kana silently held the book, bit her lip, and looked at Gildarts. It's so noisy. Gildarts scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. That's right. Her name was Cornelia, but she couldn't bear the fact that I only knew how to work, so she had already left. I'm getting news from her that she has passed away. Hold the grass, there are actually melons. Everyone looked in disbelief, and then looked at Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng laughed. Want to help? If I read it correctly, your daughter probably also exists. I can give it a try and see if I can help you find your daughter. Hearing Cheng Feng's words, Kana in the crowd suddenly felt flustered. She was a little excited at the moment, but she didn't want to be exposed because of this. All I can say is, don't guess what the girl is thinking, you can't guess what she is thinking. Even though his father is still around, he still refuses to recognize her until Tianlang Island. It's really tiring, so Cheng Feng wants to intervene and help Kana. No, no need. Gildas shook his head and said, if I really have a daughter, then I hope that I will find her through hard work instead of relying on external forces. At least, let me say sorry to her and repay my negligence over the past few years. Cheng Feng. The case is closed. He finally understands Kana's character. It turns out her roots are here in Gildas. Whatever you want. Cheng Feng rolled his eyes and said, looking at your appearance, you two will meet eventually. You can handle it yourself. Cheng Feng nudged Gildarts a little, and then walked away. Gildarts was stunned again, and then his eyes suddenly passed through the crowd and fell on Kana, who was holding a book and preparing to leave. There was no reason, maybe it was the faint connection between the bloodlines. Inexplicably, Gildarts saw some familiar shadows in Kana. Kana? No way. Gildas felt numb in his heart, but he had a hunch that if he really had a daughter, it might really be Kana. Gildas quickly recalled in his mind the time when Kana came to the guild. At that time, Kana was a little one, wearing whitewashed clothes and skirts, and carrying a small cloth bag. He glanced at her at that time, and it was that look that made Kana cry. However, Gildarts thought he had scared the children, but now that he thought about it, it seemed that was not the case. The crying felt like crying with joy. And usually in the guild, Kana would always sit quietly aside, occasionally lying on the table, and when she seemed to be thinking about something, her eyes would always be in his direction. Even though he had just come back, Kana in the crowd looked at him, looking like he was hesitant to speak. Could it be that Gildas couldn't drink anymore, so he stood up and walked outside. Chang Feng, who was sitting aside and looking at the situation, caught a glimpse of this scene and muttered in his mind, "You reacted so quickly? You don't look stupid." On the other side, Gildarts walked out of the guild and looked around, and ran towards the direction of the girls' dormitory. He remembered that Kana seemed to live in the girls' dormitory. Jogging along, Gildarts soon saw Kana walking slowly in front of him. He immediately said, "Wait, Kana." Kana shuddered, then turned around, and in front of her, it was Gildarts, who was a little overwhelmed. Is there something going on?" Kana was also a little overwhelmed and stuttered when speaking. "That, Cornelia." Gildas also didn't know what to say. Looking at Gildarts like this, Kana felt inexplicably calm. She took a deep breath and said, "Do you want to ask if I am your daughter?" Keeters was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Really, he's a guy who doesn't make people worry." Kana sighed, then turned around and left. Gildarts opened her mouth wide. Although Kana did not admit anything, judging from her tone, it was almost equivalent to acquiescence. Kana suddenly felt that she was being hugged from behind. "I'm sorry. I haven't been able to discover your identity. I didn't expect that my daughter would be by my side all the time." Kana could clearly feel the trembling body of the man behind her and the uncontrollable emotions. "It does not matter." Kana pulled away Gildarts' trembling hand, turned around and looked at Gildarts, who was crying silently, and said with a smile, "As long as it is like this. But, let me say this for once. It's so good to see you, Dad." Looking at Kana's smile, Gildarts couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears and snot flowed from his nose. He was completely different from before. He hugged Kana tightly. "Kana. Never again. Never again. No matter what happens in the future, I will be by your side. It seems a bit annoying. So, give me the qualification to love you." Listening to Gildarts' heartfelt words, Kana smiled and leaned on her father's arms, with tears flowing freely. Chapter 29. Early the next morning, everyone who came to the guild discovered the changes in the guild. "Sit further away from me. You're disturbing my reading. After watching for so long, it's time to take a rest. Come on, this is delicious. Try it." "I don't want it, I'll make you fat if you eat it." "It's okay, it looks so beautiful no matter how you look at it. Don't pester me." Everyone looked at Gildarts and Kana sitting together, confused. "What happened?" Gray asked Chang Feng. "Can't you see it?" Chang Feng swallowed the food in his mouth, rolled his eyes and said, "Father and daughter recognize each other." "Ah. Kana is really Gildarts' daughter. Didn't see that. How could a rough guy like Gildarts give birth to a girl as charming as Kana? Tisk, should I call him Mr. Gildarts?" The next moment, Gildarts appeared in front of the person who said this with a gloomy face. Feeling the dangerous aura emanating from Gildarts, everyone finally understood what the daughter slave was like. And Chang Feng, looking at his masterpiece, he was still very satisfied. After eating 3 bowls of rice in a row, he patted his belly with satisfaction and got ready to find a job. He also knew very well that Kana was not that clingy character. Gildarts is not the kind of person who will stop. The father and daughter will stick together for a while, and in the end, they will still return to their original track. But at least they understand each other's feelings and have peace of mind. After receiving a commission, Chang Feng left the guild to complete the commission and find a sales channel for the medicine. Time passed by in a hurry, and soon more than 4 months had passed since Gildas and Kana's father and daughter met. Unsurprisingly, the sticky father and daughter got back on track, and Gildarts accepted the century-old mission and went out wandering. Kana still stayed in the guild, but she also started to get involved in commissions and officially started working. As for the change, it's probably because he started to like drinking under the influence of Gildarts. Coupled with the shocking amount of alcohol, the image of the future alcoholic has already appeared on the paper. During this period, something also happened, that is, Habi was picked up by Natsu and joined Fairy Tail. This blue cat feels quite silly, and it's fun to tease it occasionally. But the only thing that gave Cheng Feng some headaches was that the sales of the potion he named Magic No 2 became the biggest problem. During this period, Cheng Feng took advantage of completing the commission and visited many chambers of commerce and other places. Everyone is optimistic about Cheng Feng's medicine and are willing to help Cheng Feng sell it. But the biggest problem is the distribution of benefits. Most of these chambers of commerce are big shop bullies. There are 28 points, Cheng Feng is 2 points, and they are 8 points. There are 3 or 7, the most ruthless one is 1 or 9 points, and the best one is 5 or 5 points. But this is unacceptable to Cheng Feng. It's funny, he provides the potion, he makes it, and he even buys the potion materials. These chambers of commerce are only responsible for sales, and they have to take the big share. Who gives them the courage? Cheng Feng even met some chambers of commerce involved in organized crime, and even thought of taking the medicine with them and suppressing Cheng Feng by force. Faced with such a situation, Cheng Feng was not used to it at all, and directly used force to suppress the situation, and even begged for a sum of money as compensation for mental damages. Although because of these things, Cheng Feng's current savings exceed 5 million J, the lack of sales of the medicine is still a headache. Cheng Feng, our various guild presidents are holding regular meetings tonight, please come with me. Just when Cheng Feng was lying on the table, having a headache and wondering what else he could do to sell the medicine, Makarov came over and smiled at Cheng Feng and said, by the way, I'll help you solve your problem. Ah, yes. Why didn't I think of that? After Makarov finished speaking, Cheng Feng was stunned for a moment, and then he realized. He really thought too much. The potion he made was for magicians, and the people who bought it were also magicians. So why go to the trouble of asking the Chamber of Commerce for cooperation? Couldn't we just go to those magister guilds? And Makarov also saw Cheng Feng's troubles, so he just helped Cheng Feng and took him with him. Go to the place where the guild president gathers. After the meeting, I will introduce myself. There is no doubt that there is no need to worry about selling this potion that can increase one's own magic power reserves. There is no need to go through the layers of the Chamber of Commerce. Cheng Feng directly communicates with each person. The guild president made a direct transaction, and he got 10% of the profit. Perfect. Soon, Cheng Feng packed up and set off with Makarov on the train, heading directly to Kobo City. After getting off the train, Makarov looked at Cheng Feng, who was rubbing his eyes, shook his head and said, Cheng Feng, you get sleepy when you take the train, who did you learn this from? It's something you're born with and can't be changed. Just like Natsu was stunned by transportation. Cheng Feng complained, and then followed Makarov to the regular meeting venue. It was only around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but many guild presidents had already gathered in the regular meeting venue. Like Makarov, they all each brought a member of their guild. It seems that Cheng Feng is not a special case. Alas, Xiao Cheng Feng, you are cute again. Seeing Makarov bringing Cheng Feng over, Babu stepped forward and greeted Cheng Feng. Babu was also bringing Cheng Feng's old acquaintance, President Bob, one night. Cheng Feng also said hello to them, and Gorman, the four-headed hound on the other side, also came over to greet them with the future S-class wizard Pakas. Cheng Feng and Pakas Si said hello and got to know each other a bit. Humph, only the weak gather in groups. A cold snort came, Cheng Feng looked over, and then saw Joseph, the president of the ghost rulers, passing by with Aliyah, the leader of the four elements. Cheng Feng frowned slightly, and Joseph released him without any scruples. The evil magic and the smell of death were everywhere, and the weak magician would feel sick just standing in front of him. Such behavior made the presidents of other guilds frown and look at him coldly. Looking at each other. But Joseph didn't care, because in his opinion, the only one who could compete with his guild was Fairy Tale. Those other guilds were just trash, not even worthy of carrying shoes. If Makarov hadn't come over, he wouldn't have been willing to come forward in such a boring regular meeting. Ignore him. Makarov looked at the frowning Cheng Feng, patted him on the shoulder, and then said to the other guild presidents, Cheng Feng in my guild has made a potion called Magic No. 2. Taking it can increase the. Are you interested in the magic power reserve? If you are interested, you can place an order with Cheng Feng. As soon as Makarov's words came out, all the guild leaders immediately became energetic and came together one after another. A potion to increase the magic power reserve is a good thing for every magician. So Cheng Feng took out a bottle of sample for them to check. After getting a long-term effect from Cheng Feng, these guild leaders couldn't help but place orders. Chapter 30. Don't worry, I can produce 10 bottles every day, and when I'm not working, I can produce up to 30 bottles. So for those who need it, I will send the items to you in order, but you have to pay first 10% of the payment. There is no doubt that Cheng Feng's Magic No. 2 is sold out and has also received a large number of orders. Although the magic power reserve of Magic No. 2 is not much increased, it is more stable and can be taken for a long time. Therefore, whether these guild leaders buy them for themselves, for their descendants, or for guild members, it is a good choice. Plus this thing is really not expensive. Cheng Feng has asked those chambers of commerce. If they sell it, they will increase the price to 120,000 J per bottle at most. This is their positioning of the product as a chamber of commerce, and it is also a price based on the market environment. Cheng Feng is not as greedy as them, and these guild leaders place large orders, so the price can be reduced appropriately. The final price discussed was 100,000 J per bottle. And now they are just testing the water with some potions. If the effect is good enough, there will probably be huge orders. But even though it was said to be a test of the waters, the number of potions ordered by so many guilds has reached an astonishing 264 bottles. Total value, 26.4 million J. When Makarov looked at the final quantity written by Cheng Feng and the corresponding value, he felt a little weak in his legs. That's more than 20 million J. And just for the booking fee, Cheng Feng collected 2.64 million J in one breath. This is too exaggerated. From now on, even if Cheng Feng doesn't work anymore, he can make a fortune and reach the pinnacle of his life just by selling potions. Cheng Feng was shocked at first, but when he thought about the money he needed to invest in building a deck, he suddenly smiled bitterly. This little money is nothing, I guess if you throw it all in, it will only make a noise. There is no way, the water for drawing cards is too deep. Unless you are Emperor OU, you will get whatever you want, otherwise, don't even think about it. In order to get enough cards to graduate, Cheng Feng conservatively estimated that he would need to invest at least 50 million J. Of course, if you have a dark face, it is estimated that this value will rise even higher. Cheng Feng looked at the pop-up windows that kept jumping in front of him. The money Cheng Feng had on hand now was just shy of 8 million J. So the limited time recharge event of this crappy game pops up as soon as it ends here, which is very annoying. However, Cheng Feng was not anxious, because what he was anxious about now was this crappy game. The items from the mysterious gift last time were pretty good, so Cheng Feng was thinking about saving up to see if he could still hold back a mysterious gift. Anyway, it's free prostitution, and the current strength is sufficient. Cheng Feng is not in a hurry, let's talk about this crappy game of Diao Diao. Cheng Feng was happy, but Joseph was very unhappy. Fairy Tale and Ghost Ruler are the top guilds in Fiori Kingdom. Now two equally matched guilds, suddenly one of them has received a large amount of capital injection, and depending on the situation, there may continue to be capital injections. Isn't this trying to ride on the head of their ghost ruler? Can this be tolerated? This is intolerable. Aaliyah. Joseph said softly to the blindfolded young version of Aaliyah beside him, can you deal with that kid? It's so sad that the leprechaun is about to break its wings in my hands. Aaliyah's tears welled up from her eyes, as if she was very sad. Seeing that Aaliyah agreed, Joseph immediately laughed and looked at Cheng Feng, as if he were looking at a dead person. The regular meeting began soon, and the guild members who were brought here were arranged to rest in a box. Cheng Feng sat there, looking at the limited-time event that was refreshed again, as well as the mysterious gift that popped up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Damn, I can't help it anymore. Leaving a small amount for daily expenses and collecting medicine materials, Cheng Feng recharged 7 million J into the game in one go. Recharge 70,000 spirit stones and receive an additional 7,000 spirit stones. The mysterious gift has been sent. Looking at the sudden surge of spiritual stones, Cheng Feng felt relieved. With the experience last time, Cheng Feng did not draw the card first, but opened the mysterious gift first. Congratulations on getting the card pool designation. Random limited time limited card pool permissions are opened. Cheng Feng looked at what was revealed in the mysterious gift and had only one thought in his mind. The Tao is as high as the devil. The translation is that this time the mysterious gift is given, you can draw high-end cards from a certain anime card. This will greatly increase the chance of drawing the card you want. As for the limited card pool, it is also a scam, to put it bluntly, to increase the draw of this card. Hit the probability, and then cheat the players to draw wildly. I guess Cheng Feng was worried about this bad game this time, and he was afraid that he would be too passive again. In this way, Cheng Feng came up with something like this. It's a bit passive. The limited card pool is refreshed randomly. If there is no card that Cheng Feng wants, it's okay. If the card that Cheng Feng needs more comes out, do you want to draw it? Is this really a broken system? I decided to take care of Cheng Feng. If the above situation really happened and Cheng Feng didn't have the spirit stone on hand, I guess Cheng Feng would be so depressed that he vomited blood. Including the remaining spirit stones, a total of 79 high-level 10 consecutive draws can be drawn. Is it because the designated card pool is drained out in one go? Or 6 points of spiritual stones, waiting for the limited time limited card pool to bet on something big? This is a problem. Currently, Jiro's red card still has 20 fragments to turn it into a card. Cheng Feng pondered in his mind, how about leaving a limited time limited card pool of 50 times of 10 consecutive times, and 29 times of 10 consecutive times, and try to see if you can collect Jiro's fragments. I have to admit that the red card is about to become a card. The temptation is too great. And now that he has the authority to designate the card pool, Cheng Feng opened the illustrated book. The total number of cards in the anime The Captive of Food is only there are 30 character cards and 60 prop cards. The 4 red cards are Ichiryu, Jiro, Sanhu and Acacia. In terms of probability, there is still a chance to collect Jiro. No matter, take a gamble. The temptation was too great. Cheng Feng succeeded, and without saying a word, he pushed the spirit stone up, and drew 29 times 10 times in a row, directly stooting. Soon, the production of the card pool was designated to be limited, and the golden cards kept flying, and they were drawn once every 10 times in a row. When the card flashed, Cheng Feng gritted his teeth and ignored everything else. The first time, there was no red. The third time, it was red. It was 3 tiger fragments. *10. The fourth time, no red. The 16th time, red, Jiro fragments *10. The 22nd time, red, Jiro fragments *10. Cheng Feng stopped the 10 rounds and took out the card fragments from his backpack. With one-click synthesis, Jiro's original paintings, which were originally broken, became complete this time. Red card, acupuncture expert Jiro, successfully synthesized. Chapter 31. Name, Cheng Feng. Level, 19. Body, 47+, 283. Strength, 46 plus, 266. Sensitivity, 46 plus, 243. Skill, Receive Magic. Equipment, Haranmeru. Card Slot, Inuyasha, Gold, Namikaze Minato, Gold, Edward, Gold, Sanji, Gold, Acupuncture Master Jiro, Red, Elizabeth, Purple. As the card was equipped, Chang Feng looked at the skyrocketing attributes, clenched his fist hard, and suddenly a sense of power swept through his body. This is the power of red cards. And it is still a first-level red card. If the level is upgraded. While muttering to himself, he fed all the experience cards he drew to Jiro's cards. The level of Jiro's card has also been directly upgraded from level 1 to level 32, and the 3 attributes have been directly increased by 50 points. It's scary. As a combat fighter, his combat power is really exaggerated. Basically, every upgrade can give Chang Feng a huge enhancement. At this time, it would be great if someone could let me try the card effect for free. Chang Feng felt itchy and couldn't wait to see how powerful the new cards were. Are you Chang Feng? It is said that he will be the youngest S-class mage? Just when Chang Feng was thinking about it, Alia suddenly came over and said to Chang Feng, "Kid, do you think S-class magicians are too simple?" Chang Feng looked at the tall man in front of him, who was wearing eyebands and covering his eyes. He curled his lips and said, "You ghosts are really not qualified to say this. Our S-level assessment at Fairy Tail is recognized as the most difficult in the entire guild. Your Spectre's S-level wizard is really not good enough. Little devil, it seems that I have to teach you how to respect your seniors." Alia's tears were flowing, but her hands were already clasped together. It's so sad, pathetic goblin. If you want to cry, go cry to your mother. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. At this moment, Chang Feng is full of fighting spirit and is not timid at all. Alia? Is he very strong? So if he accepts Jiro, can he beat him? The tit-for-tat look between Chang Feng and Alia also makes other magicians one after another persuaded. This is the venue for regular meetings, no fighting. Chang Feng, don't mess around. Alia, please control your temper. You are an S-class mage. How dare you fight with others? Everyone tried to break up the fight. However, one received the president's signal and wanted to find a way to kill the other party, and the other just got the red card and wanted to test his power. Under such circumstances, how could the two of them stop? Airspace, absolutely. In the end, Alia couldn't help it anymore. With tears in his eyes, he pushed his hand suddenly, and an impact bomb was shot towards Chang Feng from almost zero distance. There was only a muffled bang sound, and Chang Feng felt like he was being killed. He flew backwards like a heavy blow. After the violent collision with the ground, his body seemed to have lost control, and he drew 2 deep ravines on the ground. With a heavy impact, he finally hit hard. The ground hit the wall. However, the wall obviously could not withstand such a huge impact, and it instantly broke apart. Chang Feng's body continued to fly back, and he retreated for more than 3 meters before barely regaining his balance. He actually took action. Chang Feng, are you okay? Alia, what do you want to do? This sudden scene made everyone stunned for a moment, and then they panicked completely and started arguing. It's really sad. Now, I'll leave the goblin with a deep memory. Alia ignored the noisy people around her and strode towards Chang Feng. But Alia was also a little shocked. The other party took one of her attacks from almost zero distance and was able to block it. It seemed, President Joseph's worries are not unreasonable. When this guy grows up, he will definitely be a big problem for Ghost. He must deal with it as soon as possible. Alia clasped his hands together and prepared to kill Chang Feng with his next move. You really dare to take action, you bitch. Chang Feng slowly lowered his thick arms that were originally used to resist impact bombs. As his arms moved, you could see that his 2 sleeves had been blown to pieces and fell to the ground like snowflakes. Not only in this way, even the god-controlling robe he was wearing and the lining inside became torn. Chang Feng looked down at his arms that had become red and swollen due to excessive resistance. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he pulled out a cold smile. Smile. Then, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the broken clothes on his body and pulled hard. With a squeak sound, the already tattered clothes were torn in half and fell to his feet without any protection. Chang Feng showed a strong and muscular body with clear muscle lines. His bronze skin shone with a healthy luster, and every muscle was full of strength, as if he could explode with amazing power at any time. At the heart of the heart, the guild's coat of arms actually emitted a faint light at this moment, looming like a star about to wake up. Then, if you are beaten to death by me, don't complain. Chang Feng shouted loudly, and the light on his body disappeared in a flash. Everyone suddenly secretly thought, it seems that these 2 people can't be nice today. But when they looked at Chang Feng, they were all stunned. Because at this moment, Chang Feng has turned into an old man with a white airplane head and nails on every vital part of his body. Just looking at this look, no matter how you look at it, he looks like he will collapse if the wind blows. Wrong reception. As soon as such thoughts emerged, they found that Chang Feng raised his hands and stretched out 2 fingers. For a moment, everyone suddenly had the illusion that they were not 2 fingers, but as if they were 2 sharp blades. Chang Feng slowly extended his fingers. It pierced his shoulder blade, and then, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Chang Feng's originally shriveled body suddenly swelled, and his muscles bulged up like a balloon, and his body swelled even more. He soon turned into a little giant more than 3 meters tall. Gaba, Gaba. Shaking his neck slightly, feeling the sense of power almost overflowing from his body, Chang Feng looked at Alia who was walking towards him but now stopped, and sneered, "Try my current strength, but, don't die, otherwise it will be boring." As he spoke, a vast coercion erupted from Chang Feng's body, and the dust around him rushed madly in all directions. This sudden pressure made everyone present feel tense, as if they were being stared at by a wild beast. It feels like a creature at the top of the food chain is showing murderous intent towards you. As a creature at the bottom of the food chain, let alone fighting, it can't even raise the thought of resistance. No, there's too much noise. Feeling the indiscriminate pressure sweeping across, Alia knew that the situation here would definitely be noticed by the president's meeting inside. By then, it would be difficult to touch Chang Feng. When he thought of this, Alia no longer held back, and suddenly rushed towards Chang Feng. Opening her hands and shouting, "Death Sky, destroy!" Putting his hands together, the magic power around Chang Feng was instantly drained. At the same time, the magic power in Chang Feng's body also looked like it was about to be extracted together. "Alia, stop it!" At this time, Makarov's voice sounded, and Makarov, who transformed into a giant, rushed over angrily. Seeing Alia's dead hand towards Chang Feng, his eyes were red with anger, and he punched Alia hard. Hit hard. However, the next moment, Makarov was stunned because Chang Feng yawned and said to Alia, "Are you giving me a massage? It's not strong enough. Try my massage." Deterrence anesthesia. Wea surged again, and the terrifying suppressive force instantly made Alia's whole body stiff, and she couldn't even move a finger. If it was a normal situation, it would be nothing. But don't forget, behind Alia, there is a punch from Makarov's giant form. Poof! Alia couldn't move at all after being hit by Makarov's punch. Alia immediately vomited 3 liters of blood and flew out like a cannonball, breaking several big trees and several rocks. And then fell into the ruins. This blow was enough to show how powerful Makarov's angry punch was. Chapter 32. Makarov, what are you doing? As soon as Joseph came out, he saw his Alia being blown away by Makarov. Although he probably knew why this happened, he pretended not to know and occupied the moral high ground. "Damn you little bastard, Alia didn't kill him. Joseph secretly hated him, but he still pretended to be upright and said, "You are the president of the guild, how can you have the nerve to attack other guild members? Do you want to start a war? It's you who want to start a war." Chang Feng's body returned to the appearance of a little old man, hunched over, and said to Joseph, "It's so shameless for an S-class magician of yours to attack me, a newcomer to the guild. Oh, by the way, I haven't beaten you yet. Your ghost's S level is too weak. Killing to kill the heart. What is murder and killing the heart? This is it." The other guild presidents who ran out asked their children and understood what happened. Then they looked at Joseph with strange eyes. Just as Chang Feng said, "It is very embarrassing for you, an S-level mage, to take the lead in attacking a junior who is not yet S-level, but in the end, you killed him and you didn't do anything to him. This is too stupid." They were all a bit doubtful whether Aliyah had bought this S-class. Now that Makarov was trying to teach him a lesson, it was hard for others to blame him. What's more, they were the ones who took the lead. Chang Feng had an order, so he naturally sided with Fairy Tale. Makarov also understood the whole story from other people's stories. His giant-like body looked at Joseph coldly. Turning to Joseph, he said, "I should be the one asking you, do you want to cause a war?" Joseph frowned, but he didn't expect to be caught. But he looked at Chang Feng, who looked like a little old man, and sneered, "Putting aside the facts, is your guild right?" This punch caught everyone off guard. Putting aside the facts? Then let's talk about it. It seems that you don't want to talk anymore. Makarov's body slowly shrank, but his aura became more and more powerful. "Hey, what are we talking about? If you beat someone from our guild, you must give me an explanation." Joseph sneered, and the magic power in his body continued to spurt out. "Then let's fight." Makarov wouldn't give in at all. He could laugh at him, or target him. But if he extends his hands to the children of his guild, then don't blame him for cutting off the dog's paws and destroying the dog's brains. Type it out for you. Ah! A cold smile appeared on the corner of Joseph's mouth, and a bit of coldness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly moved, his figure was as fast as a ghost, and with a wave of his arm, countless rays of deep purple light suddenly burst out. The light turned into ferocious and twisted ghost arrows, rushing towards Makarov and Chang Feng with overwhelming force. The arrows shone with strange light, as if containing endless evil power. Those with a keen eye immediately noticed the mystery behind this seemingly ferocious attack. Although the arrows rained heavily, most of them were obviously deflected in the direction of Chang Feng, posing a relatively small threat to Makarov. Smaller. Obviously, Joseph's real target is not Makarov, but Chang Feng. He seems to be focusing his main firepower on Chang Feng, trying to defeat this opponent in one fell swoop. This move is shameful and embarrassing. No one knew what was the reason why Joseph targeted Chang Feng like this. Is there some unknown grudge between the two? For a moment, the atmosphere on the field was extremely tense, and everyone held their breath and stared intently. Looking at Chang Feng, who was enveloped by the ghost arrows, he secretly felt a sweat for him. Seeing the surging attacks, Makarov was startled and quickly turned to look at Chang Feng beside him. And shouted anxiously, "Chang Feng, be careful!" At the same time, he quickly raised his hand, and countless light arrows that shone like raindrops shot out in an instant. With unparalleled momentum, these light arrows cut through the void and headed straight towards the ghost. The arrows swooped forward. Not only did they successfully resist the enemy's ferocious attack, they also intertwined into a dazzling light curtain in the sky, which seemed to illuminate the entire world. Wherever he passed, the darkness was completely dispelled, and the originally eerie atmosphere became brighter. The remaining attacks were also shot at Joseph mercilessly. "Chairman, leave it to me. I also want to see if the president of the Ghost Ruler is as good as their S-class mage." Chang Feng saw that all the attacks were blocked, smiled slightly, and then raised his right arm. Just when everyone was confused, Changfeng's withered right arm suddenly expanded, and the muscles expanded 3 times in an instant, and then Changfeng waved his arm and hit the ground hard. Great acupuncture point. In an instant, everyone only felt the ground beneath their feet trembling, but nothing else. Joseph was the only one who felt a trembling under his feet, and a sudden shock wave rushed into his body along the ground, making his body numb. Unable to move at all for a while. Jiro is a man who can tap the Earth's acupuncture points to stop its rotation. Changfeng's mother cannot do this, but there is no problem for people who have played the game with the help of shock waves transmitted from the ground. We all know that if you have control in a team fight, you will have a high probability of winning. Especially if your team is stronger than the opponent, it will be the same thing as the ghost. The arrow was shattered by the arrow of light. Joseph was about to counterattack and resist the remaining arrow of light, but was hit and unable to move. Then, he watched helplessly as the remaining arrow of light hit him. He was blown away. The difference in strength meant that Changfeng's point was not as strong as Jiro's. After being blown up like this, Joseph got up in embarrassment. His robe was in tatters. He stared at Changfeng with bloodshot eyes and roared, "You brat!" Makarov stopped in front of Changfeng like a heifer, looked at the embarrassed Joseph and said, "Do you want to continue?" Joseph gritted his teeth, but he was not stupid. His strength was not as good as Makarov's, and his magic was even more restrained. In addition, Changfeng was playing support beside him. If he had a head-on confrontation, he would definitely lose even more miserably. One day, thinking of this, Joseph stood up and moved to Alia's side in a flash. After picking her up, he took Alia away without looking back. It wasn't until Joseph and the others left that Makarov relaxed. Wary, he sighed softly and said, "This bridge is finally settled. I feel that even if it doesn't happen now, it will happen in the future." Changfeng, who understood the plot, said something, then cancelled the reception state and returned to his original appearance. "But it's a pity that my clothes should be compensated." Makarov rolled his eyes, looked at Changfeng and said, "Is it your new heroic soul again?" "Yeah, so I'll give it a try." Chang Feng nodded with a smile and said, "And this is still in a sealed state, which is the most suitable for my heroic soul now. When I become stronger and my magic power reserve is sufficient, I can try to lift the seal of the heroic soul. You can become stronger over time." Makarov nodded. It seems that Changfeng has received a trump card that is unique to his appearance. Just like Marajana's soul of Satan. Looking at it this way, Makarov looked at Changfeng and spoke. Said, "Complete more commissions this year, do you understand?" When Changfeng heard this, he immediately understood that Makarov was planning for him to try to become an S-class magician this year. However, "Grandpa President, what you said seems as if I was not active in completing the commission before." Changfeng shrugged and chuckled. Only then did Makarov realize that Changfeng was the most diligent in the guild. Followed by Urza and Myra Jane. There was no way, Changfeng needed to draw cards with Krypton gold. Urza needs Krypton gold armor, which is extremely expensive. Myra Jane has to take care of his younger brothers and sisters alone, so he has to work very hard to make money for 3 people. Laxus and Kana. One is stimulated by Changfeng, and is ready to work hard to catch up with Changfeng, and then team up with him. The other is stimulated by Guildarts, thinking that his father is S. As a daughter, she has to keep up. It can be said that compared to the group of people older than them, Makarov is more optimistic about these little guys. Chapter 33. The regular meeting became a big deal. Changfeng and Makarov also went to the Magic Council, and were beaten by the Magic Council. But it's not a big deal, after all, we have people in the Magic Council. It's just that Ajima and Makarov complained. Fairy Tale has been too high profile recently and has been targeted by the council, so Makarov should restrain himself. Makarov naturally agreed, while Yajma was helpless towards his friend who could sleep on the trial. How to do it? I can only pamper her. Yajima was also very optimistic about Cheng Feng. He patted Cheng Feng on the shoulder and told him to do a good job. If necessary, he could also speak to Cheng Feng. In this regard, Cheng Feng naturally expressed his affirmation humbly. As for Fairy Tale's future mess, this old man still needs help. Fairy Tale was beaten, and Ghost was next. Joseph and Aaliyah were not as lucky as Cheng Feng and others. There were people behind them to help talk, and because they were the first to take action, they were beaten several times. First of all, the allocation of commission orders will be reduced by 10%. Secondly, they need to pay off 3 dark guilds that are low in oil and water and no one is willing to deal with them. In addition, they must complete 2 more troublesome S-level commissions within 3 months. It can be said that the punishment is adequate. On Cheng Feng's side, after returning to the guild, he began to deal with the next order issue, and also began the journey of completing commissions. Every day's schedule is full, and other people in the guild are a little shocked and envious. There is no way, although it is tiring, the rewards are even more enviable. It took more than 3 months to complete the order processing, and Cheng Feng also received the remaining balance. Coupled with the commission for completing the commission during this period, Cheng Feng's deposit reached more than 26 million J. This is an astonishing number. To put it bluntly, with so much money, if you can find a small village and ensure low consumption, most people can just lie down and retire. However, this amount of money is not enough for Cheng Feng, who wants to put together a deck. Depending on the performance, Cheng Feng plans to build 4 decks. They are Melee, Swordsman, Ranged, and Nanny. Of course, Cheng Feng also thought about building a deck similar to Human Shields and Assassins, but after thinking about it later, it was not necessary. First of all, these 5 groups alone require a total of 24 cards. Adding props and bonds, the funds required are already desperate. If he does a few more, no matter how much money he makes, it won't be enough. And this is also divided based on the attack methods Cheng Feng is now proficient in. In terms of main attacks, Cheng Feng is good at hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship, so he used these 2 frameworks to build 2 decks. Later, in order to prevent being kited, he built an additional long-range burst deck. Coupled with a recovery deck that increases fault tolerance with the Nanny flow, it is enough. As for the card combinations for each deck, I can only say that what Cheng Feng imagined was good, but it was a bit difficult to set it up. The only thing that has been formed now, or that is somewhat unexpected, is the Nanny deck. In more than 3 months, 2 limited time card pools have been opened, one for Tsunade and one for Trafalgar Law. I don't know if this broken game just wants Cheng Feng to keep making money. The rate of cards coming out of the limited time card pool is extremely high. One time, Tsunade was released twice, and another time, Law was released 5 times. Based on these 2 doctors who were both very powerful in their treatment methods, Cheng Feng threw in the remaining spirit stones and quickly got the cards he needed, even having 3 consecutive 10 draws left. The current 6 cards in the Wet Nurse deck are Elizabeth, Purple, Tsunade, Gold, Law, Gold, Inu Orium, Purple, Giorno Giovanna, Gold, Higashi Kata Yasuke, Gold, Gold. Since there was no red card, it was easy to get them together, and the current combination was the most perfect one in Cheng Feng's mind. Regardless of multiple injuries, missing internal organs or limbs, there was basically no big problem in Cheng Feng's hands. Not to mention how powerful the treatment of Elizabeth and Higashi Kata Yasuke's Crazy Diamond is, the golden experience alone can give life to dead objects and can replace missing organs in the body, and then treated with Tsunade and Luo's medical methods, they basically survived. Can be saved. Even if you encounter something like a curse, you can use Inu Orium's power of rejection to reject it for treatment. After a set of combo punches, Cheng Feng felt that if he received all 6 cards, he could basically compete with the God of Death. As for the other 3 combat decks, basically in Cheng Feng's mind, red cards are indispensable, which makes it quite difficult to put them together. For melee combat, the 2 red cards Giro and Escanor are necessary. Considering flexibility and practicality, it is difficult to find a replacement for the card Minato Namikaze. Cheng Feng had a headache, and then considered the options for the other 3 cards. Kakarot or Vegeta can be considered, as Kinbiris, but the difficulty is a bit high, both in terms of difficulty in collecting and receiving. In the Swordsman deck, Inuyasha's half-demon physique is quite useful, so I'll keep it for now. Zoro is highly talented in swordsmanship, so you have to find a way to get it. As for the others, well, there are too many to choose from. For long range, choose a high explosion one, and just clear the ground with nuclear bombs. Just for the explosion, you don't need anything else. So, these are the ones that can make the list. I quickly conceived the idea in my mind, and at the same time, the framework of each card group has been built. For the rest, Cheng Feng needs to fill in this framework and complete the deck. At the beginning, there is no need to consider the level of the cards, just put the deck together first. Moreover, the extra cards can also be used as alternatives, and the deck can be changed at any time to achieve different fighting styles and effects. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng smiled bitterly. The idea is wonderful, but so far, there are still 2 cards that Cheng Feng can accept. As for the third one, it's still far away. At first, Cheng Feng guessed that he needed to level up. But name, Cheng Feng Plus. Level, 20, full. Body, 49 plus, 333. Strength, 48 plus, 316. Sensitivity, 48 plus, 293. Looking at the full mark on the level, Cheng Feng knew that his level, there is no way to go up. However, when Cheng Feng saw that behind his name, there was an extra plus after the number, I immediately understood. It seems that I probably need to make a turn like other cards. However, other cards can be turned using card fragments. What about him? You can't just chop yourself up, chop yourself into pieces, and do a spin. Clicked on the plus sign, and a page quickly popped up. As expected, the page prompted that Cheng Feng needed to transfer. As for the materials needed for the first turn, Cheng Feng rubbed his eyes, and after making sure he saw correctly, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. 3,000 green cards and 1,000 spirit stones. This is the material Cheng Feng needs for his transformation. Chapter 34. Cheng Feng was completely stunned. 3,000 green cards. Even though green cards are the lowest drawn cards in the high-end card pool, but 3,000, only 10 cards can be obtained in 10 consecutive rounds at one time. 3,000 cards require 300 consecutive 10 cards. This must all be green cards, which is obviously impossible. Adding the probabilities of blue cards, purple cards, gold cards, and red cards, Cheng Feng would need to draw at least 500 times in a row to collect 3,000 green cards. Even if he recharges all the more than 26 million J, adds the time-limited recharge activity, and adds the remaining spirit stones, it will only be a little over 300 draws. This broken system almost completely deducted his savings, leaving him at most 200,000 J for emergencies. If nothing goes wrong, Cheng Feng can guarantee it with his own head. There must be a solution to this problem in the mysterious gift flashing on the surface of the game. But, if the 300 draws are all green cards, it will be a loss to my grandma's family. Not to mention anything else, let's limit the card pool. 300 draws will completely drain the card pool. No matter how dark your face is, it shouldn't be a problem to get 2 red cards. But now, if you want to make a change, you have to replace the possible red cards with 3,000 green cards. This is outrageous. Cheng Feng gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Who told him to need this broken game to become stronger, so he can only be manipulated by it? Krypton, Krypton, just get used to it. With a trace of sadness and anger, Cheng Feng put his deposit into the game and then opened the mysterious gift. Congratulations on getting the luck accumulator. Looking at the extra module, Cheng Feng sighed and checked it. The so-called luck accumulator, to put it bluntly, can limit the cards in the card pool to the lowest level cards, and then extract the cards to combine them all. It is a card of this level, but in exchange, drawing cards will also randomly accumulate some luck. After the luck accumulator is full, you can enter any card you want on the luck accumulator. The next card drawn will definitely be the card you want. Okay, let's play like this, right? Fuck my mentality, right? Can't I accept it? At this moment, Cheng Feng only felt that he was aggrieved. He was being manipulated by this crappy game and couldn't resist at all. What else could he do? Cheng Feng sighed in his heart, and then started to twitch. Green light came one after another. Cheng Feng was worried as he watched, but what could he do? He was also desperate. As he finished all 300 strokes, Cheng Feng was filled with energy. With the luck accumulator and 1100 spirit stones, everyone's defenses are broken. This is how you play, right? Good. Cheng Feng picked up a stone from the ground with trembling hands, then walked to a tree next to the open space, and then wrote the 3 characters "broken game" on the trunk of the tree. Ah! Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! The next moment, Cheng Feng went completely crazy, and all kinds of attacks swallowed up the big tree like a tsunami, directly crushing it to bones and ashes. After venting, only a large pit more than 1 meter deep was left where the big tree was. Feeling a little happier, Cheng Feng invested all 3,000 green cards and 1,000 spirit stones. The next moment, many green cards were instantly reduced to ashes, but countless green light spots merged into Cheng Feng's body. Cheng Feng felt as if he had returned to his mother's body at this moment. His whole body relaxed and a warm feeling enveloped him. At this moment, Cheng Feng almost felt so comfortable that he wanted to scream. But soon, this feeling dissipated, as if nothing had happened. Cheng Feng opened the character interface and found that there had been a little change. Name: Cheng Feng, green. Level: 20. Body: 149 plus, 333. Strength: 148 plus, 316. Sensitivity: 148 plus, 293. Hiss. Taking a breath, Cheng Feng saw that he had directly increased 100 attribute points for each item. This kind of increase seemed to be achieved by any means other than cheating. And not only that, as the attribute points increased, Cheng Feng felt as if the magic power in his body had been unlocked. In just this moment, Cheng Feng felt that his magic power reserve had doubled. At this moment, Cheng Feng suddenly realized. It turns out that he originally calculated based on the white card. Although you can gradually become stronger, the limitations of the white card are here, so no matter how hard you try, the results will be extremely low. But at this moment, a change was made, which essentially improved Cheng Feng's all-round potential and height, reaching the level of a green card. If this is fed back to Cheng Feng, the improvement will naturally be extremely powerful. Cheng Feng guessed that after his level reaches the full level again, he will usher in his second turn and be promoted to the blue card qualification. If he continues to be promoted like this, when Cheng Feng's qualifications are upgraded to a red card, and with the blessing of the deck, he can beat a Kunalakia into a dog, there shouldn't be a big problem. Thinking this way, Cheng Feng suddenly felt that the green behind his name on his interface looked particularly cute. By the way, there is another chance to make a wish. Cheng Feng remembered that there is still a luck accumulator that is useless. At this moment, there is an empty whiteboard on the luck accumulator module. As long as Cheng Feng wants any card, he only needs to enter the corresponding name on it, and then by investing 100 spirit stones, you can enjoy the benefits of single draw wishing. But when he thought that this was obtained in exchange for 3,000 green cards, Chang Feng felt a pang of pain. All 3 decks are lacking, but speaking of the red card that can enhance my strength the most at the moment. Chang Feng chuckled, and a name appeared on the whiteboard of the luck accumulator. Escanor. The next moment, the card pool boiled, and a flashing red card rushed out, and the image of Escanor appeared on the card. Chang Feng laughed. With this card and Jiro's red card, Chang Feng passed the small S-level assessment at noon with his eyes closed. Chang Feng added Escanor to his card pool and replaced Elizabeth's card. In an instant, the Escanor card added more than 200 attribute points to himself. This is normal, after all, it is almost noon, and Escanor's characteristics are also reflected in the attribute points. And Chang Feng also learned that as time fluctuates, this attribute point will increase more, and will not fall back until noon, and even reaches midnight. Escanor's blessing to Chang Feng is not as good as the last ordinary blue card. Definitely next time. Looking at the appearance of another bald-cloaked man in the illustrated book, Chang Feng smiled and prepared to save this card for next time. Although in comparison, there is no doubt that Saitama is stronger and more stable, but now Chang Feng seems to be unable to absorb Saitama, and his magic power consumption cannot keep up, so he should wait until he becomes stronger before considering Saitama's card. Chapter 35. In the following time, Chang Feng devoted himself wholeheartedly to the subjugation commission, and even accepted a commission to subdue the bandits alone. Through repeated commissions, Chang Feng gradually became familiar with the card Escanor, and at the same time got used to receiving 3 cards at the same time. However, once noon arrived, Chang Feng could only maintain his combat status for 3 seconds. And this is when only 1 card from Escanor is received. If he receives 3 cards, his magic reserve will be drained in an instant. But even though it only lasted 3 seconds, Chang Feng also said that he was terrifyingly strong at that time. In addition, there is another bad thing, that is, Chang Feng in this mode is too destructive. For example, 3 seconds was too much time to defeat monsters, so Chang Feng swung out his knife and shaved the nearby hill's head. For this reason, unless time is particularly urgent, Chang Feng also temporarily sealed the Escanor card. Even so, if Chang Feng hadn't mastered alchemy and could repair it, he would have received many complaints, and various repairs reports are coming that the Magic Council will be filled to the brim. Well, Yujma is also very hard-working. If you don't bother him, you won't have to worry too much about his old age. In addition, there are more orders for Magical Potion number 2, and the first batch of pre-orders has 1,000 bottles. Well, a small goal was achieved very easily. The only pity is that Chang Feng is busy preparing, so the order can only be temporarily put down. However, sharpening the sword is as good as chopping wood. Now that his magic power has doubled, he devotes himself to making medicines in 1 day. If he uses up all his magic power, he can get 60 bottles of medicine. 1,000 bottles can be finished in 17 days. Not a big problem. The most important thing now is the S-level assessment. At the beginning of winter, the temperature dropped very quickly this year. The first snow of the year fell early last night, and the entire Magnolia was covered with a thick layer of snow. On this day, the Fairy Tale Guild was particularly lively. Makarov also changed out of his previous clown-like clothes and put on the Holy 10 cloak, which represents a status symbol. Ahem. Makarov coughed twice, looked at the gathered guild members, and said, according to Fairy Tale's ancient tradition, today is the day to announce the list of S-class magician upgrades. Oh! The guild members collectively shouted, and everyone was full of excitement. Looking at the excited people, Makarov tugged at the corner of his mouth and said helplessly, "Why are you so excited? I haven't seen you so excited in the past years. There's some last-minute guys. Haha, that's different. Yes, who doesn't want to climb up? Wish you had me. Wish you had me. There should be Chang Feng this year, right? I went and then I remembered, Indeed, if there is Cheng Feng, the difficulty will be increased this year. Makarov waited for the voices below to quiet down, and then he said, this year's exam venue is in a deserted land. Hiss. Everyone took a breath of cold air. In the desolate land, in the world of fairy tale, there was a land with extremely weak magic power. However, due to the geothermal heat, it attracted many fire-type monsters to settle here. There are many monsters here, and the magic power is thin, so naturally no one goes there, which leads to a large number of monsters in the deserted land. Basically, every period of time, a lot of monster clearance commissions are issued about the deserted land. During this year, I have seen everyone's strength, heart and soul, so this time, there are 2 participants. Makarov looked towards the crowd. Cheng Feng. Laxis. Looking at the announcement of the list, everyone sighed. Although they regretted that they were not selected, they were also convinced by the list. Needless to say, Cheng Feng is a mission maniac, and his own strength is constantly improving. Not to mention his peers, he is the S of the average guild. Even a super magician is not necessarily Cheng Feng's opponent. Laxis's strength is obvious to all. The number of commissions he completed initially was not high, but after being stimulated by Cheng Feng, he began to receive a large number of commissions and hone himself, so he obtained the qualification. Very normal. Of course, as before, only one person can pass this assessment. The content of the assessment will not be revealed until reaching the deserted land. Cheng Feng, Laxis, do you understand? Understood, Grandpa President. I get it, Grandpa. Cheng Feng and Laxis looked at each other and nodded in response. You will meet in the deserted land a week later. During this week, you will choose a partner to take the assessment with you. Makarov looked at the 2 people and held out 2 fingers and said, first, you must choose a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. Second, you are not allowed to choose an S-class wizard as your partner. If you do not choose a good partner within a week, then you will automatically give up the qualification for the assessment. As soon as Makarov finished speaking, Cheng Feng's expression was calm, while Laxis was completely frozen. Cheng Feng was not worried. After all, whether it was Urza, Myra Jane, Gray, Natsu, or he has a good relationship with them, and they are taking the S-level assessment. They probably all hope that Cheng Feng can take them with them to let them experience the assessment atmosphere in advance and prepare for their future promotion to S-level. As for Laxis, now, although the stage has changed a bit, he has not yet established a good relationship with the members of the guild. As for the future Thunder Gods, they have not yet joined the guild, so Laxis is in trouble. Laxis glanced at Cheng Feng, who turned towards him. He spread his hands and said, I am also an assessor, so I can't help you. Laxis became gloomy for a while and looked at the others. When the guild members saw this scene, they all laughed, but it was not to laugh at Laxis, but to think of Laxis' dark history. Seeing that he was a little embarrassed, some people also took the initiative to approach Laxis and recommended him. After all, even if he was not the one to take the S-level exam, it would be a good thing for Laxis to get rid of his embarrassment by helping others. And finally formed a team with Marcus, a magician who uses sand magic. Cheng Feng, choose me. The geothermal energy over there is strong. I am of ice attribute and can restrain those fire monsters. I want to go too. I am a fire dragon slayer magic. Flames have no effect on me. Like. Habi, don't interrupt, Cheng Feng, I'll go with you. We both receive magic, so we're the best match. Do you need help? My armor's defense is pretty good. Looking at the noisy people around him, there is no doubt that Cheng Feng's popularity in the guild is still very good. After thinking carefully for a moment, Cheng Feng looked at Myra Jane, who had been a little restrained recently, but still wore hot clothes and pants, and had her hair tied in a ponytail, and said, Myra, please go with me. Yet. I knew you would choose me. Myra Jane jumped up, rushed over, hooked Changfeng's neck and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely make you an S-class mage." Chapter 36. Whoa! The whistle sounded, Changfeng yawned, stretched, and got off the train. Myra Jane walked beside Changfeng and said helplessly, "I really can't stand you. You still can't change your habit of sleeping on the train. But it's not bad. At least I'm full of sleep, and I can go all out for the next assessment." Chang Feng smiled relaxedly, looked back at Laxus and Marcus who came with them and said, "Laxus, do you have anything to do with the assessment?" "No, Grandpa is still very strict on this point, I guess it will be difficult." Lacasus carried his backpack and walked out with Marcus. Marcus smiled and said, "No matter how difficult it is, it won't make us go to die, right?" Cheng Feng: "I feel that Makarov is not impossible. After all, Fairy Tale's S-level assessment is almost the most stringent assessment in the entire Fiori Kingdom. If it were not strict, there would probably already be as many S-level magicians." "Dog! What are you guys talking about?" Just as they were walking out of the station together, they saw Makarov in casual clothes outside the station. "It's nothing, Grandpa President, when will the assessment start?" Chang Feng asked. Makarov looked at the four of them and laughed. "It's already started." "Hey?" The four of them had question marks on their faces. "The station is almost 20 kilometers away from the deserted land. Now I will tell you the content of the first assessment." Makarov said with a smile, "I have prepared 2 big gifts for you over there, and the one who arrives first will have a certain advantage. As for the subsequent assessment content, when you arrive in the deserted land, it will naturally be divided into different assessment contents based on your choices. Laxus, let's go." As soon as he heard this, Marcus immediately called Laxus, and Laxus immediately used electric current to stimulate his body, strengthen himself, and rush towards the deserted land. "When it comes to speed, we have an advantage." Myra Jane looked at Laxus and Marcus who had already set off, glanced at Cheng Feng and said, "Can you keep up? Are you looking down on me?" Cheng Feng laughed, and with a flash of light, Namikaze Minato appeared. "So, let's go." Myra Jane also received the soul of Satan with her whole body. She flapped the bat wings behind her and flew out like a cannonball. Almost instantly, she was about to catch up with Laxus and Marcus who had left first. "Grandpa President, we have to take the first step." Cheng Feng said hello to Makarov, then suddenly threw out the kunao and disappeared. Makarov looked at the 4 people who were each relying on their own abilities, with a pleased smile on his face. "Come on, kids, I hope you won't let me down." The sound of breaking through the air came, and Myra Jane relied on flying, rushing like a stream of light. And Cheng Feng also kept flashing, relying on the continuous projection of his 2 kunao, using the flying thunder god to rush on his way quickly. Saw it! Myra Jane had a better view in mid-air. She could already see the row of fences blocked by barbed wire at the edge of the deserted land from a distance. Cheng Feng also saw it. Under the barbed wire, there were 2 wooden tables with plugs on them. Holding 2 flags with the fairy tale emblem, Cheng Feng and Myra Jane were the first to arrive. They looked at the 2 tables in front of them and the 2 envelopes on them, and they laughed. The advantage is that you can check the specific contents of the 2 items and choose the ones that suit you. After opening the envelope, Cheng Feng took out a piece of paper and opened it. It says, "Walk 10 kilometers to the southeast, there is a cave of the red flame beast. If you defeat it within 3 hours and bring back the horn of the red flame beast, you will have completed the first assessment." As for Marajana's side, the paper says that there is a territory belonging to the fire-poison demonic lion 13 kilometers to the northeast. Defeat it within 3 hours and bring back the fire-poison demonic lion's fangs. You only need to tear up the letter to complete the first test. Even if you choose this assessment, the flag on the table is a timing device. If the items are not brought back within the specified time, the flag will break, which means the assessment has failed. The two exchanged letters and looked at it. Then looked at each other in confusion. Red flame beast, fire poison demonic lion. Hiss, the president is really ruthless. They are all S-class monsters, and they basically require S-class magicians to deal with them. Mirage felt helpless for a while, and had a clear understanding of the difficulty of the S-level assessment. Normally, if you can't defeat an S-class monster, why should you be promoted to an S-class mage? Cheng Feng sighed, then looked at Myra Jane and said, let's choose the one that's closer. Okay. The time is tight and the task is heavy. We have to continue on our way, so naturally we choose the one that is closer, and we can save some time to deal with the S-class monsters. The two chose the red flame beast. After tearing up the letter, they placed it on the table. The flag glowed faintly, and as time went by, the light continued to dim. A gate was opened above the barbed wire fence that was originally blocking it. Cheng Feng and Myra Jane did not dare to delay. After entering the gate, they immediately headed towards it. They rushed toward the southeast, and after the two left for 3 minutes, Laxus and Marcus arrived without a chance. After reading the letter, they tore it up and headed toward the northeast. Rush. Rushing against time requires a lot of magic power, and facing S-class monsters is also risky. It can be said that this assessment will extremely test the personal strength and cooperation of the two. Myra Jane rushed to the destination and found the cave. The two stopped and released the reception state at the same time. How is the status? Cheng Feng looked at Myra Jane and asked. Not bad, 1/3 of the magic power was consumed. Myra Jane responded, feeling a little unsure about whether he could defeat the red flame beast. The magic power around him was extremely thin, and it was unrealistic to recover quickly. Cheng Feng raised his head and glanced at the gloomy sky, and then looking at the rising values on the character interface, I speculated that it took them 3 minutes to rush over. They had plenty of time. They were afraid that after defeating the red flame beast, their magic power would be exhausted and they would be unable to move quickly, thus delaying time. Myra, can you take me with you on your flight? Cheng Feng asked the key question. Myra Jane was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said yes, but the speed will be greatly reduced. That's enough. Cheng Feng nodded and said I still have enough magic power now. You help me raid the formation, and you must ensure at least 1/3 of the magic power. Leave the main output to me. I will deal with the red flame beast as soon as possible. Are you okay? Myra Jane asked. This was her first time teaming up with Cheng Feng on a mission, so she didn't know how powerful Cheng Feng's destructive power was. I have a heroic soul that is very strong. If I take it, it will be enough to deal with S-class monsters, but it will easily drain my magic power. Cheng Feng said to Myra Jane, so, I need you to take me back when I lose my strength. Seeing Cheng Feng's seriousness, Myra Jane nodded, patted her already swollen chest and said, wrap it around me. Cheng Feng nodded. After the two communicated about the next battle plan, Chen Feng walked to the entrance of the cave and began to attract monsters. Chapter 37. After receiving Edward, he clapped his hands and pressed him to the ground. The next moment, the structure of the cave was decomposed and destroyed by Cheng Feng, and the originally strong cave collapsed instantly. An earth-shaking loud noise was heard, and the originally peaceful cave suddenly became violent. The red flame beast was so enraged that it completely lost control and let out a deafening roar, followed by a strong and pungent fishy smell. At this moment, a huge, thick, blazing pillar of fire suddenly broke through the mountains of rubble, and swooped towards Cheng Feng like a fire dragon with its teeth and claws. In the blink of an eye, the fire shot into the sky and the heat wave rolled in, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world. However, facing such a terrifying attack, Cheng Feng showed no fear and stood as steady as a mountain. As soon as he thought, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble slightly, and then a thick and solid earth wall slowly rose up, like an indestructible fortress lying in front of him. The pillars of fire and gravel hit the earthen wall hard, immediately stirring up countless sparks and smoke. The earth wall was under tremendous pressure, and cracks gradually opened on the surface, but it always stood firm and successfully withstood this thrilling blow. The next moment, Cheng Feng sensed something and stepped back suddenly. At the same time, he received Jiro, grabbed a piece of gravel, and threw it suddenly. Suddenly, a huge and powerful monster rushed out like an arrow from a string. This monster looks very weird. Its head is like a leopard, but its body is as strong as a tiger. There is a sharp horn in the center of its forehead. Its body is covered with hard scales and a layer of bright red hair. But the body shape is as upright as a human being. The red flame beast rushed towards the earth wall in an instant, and its sharp claws easily scratched through it. However, at this moment, the stone with strong kinetic energy hit the red flame beast's wrist accurately. In an instant, the red flame beast felt a strong electric current spread throughout his body. His entire arm and even half of his body became numb and weak, and he completely lost control. This sudden severe pain made it miserable, but before it had time to react, two ghostly figures quietly appeared beside it. Impact point. Soul Exterminator. Cheng Feng punched out with both fists, hitting the Crimson Flame Beast's abdomen. Crimson Flame Beast, which was originally only paralyzed on half of its body, felt that its entire body was paralyzed and could not move at all. Immediately afterwards, Myra, who had received the soul of Satan, gathered a large amount of darkness in his hands, creating a super powerful dark shock wave that directly swallowed the red flame beast's head. Myra, retreat. Good. After the attack was successful, Myra retreated without hesitation. Cheng Feng inserted his fingers into his shoulders, and his body suddenly expanded into a 3-meter giant. Kitty, let's try this trick. Cheng Feng raised his knife to receive Escanor, and a hot breath burst out from his body. Holy sword, Escanor. The hand knife fell rapidly with a sharp sound of wind, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. At the same time, a hot and violent magic burst out like a burning star. At this moment, only a jaw-dropping huge crack suddenly appeared on the huge body of the red flame beast. Along with a piercing sound and splashing scales and hair, scarlet warm blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing everywhere. It was everywhere. Marajana's eyes were wide open, and her face was full of surprise. She secretly exclaimed, "How amazing! How on earth is such a terrifying attack power achieved?" Cheng Feng frowned slightly, because the damage was too low. It was only after 10 o'clock in the morning, not yet 11 o'clock, and it was some time before noon, so the power that Escanor burst out was not strong enough. This time the sword only injured the red flame beast, but it was not fatal. The physical defense of this S-class monster was far beyond Cheng Feng's imagination. Roar! The head was blown, and a huge wound was torn on the body. Such an injury is enough to relieve the acupuncture points. Don't worry, kitten, I still have time. Cheng Feng's figure expanded even more, and the knife in his hand was clenched into a fist. Holy hammer, Escanor! He took a deep breath, concentrated all his strength on his fist, and then swung it out suddenly. This punch was like thunder, with unparalleled power, hitting the abdomen of the red flame beast. In an instant, time seemed to have frozen. Immediately afterwards, only an earth-shaking loud noise was heard. The red flame beast seemed to be hit hard by a high-speed train speeding at hundreds of kilometers per hour. Its body was like a shooting star burning with flames. It flew backwards at a high speed. Its huge and heavy body hit a huge rock mountain behind, causing a violent explosion. The whole scene was shocked by rocks and dust flying. The beast did not stop flying. It continued to fly backwards for more than 10 meters, and finally fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of smoke and dust. This destructive power is too exaggerated. Mirage spurted out magic power to stop the gravel flying towards her. Looking at the scene in front of her, her perspective was refreshed once again. But the next moment, Mirage felt that Cheng Feng was the fiery magic power like the sun disappeared. Because these two blows directly drained half of Cheng Feng's magic power. Cheng Feng felt that his magic power could no longer be used. The red flame beast had eaten Cheng Feng twice and looked extremely miserable. There was no good flesh on his body, and one of his legs was bent at 90 degrees. Even so, the red flame beast was not dead yet. In its current state, it was on 3 limbs, vomiting blood, and stared at Cheng Feng with its scarlet eyes. In an instant, the red flame beast moved. Although one leg was broken, its speed was still faster than normal. The man was moving faster, and while approaching Cheng Feng, he suddenly opened his mouth, and countless fireballs the size of watermelons were fired at Cheng Feng. In an instant, a kunao appeared on the red flame beast. To its side, Cheng Feng disappeared in front of it and came to the side of the red flame beast. Raise Nan. I saw a spiral pill with endless power, hitting the huge body of the red flame beast. I heard a loud noise, and the extremely hard spine of the red flame beast could not bear such a huge body. The impact made a crisp sound. Then, the red flame beast's huge body fell to the ground like it was being pressed by a mountain. At the same time, the ground shook violently because of this powerful force. It seemed like it was going to crack. In an instant, countless fine cracks were centered on the place where the Raise Nan hit, and they spread quickly to the surroundings. These cracks were intertwined like spider webs, and the ground was shattered piece by piece. Gravels and sand of different sizes flew everywhere, forming a grey mist. After the red flame beast was severely injured, a stream of bright red blood suddenly spewed out from its mouth, and the condensing fireball stopped abruptly. Although it was seriously injured, the red flame beast's eyes still flashed with a trace of ferocity and determination. It seemed that it did not intend to give in, but instead aroused a stronger fighting spirit deep in its heart. Careful. Super sadistic and violent. Mirage suddenly waved her arms and hands, and the vortex formed by the dark magic power was thrown out like a long whip, directly blocking the red flame beast's tiger tail that carried the fierce aura. A disobedient kitten will be beaten. Cheng Feng suddenly raised his arm, looked at the red flame beast whose spinal cord was injured and was somewhat unable to move, and sneered, "Holy Spear, Escanor!" Escanor received it again, and the dazzling magic power of the sun burst out. He stabbed out his fingers, and the surging magic power penetrated from the back of the red flame beast's head and came out from the front. The red flame beast only felt the brain heat up, and then lost consciousness. It was gone. Cheng Feng slashed with a hand knife, and the red flame beast's horn was cut off by it. In an instant, Cheng Feng released his grip and sat on the ground with some strength left. The magic power was not exhausted, but there was not much left. Too much. Myra. Coming. After Myra Jane fell, Cheng Feng put the horn into the game backpack. Myra Jane helped Cheng Feng up, then hugged Cheng Feng's hot body, took off with Cheng Feng, and rushed towards the deserted land. Who will be the first to pass? Outside the deserted land, Makarov sat on the table, looked at the deserted land and said with their strength, "It is not a big problem to join forces to deal with S-class monsters, it is just a matter of time. I guess I'll have to wait another hour." Just when Makarov finished speaking, he saw a figure rushing towards him in the deserted place. So fast! Makarov couldn't believe it. But even if he couldn't believe it, Mirage still flew here as fast as possible. When Mirage landed, Cheng Feng took out his horn and put it directly on the table. The dimming flag also burst into light in an instant, and then slowly extinguished. Cheng Feng pulled up the flag, looked at the somewhat absent-minded Makarov on the other side and said, "Grandpa President, we succeeded. Pass it." Makarov was stunned for a moment, then nodded solemnly, and said to Cheng Feng and Myra Jane, "Congratulations, Cheng Feng, Myra Jane, you successfully passed the first assessment. P.S. The saved manuscript has been completely used up. Next, 2 to 3 chapters should be updated every day. I hope you can remind me more and comment more. Don't be too busy with the book in the early stage. It is easy to die. Thank you for your support. Chapter 38. The Second Assessment. Makarov looked at Cheng Feng. Yes, we have completed the first assessment, so the second assessment is next, right? What are we going to do? We can go ahead and finish it. Cheng Feng is eager to try. Even though his magic power has not recovered yet, Cheng Feng feels that there should be no big problem. Don't be impatient yet, wait for Laxus to come back. Makarov waved his hand towards Cheng Feng and said, when he comes back, you will know what the second test is. What's the meaning? Cheng Feng was stunned, not quite understanding what Makarov meant. Makarov showed an enigmatic smile and said, you will know when the time comes. Cheng Feng. So, I hate the Riddler the most. However, Cheng Feng didn't wait too long. But for more than an hour, Laxus and Marcus were carrying a huge fang in embarrassment. Returned here. The fangs were placed on the table, and the flag was pulled out by Laxus. Both of them passed the first level, but when they looked at Makarov, they found that he had no intention of speaking. Cheng Feng and Laxus were both confused by Makarov's defeat. Cheng Feng thought about the first test, and then looked at Myra Jane. Myra Jane shrugged and said that he had not thought of it either. What? When Cheng Feng saw this, he suddenly thought of what Makarov had said about preparing a big gift for them. At first, Cheng Feng thought that the big gift was an S-class monster, but now it seems that it is very possible. It's about the second assessment. When he thought of this, Cheng Feng walked towards the horn he had cut off. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Feng stretched out his hand and slowly penetrated the horn like a tentacle with his own magic power. Soon, Cheng Feng discovered that he had guessed correctly. There was a hollow in the horn. Cheng Feng immediately took out the Huron pill, cut a hole in the horn, and then broke it off with force. Crack! The horn was broken off, revealing a small box inside. Laxus saw Cheng Feng's operation and immediately checked the fangs he brought back. Cheng Feng took out the small box in surprise, opened it, and found a pendant inside. This is a small prop that can absorb magic power and store it. When necessary, it can also absorb the magic power inside to restore it. Makarov suddenly said, as for the second assessment, you can read it yourself. Cheng Feng took out a piece of paper at the bottom of the box and read it. Myra Jane also came over and read the words on it. But when they saw the message on it, they were immediately confused. Because it said being the first to open this box means that you have successfully passed the second assessment. Congratulations, starting from today, you will become a true S-class mage. Keep running towards your future. Cheng Feng and Mirage both looked at Makarov. Makarov stood over there, his body straight, and said the first assessment will test your execution ability, as well as your own strength. The second assessment tests your thinking ability and understanding of events. Cheng Feng, you passed everything. Congratulations, you have become a true S-class mage. No. On the other side, Marcus suddenly wailed, and Laxus looked depressed when he looked at the fangs that found nothing after being checked by him. Grandpa, why don't I? Laxus looked at Makarov with an aggrieved look on his face. Snort. Makarov snorted coldly, looked at Laxus and said, let me ask you, how many fangs does the fire poison demon lion have? 4. I asked you to bring the fangs. Did I say bring a specific fang? I don't even know how to use my brain, I just know how to be reckless. You have already lost the opportunity, so you need to think about more problems to make up for the lost opportunity. As a result, your performance has disappointed me, Laxus. Go back and reflect, and come back next year. Faced with Makarov's words, if it had been put in the past, it is estimated that Laxus would have started to complain directly, but Laxus, who has changed a lot now, has not done this. He will accept Makarov's accusation obediently, and will Makarov's words took it to heart. It can be predicted that Laxus, who has grown up in this way, will definitely have higher achievements in the future than he did in the original plot. It always feels a bit unreal. Chang Feng scratched his head, looked at Makarov and said, I thought it would be more difficult. That means your strength has exceeded your limit. Before Makarov could speak, Mirage slapped Chang Feng on the back of the head and said, I have never heard of any magician who can seriously injure an S-class monster with just a few moves. Your strength is beyond the limit. It's too serious, so naturally it feels simple. If it were me, I would probably have to fight hard for a long time. Listening to Mirage's complaints, Makarov and the others all looked at Chang Feng. Not that exaggerated. Chang Feng still kept a low profile and said the strength of my heroic soul depends on the sun. At night, it is very weak. That means that the closer it gets to noon, the stronger you will be. Makarov looked at Chang Feng and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have received complaints about Chang Feng before, saying that he was too destructive or something. However, Chang Feng mostly helped others repair it, and Makarov I didn't care. Now it seems that it is a bit scary to change it to one that is too destructive. That's right, but I can only maintain it for 3 seconds at most, and the magic power will be drained after 3 seconds. Chang Feng held out 3 fingers to show that he was not that strong. In those 3 seconds, how strong are you? Laxus asked as he looked at Chang Feng. Everyone looked at him. Chang Feng scratched his head in embarrassment and said, let's just go 50-50 with the president. Makarov? I have become a combat unit? Several people looked at Chang Feng as if they were looking at a freak. Makarov even said seriously to Chang Feng, don't use that heroic spirit if you have nothing to do. The soul is too destructive and there are many complaints. Oh okay, I know. Chang Feng nodded in agreement. But what they didn't know was that Chang Feng had not finished what he said. Chang Feng could only hold Escanor for 3 seconds at noon, because the time was too short and the magic power was extracted too seriously, causing Chang Feng to not be able to exert the power of the card at all. If it is really converted, Chang Feng can only exert 10% of the power of the noon card, because there is no magic power to use it. Chang Feng did his best. Laxus and the others went back to the guild first, but Chang Feng was stopped by Makarov. The promotion of S-class wizards required filing with the Magic Council. In the Fairy Tale Guild, there is also a special ceremony after promotion to Sirius Island. Chang Feng and Makarov set sail to Sirius Island. Only in front of Maybez's grave, they only then can you truly become an S-class mage of the Fairy Tale Guild. Chapter 39. It's so hot. As the temperature got higher and higher, Chang Feng slumped down on the recliner. Can you believe it? It's almost the end of December, and the temperature here is still over 40 degrees. Coming. Makarov was wearing a beach suit. He looked at Chang Feng, who was only wearing a pair of big pants, and said, why don't you sleep this time? It's so hot, where can I sleep? Chang Feng complained, took out the Hyaenron pill and froze an ice cube to cool down. Only then did he feel better. Grandpa President, are we going to pay homage to the first president, Mavis? Chang Feng looked at Makarov and said, what is the purpose of holding this ceremony? Makarov stopped fanning his hand. He looked at Chang Feng and sighed, I have always had this ritual, but I have another expectation for you. Chang Feng was stunned, and then he realized what he was doing. He sat up straight and looked at Makarov and said, receive the magic and the soul of the heroic spirit. Not too stupid. Makarov glanced at Chang Feng, continued to flap his fan and said, if you can really use the soul of the heroic spirit, then the first generation should not be stingy in lending his power to you. Chang Feng sat there stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly, but didn't say anything. Because he knew very well that his receiving magic could only receive the power of the card, and could not receive other powers at all. And then, there was. Maybez is not dead at all. Even if he can receive the heroic soul, where can she turn him into a heroic soul? But Makarov doesn't know that there is May buried under the guild? Beezy's body, but after so many years, Makarov had long thought that Mibis was dead, and naturally he didn't know the inside story. It was hard for Cheng Feng to explain, otherwise how could he explain that he knew these things? Cheng Feng also wants to go there. Of course, there is a purpose. That is the tombstone that incorporates Mabis's will, and the two super magics hidden on it. One is absolute obliteration magic, and the other is absolute brilliance. The defensive magic, fairy ball. Cheng Feng wants to study the fairy ball. Although the fairy's radiance attack is powerful, to be honest, Cheng Feng has so many cards, but the fairy's attack method is not lacking. The ball is different. It condenses the thoughts of all guild members into powerful magic and creates an invincible protection ball. It has the function of protecting all members and the environment within the sphere, and has the additional effect of freezing all time in the ball. The magic is not only about defense, but also involves time. You know, Iridia tried his best to set back time for 1 minute, but the fairy ball can block time for 7 years. Beezy took action to remove the magic, otherwise the blockade would last longer. If Cheng Feng wanted to make contact, he could not only remove the seal of the fairy ball when he really couldn't withstand the black dragon's attack, but also Cheng Feng. I want to try to see if I can use the super magic of fairy ball to understand other effects, such as the ability to convert the power of thoughts into magic power. If I understand the method, can I solve Cheng Feng's current magic power reserve? Insufficient situation? You know. What limits Cheng Feng now is the problem of magic power. If Cheng Feng really has a large amount of magic power, then with the combination of many cards, Cheng Feng's strength will be extremely terrifying. In addition, the power of Jiro's seal fully opened, the explosive growth of the sun that never sets in Escanor's heart, the Super Scion form, and Saitama's explosion combined to make these 4 guys a super serious punch. Cheng Feng was a little worried about whether the planet under his feet could withstand this punch. But in this mode, Cheng Feng could only think about it. After all, if it really reaches this level, Cheng Feng felt that with his current situation. Let's see, not to mention the second magic source, even if there are a dozen more, the magic power will be drained out in an instant. Of course, Cheng Feng can also look forward to it. If it really reaches the red card, it will be opened up. The second magic source might be enough. Cheng Feng's requirements are not high. The destructive power caused by this imaginary mode, let alone 3 seconds, even 1 second, is absolutely unimaginable. Arrive. Just when Cheng Feng was thinking wildly, Makarov's words made Cheng Feng wake up from his dream. At this moment, the ship had arrived at a blank sea area. Just when Cheng Feng was wondering where Tianlang Island was, suddenly the scene in front of him changed, and a unique island suddenly appeared in front of Cheng Feng. Tianlang Island is protected by a unique barrier. Under normal circumstances, there is no way to see the islands. Makarov said towards Cheng Feng, only fairy tale wizards can see this island and land on this fairy tale guild holy land. Cheng Feng nodded, followed Makarov off the boat, and landed on the guild's holy land. As soon as he set foot on the island, a strong magic power enveloped Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng flicked the necklace hanging around his neck. The spherical pendant soon became filled with magic power. What a great place! Cheng Feng took a deep breath and said, with such strong magic power, I feel like I can even have 1 extra second when I'm at my peak. Follow me. Makarov gestured towards Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng nodded and followed Makarov's footsteps. After passing through a large forest filled with various strange creatures, an old man and a young man came to Mabius' tombstone. Makarov clasped his hands together, closed his eyes and bowed towards the tombstone. When he opened his eyes and wanted to tell Cheng Feng some precautions, he found Cheng Feng squatting over there, taking out a knife from somewhere. A variety of desserts that looked very expensive were placed in front of Mavis's tombstone. What are you? Makarov was immediately confused by Changfeng's operation and didn't know what to say for a moment. Mavis is a girl after all, and girls generally don't refuse the temptation of desserts. Chang Feng put the sacrifices away, followed Makarov's example, bowed towards the tombstone and said, "After all, if you want to seek help from the first president maybes, you have to prepare something good." Makarov smiled bitterly and murmured in his heart, "If this is useful, I will eat all these things." However, thinking that this was Changfeng's filial piety after all, Makarov said nothing more. But after Changfeng paid his respects, Makarov looked at the ice-cold ice cream sundae. At this time, he swallowed. "In this damn weather, you won't blame me if you eat some ice cream, right? Well, after all, it won't taste good in such a hot weather." Makarov suddenly felt like this. "Better, I don't want to waste food." He stretched out his hand and was about to pick up the ice cream sundae, but at this moment a white and tender hand stretched out from somewhere and slapped Makarov. Love's hand was swatted away, and the sundae was taken away as fast as lightning. Makarov? Chapter 40. Makarov looked closely and found a man with a pair of green eyes, a pair of small wings on his head, and very curly and long golden hair. Wearing a cloak and bare feet, sitting on the tombstone and swaying, she looks like a legendary fairy like little Loli. Early, the first generation of adults. Looking at the little Loli in front of him, Makarov couldn't speak clearly, and his mouth was even more open, with an expression of disbelief on his face. "Although you are the third generation president, I cannot give you a sundae," Mabis said to Makarov with great protectiveness. He took a spoonful of ice cream and put it into his mouth. He narrowed his eyes happily. "Is this the first generation, the founder of the fairy tale guild?" Chang Feng also pretended to be surprised and said, "You're not dead." No. Mabius shook the spoon and said to Chang Feng, "I'm dead, and now I look like a ghost." Chang Feng. Makarov. Have you ever seen a ghost that can touch the real thing and happily dig ice cream to eat? However, you are very sensible. Mavis praised Chang Feng by name. Chang Feng smiled very shyly. But only he knew that it was not a secret that Mavis liked to eat sweets. "So, third generation president, what is your purpose here?" Mavis took a big scoop of ice cream and ate it. He felt a little bit cold on his forehead. After rubbing his temples, he said to Makarov and Chang Feng, "You can't just come to see me, a lonely ghost, right?" "Ahem, that's it." Makarov coughed a few times, suppressed the desire to complain in his heart, and then told his thoughts. Maybes ate ice cream while listening to Makarov's story. After finishing the last bit of ice cream, Maybes put it down cup, looked at Makarov and Chang Feng and said, "It can't be done. Although I have never seen the so-called heroic spirit, it is obvious that I do not belong to this category, so I can't help." Mavis picked up a piece of strawberry cake and ate it in small bites. While eating, he said to Chang Feng, "However, if this child is really such a genius, then maybe I can make up for it in another way." "You." After saying that, Mavis's tombstone lit up with light. The light split into two and turned into two floating light spots. After Mavis finished eating the strawberry cake, he stood up and faced Chang Feng and said, "I have 3 super magic powers. Absolute judgment magic, the law of the Fae. Absolutely obliterating magic, the brilliance of fairies. The absolute defensive magic, fairy ball. But here, there are no goblin laws, only goblin radiance and goblin balls. As a reward for your tribute to me, you can choose one of these 2 magics." Makarov was stunned for a moment, and then he said excitedly to Chang Feng, "Why don't you quickly thank the first generation?" "Well, thank you, Shode-sama." Chang Feng said to Mavis. "Sarah, come and choose." Mavis held 2 spots of light and said towards Chang Feng, "Choose the brilliance of the fairy? Or the goblin ball?" Without any hesitation, Chang Feng stretched out his hand to the left of Mavis and said, the guild is my home, and my companions in the guild are my family. I choose defensive magic that can protect my family." As he spoke, Cheng Feng held Mavis' left hand. The light spot integrated into Cheng Feng's body, along with all the information about the fairy ball. Mavis looked at Cheng Feng without any hesitation, and first he was stunned for a moment, then looked at Makarov, smiled and said, "You have made the guild great, the third-generation president." Makarov also laughed and wiped his tears at the same time. Mavis's recognition is definitely the biggest compliment for Makarov. And Cheng Feng was immersed in the understanding of the fairy ball. After fully understanding the fairy ball, Cheng Feng also fell into silence. The fairy ball was far more complicated than he imagined, whether it was the composition, the magic structure, or even the removal of the fairy ball. Terrible. Cheng Feng glanced at Mavis, who was happily eating sweets. Even though Mavis was small, her head was filled with almost all the magic knowledge in the world. Only Mavis can create the 3 super magics of fairy tale, and only such Mavis can be called fairy strategist. Mavis had no body, relying on his ghost state and the remaining magic power in the fairy ball. It only took 7 years, that is, 7 days in the ball, to open the fairy ball. Cheng Feng smiled bitterly in his heart. If it was Mavis in normal form, he would probably be able to open it in seconds if it was me. Cheng Feng estimated that it would take almost 3 days. 3 days. In other words, at least 3 years have passed outside. This comparison shows just how strong Mavis is. No, it can be faster. Cheng Feng shook his head in his heart. He still has enough time to slowly study the magic of the fairy ball, and by that time, he will still have Mavis by his side to help him remove the fairy ball. So at this time, it will be shortened even more. No, I'm really stupid. Cheng Feng suddenly reacted and looked at Mavis. Mavis knows most of the magic in this world and is simply a walking encyclopedia. If your own problem is difficult to solve, it is better to ask Mavis. Thinking about this, Cheng Feng also asked Mavis, "First generation sir, do you know of any method that can improve a person's magic power reserve?" Mavis looked at Cheng Feng and was stunned for a moment. The first generation of adults, Cheng Feng's magic has received the soul of the heroic spirit that consumes a lot of magic power. Although the combat power is strong, it cannot last too long, so he asked this question. Makarov also explained to Mavis how to increase your magic power reserves. Mavis looked at Cheng Feng and said, "Actually, you don't have to be so anxious. You are still young. When you grow up, your magic power reserves will naturally increase. But if it is a short-term improvement, I have a good method." "Can it be improved in the short term?" Cheng Feng was stunned for a moment, as if he had never heard of it. "Well, it's not a solution at all, but it's very effective." Mavis stretched out a finger and said to Cheng Feng, "But you have to promise me to use it as little as possible, because this method has similar squeezing potential. So you have to swear that you won't use it easily unless you encounter danger between life and death. Do you understand?" Cheng Feng's eyes lit up and he immediately said, "I promise. I still have this bit of self-control." Seeing Cheng Feng agree, Mavis suddenly laughed. However, no matter how Cheng Feng looked at Mavis's smile, he felt that there was a malicious feeling. Chapter 41. When Mavis brought Cheng Feng to a medicine pool on Tianlang Island and asked Cheng Feng to take off his shirt and lie on the stone, Cheng Feng had already secretly thought that something was wrong. The moment Mavis' fingers touched his back, Cheng Feng realized what kind of wrong thing he had done. "Ah!" A shrill scream sounded, frightening countless birds to fly. Cheng Feng lay on the stone, holding onto the stone with both hands. With his strong finger strength, even the stone was pulled in by Cheng Feng. "At such a young age, why are you so afraid of pain? Give me some peace." Mavis patted Cheng Feng's back. Cheng Feng felt as if he had been pricked by a needle. He gritted his teeth and Cheng Feng did not dare to scream. Only then did Mavis take action with satisfaction. Ming Ming, it was just a light touch with his fingers, but Cheng Feng felt as if his skin and flesh had been violently torn apart, and then a steel brush soaked in salt grains was being used to continuously brush his flesh, and bone marrow. This kind of pain can kill people. Makarov looked at Cheng Feng, who was dripping with cold sweat, and the bloody lines that appeared on his back, and a flash of light came into his mind. Shen looked at Maybes and asked uncertainly, "First generation master, are you carving the lost magic pattern for Cheng Feng?" "That's right," Maybes said with great interest. "This is also my first time to try it, but after the magic pattern is carved, Xiao Cheng Feng will have a place to store magic power in his body, which can indirectly increase his magic power reserve. As for when the magic pattern is actually used, you should understand the power." Makarov nodded. He didn't know why. After the magic pattern is actually used, the magic pattern engraver can gain nearly 100 times the magic power in an instant. It sounds exaggerated, right? But in terms of consequences, the magic pattern is also lost. The reason? The first possibility is that the body cannot withstand the surge of magic power and explodes, leaving no bones. The second possibility is that the body can withstand such terrifying magic power, but cannot control it, and finally the body is stabbed by the surge of magic power. The third possibility is that the magic power is broken and the magic power is leaked, and the magic power is finally exhausted. The third possibility is that the body can bear it and can be used, but once time passes, the magic power that gradually subsides will permanently take away the future potential of this magician. In other words, destroy it. If you are lucky, you can maintain the current level of magic until your death. If you are not lucky, your strength may decline and you may not be as good as an ordinary new magician. In such a serious situation, the magic pattern will gradually be lost, and no one will want it. Carving such a dangerous thing on one's body requires a certain amount of self-control from a magician, as Maybes said. If the magic pattern is not used, the magic pattern is simply used as a magic weapon. Then there is no problem. Its function is the same as the pendant that Makarov gave to Cheng Feng, but compared with the pendant, it is obvious that the reserve of magic patterns is larger. Cheng Feng, who was almost exhausted, could feel that the magic power reserve of the magic pattern was almost 3 times the size of his existing magic power reserve. Cheng Feng only needed to inject his own magic power into the magic pattern, and the magic pattern would store Cheng Feng. When Cheng Feng needs magic power, he can extract the magic power from the magic patterns, thereby improving Cheng Feng's durability. Makarov looked at the circular magic patterns on Cheng Feng's back that looked like magic arrays. He felt relieved, and then he took action and sent the exhausted Cheng Feng to soak in the medicine pool. Cheng Feng soaked in the medicine pool and his physical strength slowly recovered. At this point, the journey to Tianlang Island can be said to be successfully completed. While Cheng Feng and the others were on Tianlang Island, the news about Cheng Feng's promotion to S-class magician finally passed the report of the Magic Council. This news also spread throughout the entire Magician Guild. Among the Cyan Pegasus, Bob looked at the letter from the Magic Council. He looked at the content, held his face with one hand and chuckled. The youngest S-class magician? It seems that Makarov guy is really I have raised a little monster. So fast. Yi Yi also saw the letter and was a little shocked and said Cheng Feng is still very young, I feel like he is not yet an adult. I thought he had to get acquainted with him this year before he could be promoted next year. That's why I said he is a little monster who can pass the S-level exam at the age of 14. Babu sighed with a smile, thinking in his heart that this junior is better than these old guys. But what they don't know is that next, something that will shock them is about to happen. For example, Laxus, Urza, and Myra Jane, the 3 future S-class wizards, were only 16 or 17 years old when they obtained this status. It was precisely this situation that made them complete. It laid the foundation for Fairy Tail and the first Magicians Guild in Fiori Kingdom. Not only the Cyan Pegasus, but also any Magicians Guild registered with the Magic Council will receive this letter to promote Cheng Feng to S-class magician. This is a process. Even if someone from other guilds is promoted to S level, the letters will be passed to the Fairy Tale Guild. Those guilds that have dealings with Cheng Feng are naturally happy for Cheng Feng, and with Cheng Feng. Those who had a bad relationship were as ugly as if they had eaten Oreo. For example, the ghost ruler. Joseph looked at the letter and smashed it into ashes with magic power. You tried to fight against me, goblins, but you succeeded in irritating me. Joseph roared, and the evil magic permeated the entire guild almost instantly, so that none of the guild members below dared to breathe loudly. Regardless of the voices from the outside world, Chen Feng and Makarov, who had finished their rest at this moment, the people left Tianlang Island. As for Maybes, she did not go with them, but continued to stay on Tianlang Island. In her words, she had not slept well at the moment and needed a good rest. Mavis and Makarov have repeatedly warned them to bring more desserts next time they come. Naturally, Makarov will not refuse the request of the first generation, but a ghost always likes it. Eating sweets makes people have the urge to complain. Cheng Feng is standing at the bow of the ship, constantly injecting his own magic power into the magic lines. At the same time, he is constantly absorbing magic power and recovering the consumed magic power. Harvest. Not only obtained the fairy ball, but also increased the magic power reserve. Cheng Feng looked at Shui Tianyi Se in front, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. And since I have been promoted to S-class mage, there are some things that can be put on the agenda. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng clenched his fists and was full of confidence in his future plans. Chapter 42. 779 is destined to be an extraordinary year. Ever since Cheng Feng was promoted to an S-class mage, the title of Mission Madman of the Fairy Tale Guild has finally been passed on to various guilds. At the same time, everyone also understands how valuable this title is. Compared with ordinary commissions, it is also possible to divide areas and selectively distribute them to many magic guilds within the range. However, most of the S-level commissions are extremely dangerous. Not only are they restricted to S-level wizards, but because they are difficult to complete, they are shared by many guilds. Under such a mechanism, many magic guilds found that their S-level commissions were rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some S-level magicians even had a hard time completing an S-level commission. When they came back, the S-level commission had already been completed. 7 or 8 portions are missing. Cheng Feng used his terrifying commission completion speed to successfully drive all the guilds into panic. Because they were horrified to discover that if they didn't speed up and still wanted to deal with the S-level commission slowly, what was waiting for them would be that Cheng Feng would snatch up all the tasks. For this reason, the Magic Council had to step forward and sent Yujma, who had a good relationship with Makarov, to come and talk to Makarov. Ajima was also happy and relaxed, and came to the Fairy Tale Guild to have a drink with Makarov. Don't you want to talk? So isn't it normal to talk for a few days? Therefore, Yujma fished openly. He drank with Makarov for 2 days, and then told Makarov about his arrival. In half a year, a total of 46 S-level commissions were completed, 31 monsters were defeated, 4 dark guilds, and 11 dark groups including bandits and cults. Yajima took a sip of wine, looked at Makarov and said, "Little Ma, Xiao Cheng Feng is under too much pressure, let him rest. Even if it's just to make money, with these tasks and his current pharmacy business, his net worth is already a little over $1 billion, right? There's no need to work so hard." I really told him this. Makarov smiled bitterly and said, "But he is really not as rich as you think. His magic receiving soul is different from ordinary magic receiving soul. Normally, receiving magic means defeating monsters and so on, and absorbing their power for one's own use. As for Cheng Feng's receiving magic, he needs to constantly spend money to buy a void medium, and then use this medium to summon the soul of the heroic spirit to receive it." Yujma looked shocked. "Yes, you thought it right. Although this kind of receiving magic is highly safe, it is extremely expensive, so this is why Cheng Feng continues to make money. But he is strong enough now, right? Still working so hard. Yajima was also speechless. Thinking about him, although he is not strong, he lives a pretty good life. Why doesn't this little guy know how to enjoy life? Personal pursuits may be different. Makarov raised his glass towards Yajima and said, but Cheng Feng and I have had sex. It is estimated that if he continues to be busy for a while, he will indeed need to rest. Yajima smiled bitterly. Does that mean he wants to rest? That's because apart from those troublesome century-old missions, the current S-class commissions are almost cleared. But forget it, since everyone said so, he can go back. With this news, Yajima returned to the Magic Council. As for Cheng Feng, the general S-class commissions were basically cleared, and some were also cleared. Being firmly grasped by the other guilds, even if they couldn't finish it, they would take it first. This also led to Cheng Feng finally being able to relax. Finally, we've come to this point. Cheng Feng was lying on the bed in the loft, looking at the game interface in front of him. With the final drawing of cards and the selection of the last purple card, Cheng Feng's deck was completely complete. Melee deck, Jiro, red, Escanor, red, Sun Goku, red, Saitama, red, Namikaze Minato, gold, Edward, gold. Swordsmanship deck, Zoro, gold, Inuyasha, gold, Artoria, red, Kenpeki, gold, Kenshin, red, Kanzaki Kori, red. Ranged deck, Misaka Mikoto, red, Megaman, purple, Tatsumaki, red. Eniro, gold, Madara Uchiha, red, Kuriko Shirai, purple. Treatment deck, Elizabeth, purple, Tsunade, gold, Luo, gold, Orium Inu, purple, Jo. Runo Giovanna, gold, Higashikata Yasuke, gold. This is the deck that Cheng Feng has assembled so far. Of course, there are many alternative cards, such as the King of Kai who almost kicked out the finale. It is necessary. At this time, Cheng Feng can replace it instantly without delaying use. In order to collect these cards, Cheng Feng spent a total of 3.6 billion J. If it were not for the S-level commission fee, there would be no less than 1 million J. Coupled with the fact that a large number of dark guilds and cults were acquired by himself, Cheng Feng would not be able to get so much money together so quickly, but with the money on hand, Cheng Feng would not be able to get it together. It would be completely exhausted. If it weren't for the pharmacy business, Cheng Feng felt that in the next period of time, even if he wanted to go out to work, he would have to consider the cost of the journey. Name, Cheng Feng, green, plus. Level, 30. Full. Body, 163 plus, 677. Strength, 164 plus, 701. Agility, 164 plus, 697. Skill, Receive Magic. Equipment, Haranmeru, Philosopher's Stone. Card slot, Jiro, red, Escanor, red, Sun Goku, red, Saitama, red, Namikaze Minato, gold, Edward, gold. The second transfer requires 1,000 blue cards and 3,000 spirit stones. Cheng Feng took a look at the remaining cards, counted them, and then merged all the green cards into blue cards, making up more than 1,300 blue cards. The next moment, Cheng Feng once again enjoyed the promotion. Comfort. After enjoying it, Cheng Feng looked at his attributes. Name, Cheng Feng, blue. Level, 30. Body, 363 plus, 677. Strength, 364 plus, 701. Sensitivity, 364 plus, 697, at this moment. Even if Cheng Feng doesn't use the power of the card, he can defeat Natsu and Gray just by relying on his own physical strength. But Chang Feng knows very well that his state is not that strong yet, and he can't do it. At the beginning of the plot, if Urza's level is to ensure a stable battle reception state, it can be compared with Makarov's 4 and 6, and Makarov's full burst state can reach the level of crushing the Holy 10 level, but it only lasts for 10 seconds. It can only be used as a trump card and cannot be easily revealed. It is not enough. If you really don't know the powerful combat power of the fairy tale world, this kind of life is enough to make Chang Feng sink. However, neither Ziref nor the Black Dragon Acknowledge can be defeated by Chang Feng now. If he wants to be stable, he must surpass them. Therefore, he must continue to become stronger. Chapter 43. Chang Feng, thank you for this mission. Myra Jane patted Chang Feng on the back, and then took Elfman and Listenet to hand in the mission. Chang Feng yawned, walked to the counter leisurely, looked at Makarov who was still drinking, and asked Makarov, Grandpa President, is there any news? There is some news, but are you sure you want to go? Makarov glanced at Chang Feng and said, that thing, you'd better not mess around. I just want to see my current strength. I'm not that stupid either. Chang Feng smiled and said, besides, I'm pretty free now, right? Makarov pondered for a moment. Indeed, as Chang Feng said, he has been quite free recently. He makes some extra money for potions when he has nothing to do. He doesn't do many S-level commissions. Occasionally, he just helps his companions in the guild complete small commissions. Really too idle. All right. According to what I asked you, that thing should be in the north, over there in the destroyed town called Prague. Thank you, Grandpa President, I'll go take a look and I'll be back in a week at most. After getting the news he wanted, Chang Feng laughed, then greeted Makarov and left the guild. Then, he received Sun Wukong's card, used Wukong, and flew directly towards the north. The flying method of air dance is also the reason why Chang Feng was able to complete so many S-level commissions so quickly before. At his full power, Chang Feng's flying speed was no weaker than that of a normal civil aviation aircraft. After leaving the guild, Urza and the others finished their work and returned to the guild. During lunch, Urza did not see Chang Feng and asked Makarov, Guild President, where is Chang Feng? Why didn't you see him? He had to go out for something. Makarov waved his hand and said, go to the Prague ruins in the north and come back. Prague, where is that? Urza was a little confused. But Gray, who was eating on the other side, suddenly spit out a mouthful of rice, spraying Natsu and Habi in the face. Gray bullies! Habi almost cried. His fish was covered with Gray's saliva. Stinky ice cube, do you want to fight? Natsu was also sprayed in the face and said angrily to Gray. But this time Gray ignored Natsu at all. He coughed dryly and drank water, and then said to Makarov anxiously, President, you said Chang Feng went to Prague. Oh, you know that place? Gray nodded, and then didn't say anything anymore. He didn't even eat anything and ran out quickly. Wait. Stinky ice cube, I'm not done with you. Natsu also chased him out without mercy. Natsu, wait for me. Habi looked at half of the fish in his hand. He suppressed his heartache and put the fish down. He flapped his wings and chased after Natsu. In this way, Gray took Naz and Habi on the journey. The train going north. Gray was worried all the way, and Natsu originally wanted to ask what was wrong, but as soon as he got on the train, he became sluggish and completely lost his energy. As for Habi, just have some dried fish. Kittens don't have that many ideas. Chang Feng galloped all the way, and it only took him more than an hour to reach the north. After that, he found someone to ask for directions and was delayed for a while. It only took him more than 2 hours in total to reach the Prague ruins. It's really here. Chang Feng looked at the huge ice blocks standing under the wind and snow in the sky, and the monsters in the ice blocks. He couldn't help but sigh, this place is really remote. Deliura's destruction back then caused many people in the north to the destruction of cities and villages, also caused the northerners to move south. This also resulted in the information that Deliura was frozen never being passed on. If Cheng Feng had not been in this world for so many years, the original memories of the plot would have been lost. Except for some relatively big things, some details are not clear. Otherwise, there is no need to entrust Makarov to ask the Magic Council. He slowly explored it by himself, and he probably could have found it long ago. It was just after October. The temperature has just turned cold, and it's still pretty good in the south, but it has already started to snow here. Walking through the snow, Cheng Feng walked all the way to the ice block where Deliura was frozen. He reached out and touched the ice block. In addition to the extreme cold, Cheng Feng could also feel the magic power in the ice. You should have had the strength of the Holy Ten before he was alive, but even so, he could not defeat Deliura head-on. These created demons are really strong. Cheng Feng stroked the ice cube and said with a sigh, "It's been such a long time difference. I don't know if Deliura is still alive. Give it a try." As he spoke, Cheng Feng suddenly waved his arm, and the snow on the ground was instantly swept away, revealing the land below. Cheng Feng took out a metal rod from his backpack, and then drew a pattern on the open space. After carving out a large forging array that was as wide as one person, Cheng Feng took back the metal rod, and then threw a large number of things containing various materials into the forging array. "Although I haven't seen you in person, I think I can replicate your body using the ice you turned into." Cheng Feng walked to the ice, received Edward, clapped his hands, and then pressed them on the ice. Breakdown. Alchemy began to destroy the structure of the ice, and the huge ice began to slowly melt even in such cold conditions. The flowing water seemed to be attracted and flowed into the refining formation depicted by Cheng Feng. About there. Cheng Feng looked at the water flowing in the formation and chuckled. He turned around and walked to the formation. He clapped his hands and placed them on top of the formation. "It is taboo to be refined, it is to be refined from the human body. I don't know if it will be successful in this world." As Cheng Feng took a deep breath, Cheng Feng immediately activated the refinement array. With the activation of the refinement array, those carefully carved lines instantly burst out with dazzling light, shining like bright stars in the night sky. And outside circles, streaks of pale electric light dance like silver snakes, constantly flashing a heart-stopping cold light. In this mysterious and spectacular refining formation, countless materials seem to feel some kind of powerful gravity, and they move at an alarming speed. Gathering together. They are like a group of summoned elves, happily jumping, rotating, and merging with each other. At the same time, the material that had originally melted into liquid is also involved in it like a torrent, blending with other materials. This process is like a gorgeous symphony performance. Various elements resonate harmoniously in the melody, and together they compose a beautiful and moving movement. "Without a soul, I just need a body. Make it for me." With Cheng Feng's words, the thick, ink-black solution made up of countless materials began to roll and stir violently, as if a huge monster with a ferocious face was trapped and struggling in it. Waves of intense and dazzling electric light shot out in all directions, stinging people to the point where they could hardly open their eyes. At the same time, waves of creepy, shrill, and horrifying wailing sounds suddenly sounded in Cheng Feng's ears. The sound sounded so strange. It was like the pitiful screams of countless wronged ghosts who were being tortured. But at this moment, I saw a slender arm as white as snow suddenly emerged from the center of the dark and mysterious solution. He broke out and quickly stretched out of the solution at an unimaginable speed. Before Cheng Feng could react, the next second, another beautiful woman with dark, neat short hair appeared with her eyes closed tightly. The head broke out of the water immediately. Cheng Feng became more determined and stared intently at what was happening in front of him. At this moment, the originally rich and deep black solution was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The outline of the woman's figure at its inner core became more and more clear and complete. Finally, not long after, a perfect, lifelike female body was fully revealed in front of Cheng Feng. The only thing that made Cheng Feng a little regretful was that after Ulu's body was completed, it didn't look as naked as he liked to see it. He had a jacket, trousers, and all the necessary clothes, which made Cheng Feng a little doubtful whether he had done something right. Wrong, I didn't put any materials related to clothing. P.S. It is usually updated in the morning every day. If you sleep in, it will be updated around noon. If it hasn't been updated yet, remember to remind me, maybe I forgot something. Thank you all. Chapter 44. The electric light slowly dissipated, and a young, beautiful, and very capable-looking woman with short hair lay in the formation. Cheng Feng looked at himself safe and sound and smiled slightly. His idea is correct, the taboo formed from the human body is the soul. In addition, he has the Philosopher's Stone, so it is not difficult to simply refine it into a body. But this is not the end, it is the beginning. Carrying Uru's body to the edge of the ice, Cheng Feng wiped away the original formation, then took out the metal rod and began to slowly and firmly cover the bodies of Deliura and Uru in a huge in the alchemy formation. Cheng Feng painted this alchemy formation very seriously, and it was also extremely time-consuming. It took a full 3 hours for Cheng Feng to finish drawing the alchemy array. Looking at his masterpiece, Cheng Feng didn't hesitate at all. He clapped his hands directly and pressed them on the alchemy array. In the next moment, Cheng Feng was seen continuously sending his powerful magic power into the alchemy array. The originally peaceful alchemy array seemed to suddenly come to life and was completely activated in an instant. In an instant, dazzling light suddenly burst out, intertwined with the surging magic power, and shot straight into the sky like a huge and blazing torrent. In the blink of an eye, the layers of thick and dense dark clouds in the sky were unable to withstand the impact of this terrifying force, and they were all pierced through. For a time, the sun shone on the earth without any hindrance, and the originally dark and gloomy world instantly became brighter. And in the cloud hole that was penetrated, a vast blue sky as pure and deep as a gem was revealed. Stop! At this moment, a shrill scream sounded. Cheng Feng did not look back, but just by listening to the voice, he knew that it was Gray's voice. After more than 5 hours, Gray and Natsu finally caught up with Cheng Feng. But as soon as they arrived, they saw the alchemy array being activated. Gray, who was confused, immediately wanted to stop Cheng Feng, but when he was about to launch an attack, Wu was lying lifelessly on the ground in the alchemy array. Lu's body began to float slowly, as if an invisible force was lifting him up, causing him to gradually leave the ground. At the same time, the surface of the ice began to emit faint rays of light at first. But as time goes by, they become brighter and brighter, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Each point of light is like a delicate link, gently wrapping around Ulu's body, connecting him with the ice. The blocks are closely connected. These links are not static, but flow slowly like water, giving people a sense of agility. They sometimes flicker and sometimes dim, seeming to convey some mysterious message or energy. Lu's body was trembling slightly under the influence of this wonderful force, as if he was undergoing a baptism and transformation. This scene made Gray, who was about to attack, momentarily stunned as he looked at the thing floating in the formation. The figure, that familiar face, Gray could only feel his whole body shaking at this moment, and tears were constantly gathering in his eyes. Wu. Lu. With an almost murmuring voice, Gray's legs softened and he knelt down directly in the snow, tears dripping down his face. Gray, what's wrong with you? Natsu looked at Gray's strange look, and then looked at Cheng Feng in front of him. For a moment, he felt as if he was about to grow a brain. Don't mess with me. At this moment, Cheng Feng's voice suddenly sounded. With his back to the two people and one cat, Cheng Feng said lightly, the ice on Deliola's body seems to be a person. I am using my alchemy to melt the ice. Peel off and see if you can save this guy, so don't bother me, it's easy to fail, got it? Clam? What about the art of repairing broken pieces? Natsu was outspoken and directly told those in the guild the other names of alchemy. I see. Gray wiped away his tears, stood up, and said to Natsu and Habi, Natsu, Habi, that person is my master. This is a critical time, so I ask you to help Cheng Feng. Don't let other external factors interfere with Cheng Feng, okay? Natsu was stunned. This was the first time he heard a hint of pleading from Gray's mouth. At this moment, although the two of them were not very good at dealing with each other, Natsu was not someone who couldn't distinguish anything. He punched Gray hard. Natsu said to Gray, of course, we are fairy tale. Like. Habi also raised his paw and responded. Gray nodded and said softly, thank you. The two people quickly stood, one on the left and one on the right side of Cheng Feng's position. Habi also flew into the air and looked down at the entire earth. The group of people waited silently and were equally vigilant. They would never let anyone. What disturbed Cheng Feng was that as the alchemy formation continued to operate, countless stars with faint light streaked across the sky like meteors, and each star seemed to be filled with endless energy. The mysterious power merged with Ulu's body, making his already powerful aura become thicker and deeper. Finally, after all the starlight was completely integrated, Ulu's body began to fall slowly, and finally stabilized, landing on the solid ground. At this moment, Cheng Feng, who had been concentrating on controlling the alchemy formation, slowly stood up with a tired but satisfied look on his face, and took a deep breath. Seems to release all the pressure that has been accumulated in the heart for a long time. Success, was it successful? Gray ran over immediately, with a little trembling in his tone. Maybe. Cheng Feng said, I have tried my best. Natsu and Habi also came over and looked at Uru lying on the ground with curiosity on their faces. Under the gazes of the three people and the cat, Uru, who was lying quietly, trembled slightly. The eyeballs under his eyelids also moved. Seeing this scene, Gray almost jumped up in excitement, but he covered his mouth tightly for fear that he would make too much movement and disturb Ulu. Worrying was wrong. Ulu's movements became louder and louder, his fingers trembled slightly, and his eyelids trembled. Finally, under Gray's constant call, his eyelids opened, his mouth opened, and a slightly hoarse voice sounded, you shouldn't have saved me, he's not dead yet. At this moment, Uru was resurrected, and she could not control the new body that her soul had entered. She was a little desperate because Deliura's life had not been completely wiped out. Now that Deliura was out of trouble, who could stop him? Click. As Uru's voice fell, a crisp breaking sound sounded, and the ice that originally trapped Deliura was full of cracks. In Gray's horrified eyes, the ice on his head shattered, and there was a terrifying roar, ringing through the sky. Run! Ulu struggled to stand up, looked at Gray with some worry, and stretched out his hand towards Gray. At this moment, Gray seemed to have let go of something. Sure enough, over the years, I have already figured it out. Gray looked at Ulu and said with a smile, I will take care of the trouble I caused. Uru, it's so good to see you come to life. After saying that, Gray rushed out with a vigorous step, put up a posture, crossed his hands, and the surging magic power burst out instantly. Boom! But before he could start, Cheng Feng came over and punched Gray on the head. The magic power that originally burst out was instantly knocked back by Cheng Feng. Gray squatted down in pain and covered his head. Big bag, with a broken face. This guy is obviously going to surpass S-class monsters. You two guys who haven't become S-class magicians yet, leave me alone. Cheng Feng said as he picked up Gray and threw it to Natsu. Then he said to Natsu, Natsu, you and Habi take these two guys away and leave this place to me. Can you handle it? Natsu helped Gray up and asked Cheng Feng. The corners of Cheng Feng's mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. The sunlight poured down like a waterfall, falling on Cheng Feng. In an instant, Chang Feng's whole body was dazzled, shrouded in golden light. It was like a god of war descending from the sky. This warm sunshine seemed to have magical power, and it easily dispelled the biting chill caused by the raging snowstorm around him. At the same time, Chang Feng's body seemed to be trapped. As if it was ignited, an indescribably powerful magic burst out. This magic was like a surging torrent, and like an awakened ancient beast, sweeping across in all directions with endless power and blazing heat. The air seemed to be burning everywhere, and the snow on the ground melted rapidly, forming streams flowing through it. Chang Feng raised a finger and said in an extremely arrogant tone, "Noon has arrived, and I am the only one in the sky and the world." Chapter 45. Take that, Escanor. The next moment, Chang Feng's body swelled, and the clothes on his body were torn apart. Call. As the first flame rose, it quickly burned Chang Feng's exposed body surface. The flame of the sun. Chang Feng looked at Deliura, who still had his feet out of the trap, and said lightly, "Holy sword, Escanor." The knife fell calmly, as if nothing happened. But the next moment, Gray and the others were horrified to find that a huge gap suddenly burst out in Deliura's body, almost cutting Deliura directly. Two halves. The spray of blood turned Deliura's roar into a howl. Deliola looked at the human bug in disbelief. How could the bug become so powerful? Already? The sun without mercy. Chang Feng raised a thick finger. On the fingertip, a fireball as dazzling as the sun was generated. As Chang Feng gently threw it out, the fireball fell on Deliola. Boom! Ouch! Ouch! In an instant, the extremely solid layer of ice on Deliura's body completely melted away. At the same time, an extremely hot flame swept in like a surging torrent, directly tightening Deliura's whole body. Wrapped tightly in it. Under the burning of the raging fire, Deliola screamed in pain, and his body became black and crispy in the blink of an eye, and at this moment, the originally solid and hard earth seemed to have also changed. As if overwhelmed, it turned into a sea of hot and bubbling lava in an instant. The rolling heat waves continued to rise, and Deliola's feet were gradually being swallowed by the terrible magma. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. As time passed, he stopped struggling and his head hung down. "It's really boring." Chang Feng shook his head, released Escanor's reception, and then looked at Ulu. Although Deliura was not dead, it was obvious that under Ulu's absolute coldness, Deliura had been consumed too much life force, so Deliura seemed very strong. After Chang Feng collided with it, he discovered that Deliura's basic strength was as weak as that of an S-level monster. Feng understood what was involved, but others did not. Even Wulu only knew that she was constantly consuming Deliura's life force. As for how much strength Deliura had left, she had no idea. The memory still lingers on Deliura's terrifying ability to tear her leg apart with one blow. In comparison, Chang Feng could easily kill Deliura in an instant. Even Uru was shocked by such strength. Not to mention Gray. The shadow of his childhood and even the motivation of hatred were so easily solved by Chang Feng. Such a gap made him doubt his life. It was probably the only thing he could not recover from. Only Natsu. He looked at the burning Deliura, swallowed, looked at the sun fire, and said with a little greed, "Is it delicious? I want to try it." Random. Chang Feng waved his hand and said with waning interest. Natsu immediately let out an excited exclamation, ran forward, opened his mouth and inhaled, and the sun's fire was directly sucked into his mouth. Hiss, hiss, it's so hot, but it tastes so good. Natsu was like eating hot glutinous rice balls, which were hot for a while, but he couldn't bear to let go. He kept rolling them in his mouth for a while, and then he swallowed the sun's fire with satisfaction. Chang Feng watched Natsu swallow all the sun's fire. After eating it, he was also shocked. Then he shook his head with a wry smile. After all, he was the protagonist and could do this. Soon, the fire of the sun was extinguished, Deliola was burned to char, and a gust of hot wind blew through. Suddenly turned into powder and scattered on the earth. It's over. Ulu was helped to his feet by Gray, and looked at Deliola who had turned into powder and said, "But, is it too much of a fuss?" Cheng Feng glanced at the scene where the surrounding area was almost turned into magma and was cooling. He shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter. It was abandoned long ago anyway. No matter how much it is destroyed, it doesn't matter." 2. Wolo sighed, looked at Cheng Feng and said, "Thank you, you saved my life." Wolo didn't say much. She knew very well how Cheng Feng saved her. So she knew very well that this matter could only be kept in the stomachs of the two of them and could not be easily spread. As for her resurrection, she could only if it can be deduced that she was still alive and then stripped out by Cheng Feng's alchemy. The people in the Magic Council will never give up. Any ideas for the future? Cheng Feng looked at Wolo and asked. After hearing Cheng Feng's words, Gray immediately spoke and said to Wolo, "Wolo, come to our guild. I still need your guidance." Ulu chuckled lightly, raised his hand and touched Gray's head and said, "You have already walked your own path and are a real man. You no longer need my guidance." Looking at Gray's anxious look, Ulu smiled slightly, "But now, I don't seem to have anywhere to go." "Gray, you have grown so big. Does your guild still accept people? Recruit people? When people accept people?" Gray quickly said, "The president is very easy to talk to. You must come to us, Ulu." Wolo touched Gray's head, and then looked at Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng nodded and said, "You are welcome to join." The group of people just left this place that was completely in ruins, got on the return train, and returned to Magnolia. And the movement here also attracted the attention of many people. For example, the Magic Council. Another example is Gray's senior brother, Leon. According to the development of the plot, he is still gathering people who have been persecuted by Deliura to form a cult, hoping to unblock Deliura and completely defeat Deliura. Beyond you are you. But when the situation here reached Leon's ears, Leon was not good at all, because Deliola had been completely solved. As for why they knew this? Although they were burned to ashes, a pair of big feet sank into the magma below, but they were preserved. It is said that the Magic Council took away these big feet, and they probably wanted to study something. The cult formed by Leon fell apart before it even started. What else are they busy with now that Deliola is dead? Oh, by the way, they still have to go and work hard. The one who took down Deliura. Cheng Feng, Gray, Fairy Tale. Leon sat on the throne in despair, looking at the few people who were left by his side at the end and said, "You said, the guild, can there really be such strong people?" Of course, these are not what Cheng Feng expected. He is waiting for someone, a woman. 3 days later, a girl with long black hair, side bangs, a white top and a yellow belt around her waist came to the ruins. The Arc of Time was activated, and in time, a familiar face appeared on her crystal ball. Ulu. Chapter 46. The process of URU joining Fairy Tale was smoother than expected. Although URU's new body now makes her nearly wholly 10 strength basically gone. But fortunately, when Cheng Feng made her body, he used part of her original body ice, which meant that Ulu's talent was not lost. After just a week of training, URU's strength was already able to beat the current Gray. Because of this, Gray was depressed for a few days. Of course, regarding Ulu's resurrection, Cheng Feng and the others were tight-lipped and did not tell anyone, so everyone did not know about it and only thought that Ulu was an ordinary magician. Makarov could see something, but seeing Gray no longer look like before, with that bright smile, Makarov couldn't bear to say anything. They are all their own children, so it doesn't matter if they are pampered a little. He just pulled Cheng Feng and told him not to tell anyone about this matter. Cheng Feng is not stupid, so he naturally won't say anything. But after this matter is over, Cheng Feng has one more thing to consider. That's the thing about the house. Cheng Feng had always lived in the attic of the guild, At that time, Cheng Feng did not have any extra money to consider the issue of accommodation. No matter how much money he had, he would invest it in Krypton gold. But now, the deck has been temporarily completed. Although we still need to continue to invest in experience cards, prop cards, and bond cards in the future, there is no need to be so anxious and we can take our time. Makarov also discovered this, so he was ready to drive Cheng Feng out. After all, even Myra Jane and the three of them have gone out to rent a house, and it is indeed inappropriate for Cheng Feng to stay in the guild all the time. More importantly, Cheng Feng is not short of money either. The potion order fee alone is enough for Cheng Feng to buy a mansion. However, for Cheng Feng, luxury houses and the like are too troublesome. Although the space is large, he still finds it troublesome to clean it up. He can't buy a mansion and then pay someone to clean it, right? For people like Cheng Feng who have to go out to work from time to time and basically don't have much time to live here, is this paying for someone to live here? Therefore, Cheng Feng, who was kicked out of the guild by Makarov and was looking for a new residence, undoubtedly rejected the idea of a mansion. After visiting Magnolia's Chamber of Commerce, Cheng Feng picked through the houses they provided and quickly selected a house. It was a two-story building of 200 square meters, not too far from Fairy Tale, only 10 minutes walk away. What's more, it's a bit worn out and very cheap. It's so lucky to get the property right directly for 2 million J. Cheng Feng waved the property right certificate in his hand and came to a dilapidated house with several holes on the roof. It looks shabby, but it's cheap. If you convert it, it's like Cheng Feng's previous life. You can buy a two-story building of more than 200 square meters for less than 100,000, and the land ownership is still yours. Cheng Feng will naturally not miss such a bargain. And the house is broken? Do you really think that the repair ability he has trained for these years is in vain? He bought some repair materials and spent less than 20,000 J in total. Then he threw it into the alchemy array and the alchemy was activated. In less than 5 minutes, the original stone and wood structure of the two-story building was replaced by reinforced concrete and blue stone structure by Cheng Feng. The European and American bookstore-style decoration inside was also replaced by Cheng Feng. He prefers the cream style. As for some practical items inside, although this world does not have them, there are more practical magic props. Of course, the price is a little expensive, but it is really comfortable to use. Since I bought it as my long-term residence, I will do whatever is comfortable. It seems to have been busy for a long time, but with the help of alchemy and the acceleration of the Philosopher's Stone, it took less than 4 hours in total. The originally shabby two-story building was instantly transformed into a brand new residence. After that, Cheng Feng thought of the operations of those people in the guild, and then went to buy a more advanced magic lock. It is a bit similar to the fingerprint lock in Cheng Feng's cognition. The original owner's authority is required to open the magic lock and open the door. Otherwise, it is not easy to get in. All right. Cheng Feng clapped his hands, looked at the brand new door, then opened the door and walked in. The entire interior of the house was painted with low saturation colors such as milk coffee and milk white, giving the entire space a rounded and soft texture, which is gentle and healing. The feeling makes people feel at home as soon as they come in. Good. When moving to a new home, first make a fire and then take a shower. Cheng Feng closed the door and locked it, then rolled up his sleeves and accepted Sanji, Yukihira Soma, and Komatsu. The 3 chefs accepted. Cheng Feng hummed and walked into the kitchen on the first floor. Char-grilled Barcelona front leg, baked artemisia with pine nut cream, pan-fried dreamy fish fillet, and another side of rice, perfect. With the ability of 3 chefs, Cheng Feng raised the corners of his mouth when looking at the delicious dishes in front of him, preparing to go to the restaurant to try his own skills. With 2 in each hand, Cheng Feng walked towards the restaurant with the food, passing by the living room. At that time, more than a dozen pairs of eyes were sitting on the sofa, looking at Cheng Feng, who was holding the food like hungry wolves. Are you too busy? Did you see a hallucination? Chang Feng shook his head, turned around and ran towards the kitchen. Do not move. Still running. Come on, everyone. Come on. Leave something behind. Like. I caught the fish. I refused, but they didn't listen to me. I hugged it. Everyone, come on. A burst of vicious wolves pounced on the food, and Chang Feng was directly surrounded by a group of people. The things in his hands were almost gone in the blink of an eye. Chang Feng looked at Myra Jane, who was hugging him tightly, and said helplessly, "That's enough for you. I locked it up. How did you get in?" Like. The second floor window is unlocked. Habby raised his paw and said as if he wanted to take credit. Ahem, didn't I hear that you have moved to a new home, and everyone is ready to come over to entertain you? Makarov coughed a few times and said. Chang Feng looked at Makarov resentfully. If you didn't hold Barcelona's front legs and nod on them, your credibility would be higher. What Chang Feng made, it was just enough for him, and there was nothing left for the others. Then, Chang Feng was rushed to the kitchen, and sorted out the various foods they brought, and soon a large table of delicious food was served. The table was closed. Chang Feng was finally able to eat. Although he was a little depressed, he felt warm in his heart when he looked at the people on the table. At least, at this time, he was not alone. Family. After eating and drinking, Makarov finally remembered and handed a commission to Chang Feng. Chang Feng opened it and took a look, because it was a mission to defeat the Dark Guild. And this is a commission that other guilds are preparing to cooperate with Fairy Tale. They want you to help. Makarov looked at Chang Feng and said, "Of course, if you want to refuse, you can refuse. I can call others to help." Chang Feng shook his head and then said, "I will accept this commission." If it were other guilds, Chang Feng wouldn't be too interested. After all, this kind of cooperation mission is a bit troublesome. However, the mission of this cooperation is the mermaid's heel. Therefore, Chang Feng is very interested and also wants to see what God is doing. How is Le now? Chapter 47. As soon as he fell asleep naturally, Chang Feng stretched out. Although the new bed is more comfortable than the small bed in the guild's attic, Chang Feng misses that small bed even more. Really recognize the bed? Chang Feng smiled helplessly. After washing up, he walked from the stairs to the first floor. After having a quick bite, Chang Feng was ready to go out and meet at Mermaid Heels to complete the commission together. But as soon as he opened the door, Chang Feng seeing Mirage standing at the door of her house. Seeing Chang Feng come out, Mirage waved to Chang Feng and said, "Chang Feng, I told the president, let's go together." "Myra, are you going too?" Chang Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Then let's go together. It just so happens that it can end as soon as possible." Chang Feng did not refuse. After all, he didn't care about the so-called commission. He just wanted to see how Kagura was doing. As for the commission, unless a magician with the strength of the Holy Ten came out, Chang Feng would basically have no pressure. Myra Jane also laughed when she saw Chang Feng agreeing, and murmured in her heart, "I heard that the Mermaid Heels are all female magicians, so they asked Chang Feng to help by name, which is definitely not a good idea. I am still smart. As long as I am here, there is absolutely no way Chang Feng will be abducted." The two set off together. Originally, Chang Feng planned to fly there directly, but Mirajana's magic power was not enough to support her across such a long distance. So with no choice, the two got on the passenger ship and set off for Mermaid's Heel. I don't know if he was full of sleep. After getting on the boat, Chang Feng only yawned a few times but did not sleep. The passenger ship was traveling very fast. After traveling along the coastline of the Fiori Kingdom for nearly a day, this time they just arrived in the city where Mermaid Heel is located. Mermaid Heel is known as the Dancer of the Sea. All its members are women. When Chang Feng and Myra Jane arrived at Mermaid Heel, they looked at Ying Yanjian. For the first time, Mirage was glad that she came with Yan's women of all styles, because when they entered the guild, Cheng Feng was immediately surrounded. Mirage took Cheng Feng to escape from the encirclement. I also met the president of Mermaid Heel. Cheng Feng was also very curious about her. After all, this mysterious president never appeared in the plot. In the later stage, some people speculated that it was Kagura who was responsible for the president. Yes, the entire guild was his harem. But after meeting the real person, Cheng Feng realized that the president of Mermaid Heel was an old woman with no special features. The only thing that could be remembered was her old age. His age and frail body. And after Cheng Feng communicated with him, he realized that this old man was really old, 118 years old. It was no wonder that the director was not included in the plot. Woo, something is really going to happen, who can take responsibility? The old man is quite amiable and gentle. After talking to her about the commission, the old man called a fat partner. Girl, a long black straight girl. This is Risley, this is Kagura. These two are fairy tale members, Myra Jane and S-class wizard Cheng Feng. Risley, Kagura, you must obey the arrangements and follow the command, do you understand? The old man introduced it, which made both parties get to know each other. Kagura. Cheng Feng looked at the long, straight black girl with a bow tied on her head, and his eyes lit up. Kagura looked at Cheng Feng, nodded towards him and said, "Hello." Looking at Kagura, who was polite but had an air of repulsion from thousands of miles away, Cheng Feng smiled. That's right. Kagura was still young at that time and didn't remember much. Even Urza helped him avoid it. How could she still remember Cheng Feng, the person she had known in her childhood? Coming to see Kagura was originally an obsession with this body. The last trace of the survivor's memory. After seeing it, I felt relieved. Next, the only thing left was to destroy the R system and completely eliminate the obsession with this body. The only thing that was more troublesome was that. What's wrong is that there was probably some kind of covering device before the construction of the Paradise Tower. So far, there is no way to find its specific location. As for Urza, that stupid woman was deceived. Gray is also a guy who keeps his mouth shut. Cheng Feng has no intention of getting information from them. But now that he can't find it, Cheng Feng can only take one step at a time. After all, he has the strength. Support, no matter how hard Jalal tries, Cheng Feng can dismantle the whole thing in one breath. Besides, Urza's line is blocked, but Cheng Feng still has another line. But it's the bait. The trap has been laid, but I don't know if this fish can still take the bait. The Dark Guild we are attacking this time is the Water of the Spring. They are hiding on a small island and have more than 30 known members. The fat Risley controlled the ship and said to Cheng Feng and Myra Jane at the same time, the more difficult ones to deal with are Secret Spring Blaze and Demon Elio. One of them uses the relatively rare heavy water magic, and the other, like you, uses reception magic. Our two guilds. Wait, you said that guy's name is Demon. Myra Jane suddenly interrupted Rosalie and said with a smile who gave him the courage to call him a devil. Cheng Feng laughed. As Myra Jane gradually emerged, she also seemed to be in the plot. Most of them are called devils. Although her name has not spread widely since she became an S-class mage, she is already known to a small number of people. Now a guy also named Majan suddenly appeared, which made Myra Jane a little unhappy. What qualifications does the other party have to call him a devil? Myra Jane had already made up her mind to deal with the demon herself in the future. Cheng Feng also noticed this and said to Rosalie and Kagura, let's do this, Myra and I will deal with those two guys, and leave the rest to you, okay? We have no problem, but those two guys. Kagura frowned and couldn't help but speak. But the next moment, he was interrupted by Cheng Feng. He looked at Kagura and chuckled, although I don't like this name very much, I think you have forgotten it. I am often called Tyrant. That's right, as Cheng Feng became an S-class mage, he also had his own name, but he just didn't like the name very much. As for why he is called a tyrant, then we have to say that in order to catch up with the number of commissions, Cheng Feng basically went all out in those crusade missions. The terrifying destructive power and the momentum of tearing all resistance to pieces earned Cheng Feng the title of tyrant. At the same time, it was also widely spread by some dark guilds, cults, and the like who slipped through the net. At this point, Cheng Feng's title of tyrant was gradually confirmed. Chapter 48. The survival soil of dark guilds in this world is relatively rare, but there are still many magicians who go to extremes and pursue the supreme magic to join them. On this point, the second generation of Fairy Tale Guild has the most say. Therefore, these dark guilds are like weeds. After being removed, they will continue to grow, which is very annoying. When Mermaid Heel's ship, driven by Rosalie, could already see a small island emerging in the distance, Rosalie said to Cheng Feng and Myra Jane, "We're here, right there. On a small island, Cheng Feng, let's discuss a plan. The other party has a large number of people. The plan is simple." Cheng Feng looked at Rosalie and Kagura and said, "I will take the lead in making a head-on breakthrough." So simple and crude. Kagura was depressed. She always felt that Cheng Feng's brain circuit was a bit strange. "If not," Mirage said contemptuously, "if you are strong enough to ignore the strongest guy on the other side, then you will probably have the same idea. There is no need for any conspiracy, just push it all the way through with strength." Rosalie. Kagura. "Although I can understand, I can't do it." But they also saw that this commission should be solved easily. Under Cheng Feng's instructions, Rosalie speeded up, and approached the island so directly. This blatant move was also discovered by the Dark Guild of Yuquanzi, just when Cheng Feng and his companions were not far away from the island. When they were 2 miles away, Cheng Feng suddenly noticed strange fluctuations in the magic power around him. At the same time, the originally calm and calm sea seemed to be ignited, rolling violently and boiling in the blink of an eye. A huge water column rose into the sky from the sea, like a powerful cannonball, and hit the ship where Cheng Feng and the others were. "Be careful, this is heavy water magic. The water flow is so heavy that it can break the ship with one blow," Rosalie quickly reminded. Cheng Feng smiled, and then, a light flashed on his body, and the half-length hair turned into long translucent watercolored hair. "Take it, Aqua." This is what he is saying when drawing Megaman's card. He randomly picked it up. Although it was a gold card, Chen Feng felt that it was really free. The hit rate was too high. On the contrary, Aku, who was Megaman, was more difficult to draw. As a goddess, EPUB plays the role of wisdom in the anime, but it cannot be denied that as the goddess of water, she has really strong control over water, so Cheng Feng kept it as a backup card. And now, it comes in handy. Water calls. Cheng Feng waved his arm lightly, and the huge water column that was originally surging and rushing toward them with great force suddenly stagnated in midair as if it had been cast a restraining spell. Then, Cheng Feng was seen casually with a wave of his hand. These water columns slowly merged into the sea below like docile sheep. The originally rough and boiling sea became calm at this moment, as if the storm just now was just an illusion. Blaze, who was standing on the island, had a look of horror on his face, and big beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. He desperately tried to mobilize the magic power in his body, but he felt as if he was completely isolated from the world around him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get any response from the water molecules who usually obeyed him. At this moment, they seemed to have completely forgotten about him and ignored his call and control. This feeling of powerlessness made Blaze feel unprecedented. Full of fear and despair, he stared at what was happening in front of him, his heart filled with disbelief. This was a level gap that could not be determined by magic at all. "Be careful, the other party is coming." With the deafening roar of the observers, many people in Yuquan water suddenly felt a biting cold wind blowing towards their faces. This cold wind was like a sharp arrow, which made people shudder. Chilling. Before they could react, the originally rough sea turned into ice in the blink of an eye, forming a vast ice field. The entire scene seemed to have stopped flowing, giving people a strange and shocking feeling. At this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly shot out from above the ship, piercing the sky like lightning, and finally stopped steadily in the air in front of everyone. The light gradually dissipated, and a figure gradually emerged. At first glance, I saw a man standing in the air. He was holding a sword with a cold light in his hand, and there seemed to be a trace of cold air around the blade. The man's whole body was enveloped by a layer of dazzling golden aura. As if the god of war had descended into the world, he was wearing a gorgeous royal robe, looking down at the crowd below. It's over. He is the tyrant of goblins. How could it be him? Not a mermaid, but a goblin. The goblin is coming. Everyone in Yuquan felt despair. A person's name is like the shadow of a tree. Chang Feng's reputation made everyone in Yuquan unable to resist the moment he appeared. Tyrant? Let me meet you. But just when everyone in Yuquan was thinking about running away, a voice sounded, and then a man rose into the sky. His whole body was covered with scales, his limbs were covered with scales, he had a pair of ice blue wings, and a dragon's tail. The muscles of his tail swelled, he suddenly opened his hand, and a flash of light shot towards Chang Feng quickly. Your opponent is me. Myra Jane of Satan's soul fluttered her bat wings and instantly stopped in front of Chang Feng. She combined her hands and blasted out a super sadistic flash, directly shattering the opponent's flash. Dark spark. Myra Jane produced with both hands. Dark bursts of flashes were fired at the opponent like machine guns. Elio's pupils on the opposite side shrank sharply, and he retreated violently. At the same time, he clenched a waterflow spear in his hand. The guns and flowers danced wildly, and the airtight guns and flowers blocked the dark sparks, but his body was also continuously retreated by the impact, and distanced himself from the main battlefield. Myra Jane chased after him and the two fought. Chang Feng stood in midair and said, "Mermaid's heel, leave the soldiers to you, I will deal with that water." "It's Yuquan, asshole!" Blaze roared. Heavy water magic was banned, but he also had other means. Seeing Chang Feng rushing towards him after speaking, Blaze turned the ring in his hand, and many flames shot towards Chang Feng like meteors. Go! Faced with such an attack, Chang Feng suddenly swung his knife, and the cold air burst out. The flames were extinguished by the cold air before they even got close to Chang Feng. Sitting in the frosty sky, Haran Meru. The Haringan was released. Looking at the thunderbolt blasted by his opponent again, Chang Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and waved the long knife in his hand. In an instant, countless sharp ice picks poured down like a violent storm. These dense ice picks, with a biting chill, they fell downwards at an alarming speed, like a feast of ice and snow, but to the enemy, it was a dance of death. Ruzalai and Kagura were originally preparing to destroy those minions of the Yuquan. They couldn't help but stop when they saw this scene. They stared at the overwhelming icicle rain in front of them with wide eyes. When the icicles finally stopped, they slowly came back to their senses and looked forward. The originally lively and noisy battlefield has now become dead silent, and the ground is covered with thick ice, like a frozen world, and most of the Yuquan minions who were arrogant and domineering before are now frozen into blocks of ice. Only a few miscellaneous fish were still hanging on. Ruzalai and Kagura looked at each other, and there was an indescribable shock in their hearts. It was not until this moment that they truly understood why Chang Feng was called a tyrant. Such terrifying strength and ruthless methods are indeed frightening. Too brutal. Ruzalai couldn't help but sigh, and then quickened her pace. She felt that if she didn't hurry up, the aftermath of Chang Feng's attack would have wiped out all the trash. If a crusade had ended, they wouldn't have done much. It's completely over, then they have to be shameless. Ruzalai and Kagura rushed towards the miscellaneous fish, and those miscellaneous fish were frightened by Chang Feng and had no courage to fight with the two. The female opponent basically collapsed at the first touch and ran away frantically, clearing the place for Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng slowly walked towards Blaze. The panting Blaze looked at the calm Cheng Feng, and his heart rose. Despair. I'll give you two paths. Cheng Feng looked at the other party and said calmly, 1. Admit defeat, I will tie you up and send you to prison. 2. If you resist again, I will treat you with dignity and give you a ride. Take your pick. Faced with Cheng Feng's two options, Blaze felt helpless. Did he have any choice? The other party didn't give him a way to survive at all. Damn it! If the heavy water magic hadn't been restrained, he wouldn't be in such a mess. Chapter 49. Boom! Just when Blaze was thinking about how to get out of trouble, a powerful explosion suddenly erupted in the sky. The deafening sound waves reached Cheng Feng, making him couldn't help but look up to the sky. And over there, Myra Jane flew out upside down, her body covered with scars. Good chance. At the moment when Cheng Feng's eyes were dull, a trace of viciousness flashed in Blaze's eyes, and he quickly turned the bloody ring on his finger. At the same time, his originally strong body suddenly shriveled up like a deflated rubber ball. In an instant, a crimson blood-like aura spurted out from Blaze's body and converged into an extremely sharp, shimmering blood sword in mid-air. This blood sword seemed to have spirituality, moving at an astonishing speed. Traveling through space, it pierced into Cheng Feng's heart like lightning. Cheng Feng was stunned by this sudden change. His eyes widened as he watched the deadly bloody sword speed towards him. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Everything around him became extremely quiet, only the sharp whistling sound of the blood sword piercing the air echoed in his ears. This was Blaze's final kill. He no longer knew how many opponents were stronger than him. He died under this move, so he was very confident. You're not the first one to die under this trick, and you won't be the last one, ah. Just when Blaze was imagining the tragic way this goblin tyrant would die, he suddenly felt as if the world in front of him was split in two. Until the last moment of his life, he still had a confident smile on his lips, but there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. Cheng Feng looked down at the bloody sword that was deeply embedded in his muscles, and then slowly removed his left finger from his neck. Immediately afterwards, the muscles all over his body tightened suddenly, and a powerful force burst out instantly. I saw the bloody sword flying backwards quickly as if it was shot from a slingshot. Injury points. Tisk, I was careless, it seems I am still too young. Cheng Feng smacked his lips and looked at the wound that had stopped bleeding a little. Then he looked at Blaze, who had half of his head cut off with his backhand knife, and turned to leave. On the other side, Myra Jane was the position was suppressed. Elio had completely transformed into a monster at this moment, and his strength had skyrocketed. This was also the reason why he was able to suppress Marajana's satanic soul. Cheng Feng just watched and did not take action rashly, because he could see that the opponent AI. Leo is an explosive skill and will wilt after this wave. Although Myra Jane is a little injured, he has been able to keep up with the opponent's rhythm and will not be fatally injured for a while. If this continues, it was only a matter of time before Raj won. Of course, another reason why Cheng Feng didn't intervene was that he saw that what Elio accepted was also a demon. If G defeated the opponent by himself, he could completely seize what the opponent received. If he intervened, how could this demon admit Myra Jane? As Cheng Feng guessed, the opponent had completely withered after a period of outburst. The magic power was even more depleted. Myra Jane seized the opportunity and used a series of moves to dazzle his face, and Elliot was directly smashed into the ice. Do you need my help? Cheng Feng looked at Myra Jane, who was slowly landing, and said with a smile. No, I'll do it myself. It's rare to meet a demon that suits her. Myra Jane walked up to Elio, picked up Elio, who didn't know whether he was alive or dead, and put her claws directly on Elio's face. The next moment, a dark breath, a shadow, was pulled out by Myra Jane. It should be said that Myra Jane just raised his head, and the shadow directly abandoned Elio and rushed towards Myra Jane. I go. Cheng Feng reacted immediately. Just as he was about to take action, Myra Jane raised her trembling hand to stop Cheng Feng. Elio, who was caught by her, slowly turned into a mummy and fell to the ice. Ah! Mirage screamed, attracting Ruzalai and Kagura, who had finished dealing with the fish. What happened to Myra? Seeing Mirage's somewhat painful look, Ruzalai and Kagura asked with concern. Careless. Cheng Feng took the pendant off his neck and put it on Myra Jane while she was still conscious. That Elio didn't accept the devil accepted him. Cheng Feng took a few steps back and said, Mirajan wanted to accept this demon. I originally thought that after defeating it, I would be able to accept it easily. But I didn't expect that this reception would be the other way around. The devil still had the power to resist and caught Myra by surprise. Is it serious? Kagura didn't know how to receive magic, so she spoke with some concern. Not a big problem. Cheng Feng said, if Myra can't bear it, I will take action to suppress this demon. However, if I take action, it will affect Myra's use in the future, so it is best for Myra to conquer it on her own. While speaking, Mirajana's whole body of magic burst out, and light flashed. The next moment, the soul of Satan disappeared, and Mirajana's whole body changed into another form. Her limbs were covered with scales, with sharp claws, and she changed into a suit similar to it. Has a striped swimsuit, a pair of sharp-angled shoulder pads, and a pair of ice blue wings on its back. A long ice blue tail swings, sending a pair of sharp horns flying from the sides of the head. As it rose up, a small amount of scales appeared on Mirajana's face, her pointed ears trembled, and her eyes slowly gathered murderous intent. Wait, this image. I think I've seen it before. Cheng Feng was stunned for a moment, and then realized. Isn't this the form of Mirajana's demon god Hafiz? Although this form is original to TV, it is also really strong. But Cheng Feng looked towards Elio, looked weird. Even in the form of the demon god Hafiz, this Elio actually needed to rely on bursts to suppress Myra Jane. No wonder. Myra Jane was so weak. Accepting the opponent, demon god Hafiz immediately abandoned Elio and even turned him into a mummy, preparing to snatch Mirajana's body. However, the opponent's plan was wrong. Raj is not comparable to Elio at all. As soon as the demon Hafiz entered Mirajana's body, he was completely banned by Myra Jane. Then Cheng Feng thoughtfully gave Myra Jane his own pendant. With the blessing of extra magic power, Myra Jane could deal with demon god Hafiz more easily. Therefore, demon god Hafiz was in trouble. Cheng Feng saw Mirajana's eyes gradually clearing up, and he immediately understood that Myra Jane would. He accepted it. Moreover, Hafiz even lost his wife and lost all his strength. Now that he was accepted, all of it became Mirajana's power. Myra Jane felt the surge in her body. With the magic power, she smiled. Paired with this demon costume, she had a strange beauty. With a flash of light, Myra Jane returned to her original appearance of wearing warm clothes and shorts. Cheng Feng looked at the scars on her body and sighed. The healing deck then reached out and landed on Mirajana's shoulder, the healing light emerged, and Mirajana's minor injuries were instantly restored. Thanks. The pain in her body disappeared. Myra Jane smiled and said to Cheng Feng. Have you returned the stuff to me? Cheng Feng pointed to his pendant. Myra Jane stuffed it directly into his chest and said with a slightly red face, here you go. As he said that, he pushed up his little lotus to reveal his sharp chest. Cheng Feng. You really think I don't dare to do it, right? Cheng Feng sighed, he really doesn't dare to do it now. Myra Jane looked at Cheng Feng, retreated, a trace of frustration flashed in his eyes, but on the surface he said arrogantly, since you are hanging on my neck, then it is mine. Chapter 50. Does Cheng Feng not dare to take action? Obviously not. He knew very well in his heart that Myra Jane had a good impression of him, and even that he really took advantage of him. Myra Jane might complain or punch Cheng Feng a few times, but in his heart, Myra Jane absolutely be happy. So if it were the original Cheng Feng, he would probably be willing to do things like push the boat with the flow. But now, Cheng Feng can't. Of course, that's not the case. But this body is not good. Belonging to this body originally called Xisa, the obsession with the body has not dissipated. If he really wants to do something intimate, Cheng Feng always has a strange feeling. It's the feeling of being green yourself. So this is also the reason why Cheng Feng has the ability to attack, but he never takes action. Maybe, only when the obsession with this body completely dissipates can I truly be myself. Cheng Feng sighed in his heart, and then started the most exciting thing about this kind of commission. Searching for trophies. The commission is from Mermaid's Heel. Logically speaking, Mermaid's Heel takes the majority, and Cheng Feng and the others, if you want to help, you can just charge a certain amount. But obviously, Ruzalai and Kagura are not overbearing people, and they are very reasonable, letting Cheng Feng and the others pick first, and they can take the rest. The main combat force was Cheng Feng and the others. Cheng Feng raised his head and refused, saying to the two of them, 1 is 1, 2 is 2, just do it as you want. No, we can't live with it in our conscience. Rulis and Kagura refused directly. Troublesome. Myra Jane suddenly said, don't go to so much trouble. Let's collect the things and let the family take half of it. Also. In the end, Marajana's method was adopted, and the family was divided into half. Then the four of them separated and began to collect the things in the Yuquan Water Guild. Cheng Feng relied on his intuition and found a large amount of money, which was not too much. More than 2 million J was a huge amount of money for Cheng Feng in the past, but now, Cheng Feng's money is basically measured in units of 100 million. After all, Cheng Feng is not that excited about this amount of money. It's just 20 bottles of potion, you can make it in one day. Wait, what is this? Suddenly, Cheng Feng found a small box. After opening it and taking a look, he was slightly stunned. Because inside, there was a golden key placed on the velvet. Isn't this the key to the zodiac? This pattern, Sagittarius. Cheng Feng picked up the key and looked at it, confirming the origin of the key. According to the original plot, the key should be on an island full of demons, where Leon used the drops of the moon to melt-dye the island of ice on Leola's body. After Lucy and the others completed their work, they didn't expect that the key would be here in the quiet spring. But thinking about it, this dark guild would definitely. After being punished, the people who come will not have the repressive power of Cheng Feng. Those miscellaneous fish may take the money and run away. By then, the key may wander out and be picked up by the village chief. If this thing were to be sold, it would probably fetch a sky-high price. Cheng Feng put the key away and put it in the system backpack. Give it to Lucy then. After all, the celestial spirit magic is very important in the later stage. It will be beneficial if Lucy can master it all. Cheng Feng murmured to himself. He had already prepared the key for the master. After finding the key, he found nothing good. Soon, the four of them gathered together and put the things they found together. A total of more than 3.6 million J, 20 magic props, and other magic books and other items added together, a total of 86 items. Ruzalai looked at Cheng Feng and said, how to divide it? Some of these things are expensive, and some are cheap. If it is simply 50 to 50, it will definitely be unevenly divided. This is also the general crusade mission that needs to be handled by the guild team, so that even if the distribution is not good, it can be accepted. Let's each choose what we like first, and the rest will be 50/50. Cheng Feng spoke, and then the three women nodded and began to choose what they liked. Cheng Feng was not polite, searched among the things, and finally selected 2 magic crystals. It didn't have much effect for Cheng Feng, but the price not bad. 2 pieces of magic crystal can be sold for 300,000 J. After dividing the remaining items, Cheng Feng conservatively estimated that the income from this trip would be more than 2 million J. Others. There are about the same number of people, so I say that this kind of commission is indeed the fastest way to earn money. Of course, the poor are not included in the guild. For example, there are only so many people in the 6 demon generals and they don't have a fixed residence. The poorest of the poor. Why do we send people from various guilds to deal with it? One reason is that what these guys want to touch is too dangerous, and the other most important reason is that they are very powerful. Too poor. So poor that no one is willing to accept their commission, so they are allowed to grow to that extent. If the Magic Council is willing to pay more, Brian will bring out 5 of them. Children, if you send any S-level magician, you can probably catch them all. How could it wait until that time? Cheng Feng knew this and didn't bother to do anything. After all, nothing could happen to him. At that point, it was not too late for him to take action if the new Magic Council paid for it. Ruzalai took Kagura and left by boat. As for Cheng Feng and Myra Jane, they flew. Cheng Feng, take me for a ride. Myra Jane, who was in the receiving state of Satan's soul, looked at Cheng Feng beside him and said. Cheng Feng sighed and stretched out his hand from the golden aura. Raj smiled and held Cheng Feng's hand, and got into the arrogance of Cheng Feng's body. Myra. In a short period of time, I didn't have much thought about other things. Cheng Feng looked ahead and said, right now, I just want to find those people who destroyed Rosemary Village and take revenge. I know. Myra Jane spoke calmly, and squeezed Cheng Feng's hand with a slightly hard hand, but, I don't want to give you up to anyone. Mirage didn't know when she fell in love with Cheng Feng. Maybe he took her away from the village. Maybe he helped them gradually get on the right track. Maybe it was the feeling in her heart when she saw him interacting with other girls. That discomfort. Although Myra Jane was not very good at expressing her inner thoughts, more often than not, she would just act like a little girl, holding up a sky for her younger brothers and sisters, and swallowing the pain silently. However, there is one thing that Myra Jane is sure of. That is that she will never give up Cheng Feng to anyone. This is what Cheng Feng almost confessed to Myra Jane. He smiled, held Mirajana's hand tightly and said, wait for me. Good. Miraj nodded. This is enough.